All right, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City of North Miami Beach Commission meeting of Tuesday, December 19th, 2023. I'd like to start with roll call, Madam Clerk.
The time is now 6:05. Commissioner Mackenzie Florimon,
Here.
Commissioner Daniela Jean,
Here.
Commissioner Michael Joseph, Commissioner Phyllis Smith,
Present.
Commissioner Fortuna Smuckler,
Present.
Vice Mayor Jay Chernoff,
Here.
Mayor Evan Piper.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum. You're ready to proceed.
Thank you. All right, next is the invocation. I'd like to call on the Reverend Dr. Kyle Gibson of the Greater Gibbs Chapel of the African Methodist Episcopal Church.
Thank you. To the Creator of all people of this universe, I welcome you in your presence today, asking you to set forth your divine spirit of love and unity and discernment to all those assembled here today. Oh Lord, we welcome your powerful possession here tonight. We ask that you have peace in this place and remove any spirit that does not welcome what you represent. You are a God of all people who blesses all people and serves all people. You are a God of harmony and fairness, and you are merciful. Allow your presence to be felt in this place tonight. May you bring about a spirit of change and do what is right in the name of the Lord. Allow those assembled here tonight to hear from you, Lord, to use discernment to electrify this city. In closing, Lord, I allow your sweet, sweet spirit to rest and abide in this place in all of our hearts, souls, and minds. This we ask in your most powerful name. Shalom, assalamu alaikum, and amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. We're definitely getting our you said of you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Could everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Please be seated. Next is requests for withdrawals, deferments, and additions to the agenda. Madam Clerk.
Per the request of Commissioner Jean, item 11.4, which is resolution number R 2023-108, that request is to be deferred. The mic is, I'll speak louder. Per the request of Commissioner Jean, item number 11.4, which is resolution number R 2023-108, to be deferred. Per the request of Commissioner Smuckler, discussion item 15.3, titled Text Amendment for Multifamily Parking Regulations, that's to be withdrawn. Per the request of Mayor Piper, item number 18, which is the mayor's discussion, will be heard after item number 19, which is the commission city report, so it'll be switched around. In addition, Mayor Mario Diaz had sent over additional backup information for ordinance number 2023-09, which has to deal with the amending regarding restoration of certain pension plans. That was emailed to you, and a copy has also been left in your respective areas. Mr. Mayor, those are the only changes that we have.
Okay, thank you. So I'll accept a motion and a second to amend the agenda as presented.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and a second.
Second.
Okay, so we have Commissioner Chernoff on the motion and Commissioner Florimond on the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimous. All right, next, presentations and discussions. 5.1 is the Urban Forestry Master Plan, and would the manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. At this time, I'd like to ask Community Development to come and give a very brief presentation. This is in regards to the Urban Forestry Master Plan, which we have a grant as well, which the presentation will help satisfy the requirements of the grant.
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for having this on the item this evening. Community Development is pleased to present to you, through our consultant, Calvin Giordano, the draft Urban Forestry Master Plan. It's a grant-funded project with a map from the city that's been in the works since early this year, so it's been about a 12-month process. But without further ado, I'd like our consultant to provide you with the overview of the plan itself.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to analyze your existing tree inventory and to work with staff to come up with recommendations on how to better manage one of the most important resources that the city has, and that's its trees. My name is Mike Connor. I'm Senior Landscape Architect and a Certified Arborist with Calvin Giordano and Associates. We've been a local firm. We've been around for 85 years in business, and we've done this type of work for many cities in the region, as you can see. I myself have 35 years of experience doing arborist and landscape architecture work in South Florida. So what is an urban forest? Urban forest is all the publicly and privately owned trees within the city. Public trees include street trees, park trees, trees that are on city properties, fire stations, city hall, et cetera. The private trees, for the purposes of this study, were not included because the inventory that we were given to analyze did not include private trees, just public trees. So why is it important? The urban forest and trees provide many benefits to its residents, both economic, social, and environmental. And what is an urban forestry master plan, and what is its purpose? It's to provide a sustainable and strategic framework to guide the city of North Miami Beach in managing, maintaining, planning, and protecting its urban trees. So the first thing we did is we looked at the existing inventory information and data that was given to us. And this information is a few years old, but from that we were able to glean several things. First, we looked at species distribution. As you can see, the top 5 species of trees and palms that are currently in North Miami Beach are mostly palms. 4 of the 5 are palms. So that we know that palms don't provide the same amount of environmental benefits that a tree does. So this is something that the city needs to look at moving forward. The next thing we looked at was age distribution. How old is the forest? You can see that the largest chunk is 7 inches to 12 inches in diameter, and then going up to 18 inches. This represents 2/3 of all the trees in the city. This is a huge group of trees that, as they start to mature and get older, are going to need a lot of care in order to make it sustainable. The next thing we looked at was tree health. The good news is the majority of the trees are either in good or fair condition, according to the inventory and from what we saw from doing spot checks. We also have a group of priority type of removals and pruning that needs to be done. And this work needs to be probably prioritized and done as quickly as possible. So you look at maintenance needs, it kind of follows on that tree health aspect. Priority 1 prunes, priority 1 and 2 removals. But the majority of the management work that needs to be done is routine pruning, almost 75%. Of course, the next thing we looked at was the vacant planting sites. This was one of the focuses that staff had asked us to focus on and to look at in detail. And what you see in the yellow areas is the areas that are in the most need of having street trees. So we were able to identify those areas and those streets that were in the greatest need. And moving forward, the city can concentrate their efforts in these areas first. But we also looked at other things, like we reviewed all of the city's tree and landscape ordinances and its tree removal permitting process, as well as had a survey to get feedback from both staff and officials and stakeholders, and looked at the level of service or the current assessment of what people and staff feel the level of performance is for managing the city's trees now. And as you can see, it's pretty low or to moderate. There were some good, but overall, was mostly low and moderate. So there is a need for enhancement in these areas. So from that, we were able to come up with some goals and objectives working with staff. Some goals would be looking at the tree canopy and increasing the tree canopy by planting more diverse species, native species, trees that can withstand inundation and flooding and saltwater intrusion, those kinds of things. So that would be one of the goals and objectives. The other, in terms of planning and managing, is enhancing tree maintenance activities and providing efficient funding to be able to prune more trees each year so that you're getting a handle on that big chunk of trees that's starting to get older. And then last, we're looking at connecting and engaging the public, ways to enhance the public outreach effort by the city and staff to engage its residents in the importance of the city's trees. So in order to do that, we kind of came up with some toolbox ideas that could help the city implement that. We looked at selecting the right tree in the right place. So we looked at coming up with a list of different tree species that we think are well suited for planting in the city of North Miami Beach. They had different attributes that were rated on a scale, and then that gives you an overall rating of that tree. So if you're looking for a tree in an area that's prone to flooding, you can go to this matrices and you can find the list of tree species that might be best suited for that. We also looked at urban tree planting strategies, and we came up with 4 different types of trees streets that exist in North Miami Beach: commercial corridors, neighborhood connector corridors, urban residential areas, and suburban residential areas. And then we came up with, at the suggestion of staff, 5 different schematic street tree planting plans for roadways that represented each of those 4 typologies. We also developed some planting details and standards and strategies to help implement tree planting as you move forward. This is an example of, a typical more residential street scenario. And then looking at implementation and recommendations, we have first the increasing the tree canopy. We're suggesting that the city immediately increase their funding by $125,000 in the first year to plant around 200 to 250 trees. That's roughly $500 per tree for the installation cost. And then also an additional $30,000 to $40,000 each year to water those trees after they're planted and take care of them, make sure that the staking stays on, those kinds of things to give them the best chance to survive as possible. And then as you go through the 5-year work plan, it would kind of increase each year. And these are minimums above and beyond what the city is already budgeting for these types of activities. Likewise, for the planning and management aspect of the program, the first aspect we're recommending in the first year of the program that you concentrate on, again, those priority removals, the priority pruning, taking care of the trees that are in the most critical need, and that while you're doing that, you can start to plan and budget for implementing a routine pruning cycle. Routine pruning cycles can generally be from 3 to 5 years. We're recommending no more than 4 years. That's trying to get through all the trees every 4 years. With some of the species of trees we have, the trees grow pretty quickly, so you don't want to let it go too long. But I think that implementing a routine pruning cycle program and having either the city staff crew or a consultant outside company, private contractor, doing that so that they're doing that all the time, every day, trees are getting pruned that need it. And they're not, the city's crew right now is oftentimes pulled away to do emergency type work and other things. And so they're not out there necessarily trimming trees every day. And so you would ramp that up as you go through this 5-year work plan as well. And then lastly, we have developed some benchmarks so that you can measure your success, establish or recommending some milestones that the city could try to reach for as you move forward implementing the plan. With that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Okay, all right. Any questions from the commissioners?
Mr. Mayor, The beautification board saw this presentation in full, and we asked a lot of questions to the gentleman and got a lot of answers, and we definitely saw that the most important thing is that we need an arborist. We need somebody to manage this. This is a big plan that we're adopting, and for my beautification committee board, we didn't get the opportunity to vote on anything, but this is time certain that this needs to be approved in order to get the grant. So I apologize for them for not having the ability to give it forward as a recommendation. But it's a great plan, but it went under the undertaking. If you just listen, how many trees he wanted to have planted is a lot of trees, and our trees are not being taken care of right now. We lose them to storms, and then they get cut down, and then nothing else. And that's a sad, sad state. And we are a Tree City, USA, and we want to keep that up. So it's a great program. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Smith?
Thank you. Your first slide showed me the importance of not only the landscaping, but the lighting. So I think, Mr. Manager, we also have to, in conjunction with this program, have something for street lighting. And I think the key to beautifying a city is consistency. If you see it over and over in your city, on every street, no matter where you go, that's what really beautifies a city. So I think in conjunction with this plan, we definitely from them or some donations from them. And I thank you for your presentation. It's much needed because I keep saying how I want to use the word dirty without you thinking I'm negative, but the city just doesn't look fresh. It just doesn't, and I think this will be a real shot in the arm that we all need. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comment from the commission?
Commissioner Smith, I'm on that committee now, so I will also try to reach out to them. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comment? We all good? All right. So I guess basically just the long and short of it is, I guess, Mr. Manager, you've heard, and you're okay. All right. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay. Next is public comment. Madam Clerk.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers, you will be called to the podium. Please state your name for the record. The Mayor and Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance to exercise civility towards each other at all times. And our first speaker is Rendley Mesidor and then Maria Hawk.
Check, 1, 2. I need 30 seconds. Okay, so hello, my name is Rendley Mesidor, Oak Grove resident. I was actually going to speak on the event of last meeting, the fact that we didn't have a meeting, but I always think that we should let bygone be bygone and move forward. I would like to say thank you to all the commissioners for the great job you guys are doing, and congratulations, Mr. Evan Piper, on getting elected. I feel the residents did their duty, elected you, and I'm looking forward to the future of North Miami Beach, so thank you.
That's perfect.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to express how happy I am to have a new mayor.
Yeah,
Please
name and
state your
address for
name.
the record. Sorry.
My name is Maria Hawk. I live in this neighborhood for over 25 years, almost 30. Well, anyways, I expect that now that we have the 7 needed here, business is conducted in a speedy way, and everybody attend when they need to attend. Again, I would like to express a welcoming to our new mayor.
Thank you very much.
Trish Miller and then former Commissioner Barbara Kramer.
My name is Trish Miller. I'm a longtime resident of North Miami Beach. I'm very, very pleased to see everybody here tonight. And now we probably will never see the press here again. And hopefully they'll come and see that we're getting along and the city's moving forward. While I have the opportunity, I wanted to take a moment to just express how well I think Coastal is doing as a waste management company. Maybe not for everybody, but in my neighborhood, they have been fantastic. They're always on time. They pick everything up. They don't leave a lot of track behind that we had before. And I just think that it's time that somebody said, yeah, you're doing a good job. So I just want to express that. And Evan, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening, Barbara Kramer. I really just wanted to come up here and congratulate and welcome Mayor Piper. Super excited to see you here. I'm actually stunned that I'm actually in front of 7 commissioners, finally, after almost a year. And, I just look forward to things moving forward. I think this type of leadership should bring in a new beginnings for the city. I think that the meetings will hopefully be smoother and faster. And looking at the jam-packed agenda that we have, which I understand we didn't have a meeting last month, but you might want to start thinking about having a second meeting already, because we're probably not going to get through this, and the bewitching hour is going to come and everyone's going to be too tired to remember to say, let's, I guess, vote to have a second meeting for this month. And as far as the urban forestry plan goes, as Vice Mayor Chernoff mentioned, I do know that this presentation was put together and shown to the beautification committee. Now more than ever, this beautification committee is top-notch. One of the members actually has a master's, I think it's in, forestry, and maybe there's a bachelor's there in botany and biology. So, you really have a great committee, and nothing should happen without it going in front of them first. And I do agree, we really need a city forester in the city, and our city is looking bleak for many reasons, but that's just one of them. So hopefully we can get that into a budget at some point. Thank you, and have a great meeting.
Right, your job is to bring us Red Bull at 10 p.m.
No problem.
Irene Pellinger, and then Leslie Sardinia.
My name is Irene Pillinger. It's so refreshing to finally see that we have 7 votes on the dais. A warm welcome to Mayor Piper, our newly elected mayor. Our strongest wish is to see him succeed in bringing this commission and city together after a tumultuous year. Best wishes to everyone for a peaceful holiday season. Finally, after a long wait, the residents' right to representation was restored by holding an election. Of course, not all commissioners were in favor of having a speedy election. The voters will not forget who obstructed holding elections. The residents have also been subjected to boycotting commission meetings that could not be held due to a lack of quorum. Residents ran for office and then did not meet the minimum obligation of that office. The voters will not forget who obstructed city business. Those who hold their constituents in such low regard should not seek to continue to represent them. I hope that the commissioners see fit to pass stronger ordinances to protect the residents' rights in the hope that, through legislation, the people of this city will be better served. I hope they revisit the resolution that failed to pass at the July meeting, move the ordinance that requires commissioners not to break quorum to be under the Code of Ethics. And why should people be paid when they don't do the job? To strengthen this ordinance even more, I would add a monetary penalty to not attending meetings. Those who missed 46% of the meetings this year should be paid only 46% of their compensation package. It can be argued that all should be forgiven, and indeed, I missed the Kumbaya memo, but in an effort to move forward. I think it is more important to learn from history, and since people don't seem capable of policing their own actions, we should put consequences in place for unethical behavior. It is also time to roll back the compensation package to what it was before commissioners voted themselves a raise. And another popular topic in our city is the actual garbage and trash collection. I don't agree. I don't think Coastal has been doing a good job, and they don't deserve any additional contracts.
15 seconds.
They have shown that their work is subpar, and it doesn't seem right to me to give them anything. If we want to increase recycling collection to once a week, we should pay for it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Leslie Sardinia. I had a lot of different things I was going to say tonight, but I'm going to withhold my intense thoughts. I would like to focus on this holiday season, on this time of year. It's a very special time of year, plus also there's a whole lot of bad happening in our world today. I ask you to take a look at why you were elected and look at your blessings. Look at all of your blessings. Look at your children. Look at your family. Look at why you were elected. Reflect during this holiday season and make sure in 2024 your priorities are what's best for North Miami Beach. And I wish you all happy holidays.
Thank you.
Trisha Harris and then Yona Lunger.
Good evening, everyone, and happy holidays. Congratulations, Evan. On my note, I'm here to
Please
say
state
thank
your
you.
name for the record.
Oh, you guys don't know me yet? Oh. My name is Trisha Harris. I'm from Highland Village. And I'm here to thank the city, all of the employees, especially Parks and Recs, and numerous public works people for the awesome, wonderful, beautiful event we had last night. All of the children went home smiling. And for those that are here that donated or helped, I appreciate you. If you're hearing me on here, I appreciate you. It went over with a bang. We gave over 270 children toys last night, just so this commission knows just how many children we have in Highland Village. It's really, really, really getting populated in there, and we need education coming into that area for those children. Thank you, and have a good night.
Yona Lunger. Any other speakers for public comment?
Okay. Oh,
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Kazan. Welcome again, Mayor Piper. Happy holidays to everyone, whatever holidays you celebrate. Unfortunately, we don't have time for honeymoon. We have to get busy with working. In 2015, we outsourced our sanitation under the pretext that North Miami Beach could not do it cheaper than private company. We were told that North Miami Beach did it a little over $4 million, and the private company would have done it for $700,000 less. The first company that came along charged us $6 million. They got a 5-year contract. Today, this present company, Coastal, is charging more than $10 million than what we were told that a private company would have charged. Between 14 million they started, 13, 14 million, and they're going to end up with 16 million if we allow them a 10-year contract. That last year would be about $19 million we would be paying. We need to bring it back in-house, but you have to be willing. If you're not willing, if you are unwilling, like the past manager, he was unwilling to bring back the water plant. But after gentle prodding from the mayor and commissioners, he was so willing that he brought it back in less than 6 months. And then we give him a good reward, a good send-off. We do not want to send off this new city manager. We would like him to be willing, him and his staff, to bring it back. We have all of the records. We were doing this for more than 30 years ourselves. Other cities used to come and learn from us. We have all the groundwork, we have the roots, we have the branches, we have everything. It's just now for the leaves to flourish. And, this year is going to be a deciding year who's to stay and who's to go. And I thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
All right, congratulations on your proclamation today also. So.
Yona Lunger.
Hello all, Yona Lunger, community activist, Vice President, Chamber of Commerce. First of all, I want to welcome our new mayor. Welcome. Looking sharp today. Okay. I'm trying to beat you, but it wouldn't work. I want to first of all thank you guys. When I say you guys, I mean it's everyone from Parks and Recreations, mayor, commissioners, and staff. City manager, you have done an outstanding job since you're here. I personally want to thank you. Number one, we had a great celebration of Hanukkah event. It was full. I mean, we were running out of food. We can see how good it was. But also, one of the main things that I wanted to address is the 4 holiday safety initiatives that the chief and the police department is doing. I have never seen, I'm here 25 years, I've never seen such an amazing show-off coming in quietly, going to the local groceries. The owner, he was supposed to come here to personally thank. He was running late. He said he might not be able to. Putting in a K-9 to get to know, sniff the area, get to know the area. We all know what's going on. Anti-Semitism is on the rise, and the police department is taking it very serious. The fact that they're putting up this forced safety initiative, we all know what happens in holiday seasons. We're all supposed to be happy and smiling and everything, and then there's some individuals who are trying to get into cars and getting to other stuff, and they're doing a great job between stopping vehicles that I see myself literally in certain areas, and the fact that they come into the donut hole, as we call it, which I hope one day won't, but the fact that they're coming in and they're stepping out, I personally want to come up here and thank you all and make you aware of it, because I see what's happening on the streets. I don't know if you hear it back. I'm sure you hear back the negative stuff. I'm coming here to report the positive stuff. City manager, thank you for allowing them. Assistant manager, I know you guys have been doing a great job. Clerk, Madam Clerk, you guys are doing. City attorney. A lot of people are telling me about code enforcement that's out there. I know we're working on it. I know you guys are doing a great job to work on that. But the mayor and commissioners, for what you guys are doing to help and make sure it works, on behalf of myself and the community, as best as I can speak. I don't speak for everybody. I speak to them. I don't speak for the city. I speak to the city. I want to thank you and keep up the great work. I know we're going to do a great job. We're on to a great beginning. Thank you all, and happy holidays and happy New Year's for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, that was the last signed speaker.
Okay, all right, so public comment is now closed. We'll move on to announcements, and we want to call on Chief Communications Officer David Janot, or better known as the David Janot Show.
My name is David Janot, Chief Communications Officer for the City of North Miami Beach. We'll begin with just a quick PSA for the We Care to Share program and then jump right into the video.
You know about NMB Water's We Care to Share Payment Assistance Program. Residents in need may apply to receive help in paying their water bills thanks to the voluntary contributions of other NMB Water customers and businesses who care to share.
Hey, what's going on, North Miami Beach? We just wrapped up an exciting month right here in the city for our residents and business owners like you. So what we're going to do today is just get into some of the highlights, then jump right into what we all can expect in the days and weeks ahead.
November 27th was the Home Rehab Workshop, which brought the NMB community together to gain valuable knowledge on home repairs. On Thursday, November 30th, an informational session was held at the Father Gerard Jean Just Community Center. Residents from NMB and the surrounding area came to hear all about Miami-Dade County's Better Bus Network initiative. You can watch the recap on the city's YouTube channel at NMB TV. December 4th, the City of North Miami Beach launched the Home Rehabilitation Program that allows approved homeowners to receive funding for the replacement of windows, doors, and roofs, which will make homes more efficient. Also on the 4th, a public outreach meeting was held at City Hall on the North Miami Beach Vulnerability Assessment. It was an opportunity to discuss the assessment, which identifies risks of flooding in the city of NMB.
December 5th was the special election for mayor. 1 week later, on December 12th, a swearing-in ceremony was held for the election winner. Congratulations and welcome to the new City of North Miami Beach Mayor, Evan S. Piper. On December 6th, NMB Water and Miami-Dade College celebrated a milestone with a successful pre-apprenticeship agreement. NMB Water is now an inaugural city partner committed to a 12-month program that will bring 4 apprentices to its city utility department. Saturday, December 9th was the much-anticipated Snowfest and Holiday Parade put on by Parks and Recreation. Thousands came out to see Santa and the Grinch play in the snow, eat, dance, and more. Kids from ages 1 to 92 had a blast, and that's what the holidays are all about. December 11th was the annual menorah lighting ceremony. The event saw hundreds of residents gather to celebrate Hanukkah with joy and community spirit. The menorah glow symbolizes hope and unity, bringing people together for a magical celebration. On December 12th, 50 immigrants from 17 different countries around the world became naturalized U.S. citizens at NMB Discovery Library. Congratulations to you all. December 13th was the 3rd annual Holiday Literacy Concert at the Littman Theater. Mayor Evan Piper, Commissioner Danielle Lejean, and a 5th grader from our after-school program read books to the crowd. There were also exciting performances from Slam Dance Team, MIA Dance Ensemble, and a wonderful concert from Arnitros Williams and The Collective. Following the entertainment on stage, attendees received free books, toys, and dinner to take home. December 15th was the last senior luncheon of the year. Special guests like Commissioner Danielle Lejean, Commissioner Phyllis Smith, and Commissioner Jay Chernoff dropped by to share some holiday cheer with our seniors. At the same time, not too far away, was the city employee winter picnic. It was a fun day of good eats, networking, and team building. There was an ugly sweater contest, and the winner of the holiday door contest was announced. To look back at the photos from the latest events here in the city of NMB, simply scan the QR code on your screen with your phone or find all City of North Miami Beach event photos at flickr.com. Now let's take a look at some of the upcoming events. Tomorrow, Wednesday, December 20th, is the Farm Share Drive-Thru distribution from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Walk-ups are accepted while supplies last. The City Manager's Listening Tour continues. Join City Manager Mario Diaz Thursday, December 21st at 6:30 p.m. at Highland Village. Come by and help shape the future of North Miami Beach. Together, we make a stronger community. The City Building Department will be going live with electronic plan review using Project Docs next year, January 2nd, 2024. Project Docs is a web-based solution that lets customers initiate and complete the plan submission, review, and approval process online rather than using a manual, paper-based process. The City of North Miami Beach Mayor Commission and the NMB Youth Advisory Board presents the MLK Song Contest. The city is calling all NMB students from grades K through 12 to submit their entries to public.affairs at citynmb.com by Monday, January 8th, 2024. Good luck. And that'll do it for the announcements. Happy holidays. Happy New Year.
You know about NMB Water's We Care to Share Payment Assistance Program?
And I failed to mention PAL. PAL also took place in the Holiday Literacy Program, so thank you to that group. And that's all.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, next is City Commission reports, and Madam Clerk. You're good.
Commissioner Mackenzie Florimon.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, I want to congratulate and welcome aboard Mayor Evan Piper. It's good to say mayor and not acting mayor. Not that I have any issues with you, Jay, but I'm glad that we have someone permanent in the seat. And, you know, my conversations with you have been you're ready and willing to work and bring the commission together. You know, I believe that that is your goal, and I'm here to help with that and here to make sure that I do my part in making sure that we all work for the benefit of the residents in our city. So congratulations and welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. I was watching on the news yesterday story about double poles, and I know I brought this up, I believe earlier this year about FPL. When they're installing new poles, they're just cutting their poles kind of by a few feet and they're leaving them there, and they're attaching like one wire or two wires to them to make it seem like it's actually being utilized. But the reality is that we just have double poles all over the city, and this is not only an issue that we're facing but other municipalities as well. But the story yesterday had a twist about people with needing access to the sidewalks, not being able to have access completely to the sidewalks. So whether the person, you know, has a wheelchair or stroller or a motorized chair or whatever it may be, they're unable to fully access the sidewalk and may need to sometimes go into the street and get back on. So this is an issue that we really need to take a look at because I see it all over the city. So if, Mr. Manager, if we can really get on that, that would be good. In addition to that, I took a drive in Eastern Shores a couple days ago, and I'm glad to see that the streets are paved and the crosswalks are stamped, and you guys are now putting in some of the signage and things on the floor as far as direction is concerned and crosswalks. So I'm very happy to see that. The only issue that I still have is there are those apparatuses, I think, that, you know, deal with drainage and stormwater that are in the center medians. That there are two of them, one at the entry point and one, I forget what street it's at, but we took a drive. You know, I know we can't move those, but if we can make them more aesthetically pleasing, I think that would help. And also some of the concrete work needs to be more consistent. And so if we can take a look at that as well, that would be good. Aside from that, happy holidays to everyone, whatever holiday you celebrate, whether it's Kwanzaa, Hanukkah, Christmas. We know that a lot of people are celebrating this year, these different holidays, but at the same time, we know that there are a lot of families across this country and, you know, around the world that are suffering. So if we can take the time to find out how we can, you know, make someone's life a little bit better this holiday season, please do so. And that is all for me. Oh yeah, and greetings from the Garifunas of Honduras. You guys can Google that. I went to Honduras and it was a pretty good time. Got to meet some people, and Garifuna is a new thing that I just found out existed there. It's kind of like an original group of people in Honduras. So you guys can do a little bit more research on that. But you know, the more you travel, the more you learn that a lot of us are the same, and we have histories that are similar. And if we can just find where we intersect, I think, you know, this world, this city, we all would be better people for it. Thank you and happy holidays.
Whatever you did out there, you're looking good in your.
Thank you. No, that didn't take place in Honduras. That was my barber down the street.
Okay.
Commissioner Daniela Jean.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Wanted to start off by saying welcome and kudos to Mayor Piper. I'm going to call you EP. Well, welcome aboard. And happy holidays to everyone. We pray that you stay safe, that you enjoy your family, and that also you continue to count your blessings. And a special thanks to all of our city staff for such an amazing job with the influx of events and activities that we've had. So every department, kudos to you for a job well executed, and especially Mr. Manager and your team, thank you so much. Also wanted to highlight the different cleanup efforts that's been going around the city, and if there's any residents who feel like an area needs to have pickup because of an influx of litter, please let any of us know or the management team know. I did want to thank you all for going through Washington Park and trimming those trees and adding some decor as well. Also wanted to thank our outgoing vice mayor and congratulate our new incoming vice mayor for coming on board. And I wanted to also say that even though I didn't get the opportunity to serve as vice mayor, I would hope that we all have an equal share at the tenure, and hope to put my nomination in for the record for the next go around. And I also wanted to thank the city manager for the request that I had of him to give us more details on our CIP projects. And I'm hoping that the entire commission receives those updates, especially with our library, a lot of the projects going on there. And one that's very important to us all, Washington Park. So we'll be provided with more details on exactly where the project is. And I'm looking forward to Mr. Manager, you sharing some of that insight with the entire commission. And I'm praying for a great meeting. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Michael Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Congratulations again, Mr. Mayor. I look forward to a speedy and quick meeting. Quick note, I know last couple of days it's been getting chilly. Do your maintenance on your ACs. Make sure that the space heaters are far enough that, they don't catch fire. I know Florida is not known for being cold for a long time, but some of those equipments need some type of maintenance, so be mindful of that. And thank you so very much. Feliz Navidad and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Commissioner Phyllis Smith.
Thank you. So, first off, I want to apologize to my dear friends that are in the audience that I didn't come out and say hello, because I love you enough not to get you sick. But I do want my fellow commissioners to know I'm taking every precaution. But if you do get sick, please blame it on the new mayor, because I could not, and they can't hear me, I could not let his first meeting start without 7 people up here. So I have been very sick. I apologize to Trish and to Highland Village. I didn't know about last night, but last night I had a high fever, so I'm here. I'll try to stay as long as I can. My doctor said I shouldn't be here, and my husband said I must go. So he is so supportive of a new commission, a new city, and he said I have to be there. That's what I was elected to do. So everybody said I should listen to my doctor, but I'm married 57 years, and they don't know what hell I'd pay for the next month if I didn't come. So I'm going to do the best to stay all night. I will tell you that there's a lot on this agenda that I felt that really needed my input before a vote. With the Sunshine Law, we can't discuss, but there are some things on this agenda before you make a decision to spend your money, your taxpayers' dollar. I want them to know as much of the facts as I can obtain. I can't obtain them all because I only get the facts from the people that are willing to give them to me. But I did want to share before we do some votes, and I'm going to try my best to stay. City Manager, I would like you to prepare a resolution that anybody that uses tax dollars to go on a seminar, that when they come back, they fill out a report and they present it to the commission on what they learned at that seminar to improve North Miami Beach. Everybody wants to go all over, and those seminars are excellent. There's no question about it, but they're only excellent to you if you don't share it. So I would like you to prepare a resolution and have my fellow staff vote on it. And with that, I wish everybody the safest, best holiday. I tell people that are in my car when I'm showing real estate all the time, I tell them that when you're with your family and when you're with your friends, you're always making memories. If you yell at your children, you're making that memory too. So please, this year, with what's going on in the world, we have a new beginning here in North Miami Beach. Please make all your memories be sweet ones that they can carry forever. May you be safe and be blessed. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Fortuna Smuggler.
Mask back on, please.
It's your fault if anybody gets sick anyway. Had to be here for you.
Good evening. Just wanted to also welcome Mayor Piper. I look forward to working with you again. And I also wanted to thank our Vice Mayor, Jay Chernoff, for doing an amazing job and stepping in and you know, keeping us intact. Thank you. Thank you to Parks and Rec for the wonderful Hanukkah and Snowfest celebrations. Thank you to our North Miami Beach Police Department for keeping our families, businesses, and visitors safe. I also wanted to wish everyone a happy belated Hanukkah, Merry Christmas and Kwanzaa, Happy New Year, Feliz Navidad y Año Nuevo. I hope to see you all tomorrow early in the morning for our last farm share of the year. And Commissioner Flormont, I have been complaining about those double polls since 2017. Since way before I was a commissioner, I've been complaining about that. But yes, we do need to correct that. And Commissioner Smith, I did go on a seminar a few weeks ago, and I did report a lot back to the manager about, but I would be more than happy to report at another time, not tonight, to the commission. Yeah, and I think it's a very good idea. May our hostages be brought home soon, and peace to Israel. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jay Chernoff.
Good evening, everyone. Congratulations, Evan. There's no one more happy than me than that you're now the mayor. So congratulations and fill in the seat. Condolences to Linda Roberts, who lost her mother during the holidays so far, and you know that's a sad thing for anybody who loses their mother. Fortuna, congratulations to you, who became the secretary of the Dade League of Cities a month and a half ago. Your first meeting, you became the treasurer, so you double dipped, and we're happy that you're on the road to be the next president from North Miami Beach, so congratulations. Our staff, Mr. Manager, the two events that we had, the Snowfest and the Hanukkah, were so nicely celebrated by our community. That's what made them so special, was the amount of community that came out and the amount of residents that came out, and our staff. All your staff did a great job. The Public Works, the police, everybody. It was a beautiful, beautiful holiday season, and for everybody out there, whatever holiday you're celebrating, happy holidays and Happy New Year to everybody. Thank you.
Mayor Evan Piper.
Thank you. All right, well, good evening, and I'm really excited to be here as your mayor this evening. I just feel great energy. I feel a great vibe, and I know that this is going to be good for all of us. So I'm really excited. It's been 2 weeks now since I've been elected. 1 week since I was sworn in. A lot of papers thrown at me in the interim. A lot of work to do. A lot of surprises, but I've had incredible welcoming from everybody, from the residents to the staff to my fellow commissioners. So that's really been incredible. There's been a lot going on in that time period. I had the honor of participating in Commissioner John's literacy reading event and being one of the readers. I got to read the book, The Runaway Dreidel, and that was quite a journey with the dreidel. And on that note, I think I've lit 3 menorahs already publicly So it's kind of a record for me in 1 year, public menorah lightings. But also, I've been, busy thinking of things, and one of the first initiatives that I've launched is a street lighting initiative, where I feel that I've seen, kind of a lot of this happen just from being out on the campaign trail, and I've seen that. Was that a welcome song for me? So. If you weren't a teacher of mine in the past, I would. Okay, so anyway, so I've noticed that there was a lot of our street lighting that was out. Some of it out for blocks and blocks and blocks. Some of it, sporadic outages. So I thought that a good initiative that we should start with in this city, low cost, big impact, low hanging fruit, things that I love, are to get our street lighting back going again. So I've kind of got like 3 phases going on with this. It's going to help our safety, our security, and also beauty. I've already met and spoken with the city manager, the assistant city manager, the deputy police chief, FPL, Miami-Dade County, all the stakeholders in that whole thing. And we're putting together a plan. The police officers, when they're out patrolling at night, they'll be looking for the light outages so they could report them. Definitely want to have residents reporting it as well. And we've spoken to, FPL and the county who has responsible for the maintenance on those things. So step 1 is try to get the lighting fixed up. Step 2 is going to be to look at the commercial businesses and make sure their lighting is up to snuff. And then we'll start looking at some other things involved. So really excited to get that moving real quick out of the gate. Commissioner Flourmont, the abandoned pole issue is definitely something. There's a lot of abandoned poles. I think Mr. Scott, we spoke about that one time before, in some of the alleys, and a lot of those alleys in the city really need attention. But I think getting those poles will just fix a lot of issues. So I appreciate you bringing that out to us. And also, while we're talking about Commissioner Flourmont, an early happy birthday for your December 30th birthday. Yeah, you almost forgot. Me? No, I'm May 10. May 10, everybody. So. May 12. All right, she's May 12. All right. May's going to be a big month. Okay. And you're welcome. You're welcome. And then we didn't ask you how old you were, but we won't. And then lastly, I just want to wish everybody happy holiday. We probably won't be seeing you again until after the holidays. So just happy holidays to everybody, and thank you for welcoming me the way you did so warmly. Okay.
Could I make a?
You can.
Thank you. I just want to piggyback on what you said about the lighting, because we've all been very concerned about that. I've spoke to the manager many times, and Mr. Manager, there's a cost to more lighting than what we're given by Florida Power and Light. The city pays the cost. So in your conversation, will you also get the cost when you're adding new lighting to the streets? So bring it back to us so we can vote on.
That's phase 3. That's phase 3. So phase 1 is fixed. Phase 2 is commercial. Phase 3 is look at additional.
Well, before we get to phase 3, we'll find out how much.
Well, of course, that's the process.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. All right. So we are done with our commission reports, and it is time for consent agenda. So we need a motion and a second to introduce.
So moved. Second.
Okay, so we've got Commissioner Flourmont, Commissioner Chernoff, and the city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission. The consent agenda is composed of the following items. 9.1, the public budget hearing meeting minutes of September 27, 2023. 9.2, regular commission meeting minutes of October 17th, 2023. 9.3, regular commission meeting minutes of October 26, 2023. 9.4, regular commission meeting minutes of November 14th, 2023. 9.5, the posting of the 2023 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, I'm sorry. 9.6, resolution number R 2023-111, resolution of the City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a settlement agreement and mutual release in the litigation style Terry Garcia versus City of North Miami Beach, pending in the Circuit Court of the 11th Judicial Circuit in and for Miami-Dade County, Florida, case number 2022-01-7977-CA-01, authorizing the appropriate city officials to execute said settlement agreement and mutual release, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.7, resolution number R 2023-112, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving an agreement between the city and MCCI LLC to furnish digitizing and indexing services for the building department in an estimated budget amount of $160,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.8, resolution number R 2023-114, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback professional service agreement between the city and Raftelis Financial Consultants, Inc. in the amount of $367,400 for citywide rate studies and financial consulting services, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.9, resolution number R 2023-115, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and ratifying the purchase of 2 utility task vehicles through a piggyback contract between the city and Polaris Sales, Inc., and an estimated budget amount of $63,059, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.10, resolution number R 2023-117, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Airgas USA LLC for the purchase of carbon dioxide bulk delivery services and an estimated annual budget amount of $110,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriation availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.11, resolution number R 2023-118, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving an agreement with the State of Florida Office of the State Attorney for the 11th Judicial Circuit of Florida to reimburse the state for the cost of the state attorney prosecution of certain violations of the City Code of Ordinances, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, and providing for an effective date." Item 9.12, resolution number R 2023-123, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving an agreement with Sunstar Electric, Inc. for a Hitachi submersible motor, an amount not to exceed $100,120, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget and appropriation availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.13, resolution number R 2023-124, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Airgas Specialty Products, Inc. for the purchase of water treatment chemicals in an estimated annual budget amount of $100,000, authorizing city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.14, resolution number R 2023-125, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving an agreement with CAP Government to provide evaluation, best management practice training, and staff augmentation for business tax receipt BTR services, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriation availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date." Last but not least, item 9.15, resolution number R 2023-126, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Rectian International Trucks, Inc. for the purchase of a 22-foot trash dump truck and an estimated budget amount of $138,048, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay,
Motion to approve.
thank you. You beat me to it. Commissioner Florimond, then we have a second.
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Chernoff. So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. All right, we are on to quasi judicial. We need a motion and a second to introduce item 10.1, which is Resolution R 2023-119.
Motion to introduce.
Okay, we got the motion from Commissioner Smucker, second from Commissioner Florimond. And, okay, we are good to go with the city attorney.
The item is resolution number R 2023-119, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the site plan application with conditions and 13 non-use variances for the construction of 2,075,810 gross square feet, 34-story mixed-use development with 1,217 residential units and 23,279 square feet of ground floor commercial space, 1,622 parking spaces on a 3.03 acre site area located 16385 through 16445 West Dixie Highway and 2255 Northeast 164th Street, granting a variance from section 24-58 figure MU8 lot standards for tower building type to allow a width of 400 feet and 6 inches where 250 feet is the maximum, granting a variance from section 24-58 figure MU8 to reduce the required 15-foot tower setback for a portion of the north tower fronting Northeast 22nd Avenue, granting a variance from section 24-58 figure MU8 to reduce the required 15-foot tower setback for a portion of south tower fronting Northeast 22nd Avenue, granting a variance from section 24-58 K2BI to allow decorative screen on portion fronting Northeast 164th Street and Northeast 22nd Avenue in lieu of the liner building, granting a variance from section 24-93C2A to allow for handicap parking spaces to be 18 feet in length, granting a variance from section 24-58R2C to allow for a maximum ground floor height of 25 feet in portions with no mezzanine, granting a variance from section 24-58R2C to allow for a maximum floor-to-floor height of 20 feet on the 8th level of the parking garage, granting a variance from the section 24-58S1A to allow a building length of 474 feet and 4 inches along Northeast 22nd Avenue, where a maximum of 300 feet is the maximum, granting a variance from section 24-58S1A to allow a building length of 427 feet along Northeast 164th Street, where 300 feet is the maximum, granting a variance from section 24-58J3AI to allow a portion of Northeast 164th Street to be covered by the podium where 95% is required to be open to the sky, granting a variance from section 24-58.1H6A, figure MUTC-5, to allow a turn lane in lieu of the required median, wider sidewalks in lieu of on-street parking, and various portions of the landscape strip by 2 feet where a minimum of 5 feet is required, granting a variance from section 24-58.1A, I1A, figure MUTC-8A, to provide dedicated turn lanes in lieu of the median required by urban greenway type UG1A, granting a variance from section 24-95D, table 9-2, to allow portions of drive aisles to have widths of 22 feet and 22 feet and 10 inches for 90-degree parking, where 23 feet is required, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. So can we call on Madam Clerk for the Jennings?
Sure. For the record, we received the Jennings disclosure form from Commissioner Daniela Jean. So I'm going to read pursuant to Resolution 95, the summary of the Jennings disclosure. So pursuant to Resolution R95-24, The subject matter of any ex parte communications, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. And we'll start with Commissioner Mackenzie Florimon.
I had conversation with the attorney on the project, Matt Amster. It wasn't substantial, but it should be indicated on the record. That's it, and I can make my decision based on the information that I heard this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Joseph?
I don't, to the best of my knowledge, I've had any discussions regarding this project, and I can make my decision based on evidence presented to me this evening.
Commissioner Smith?
I haven't spoken to anybody this month, but last month I spoke to Matt. And was Mitch involved in this? I spoke to Mitch.
Yes.
And I spoke to the attorney, and I spoke to a resident that lives near the project. And maybe the assistant or one other member of staff. I don't remember. But I can and will base my decision on what I hear tonight.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smuggler?
I spoke to Matt Amster. I spoke to Mitch Edelstein. I think I spoke to the manager about it, and I can base my decision on. I can get my decision based on the information I hear tonight.
Vice Mayor Chernoff?
Good evening. I spoke with Matt Amster, and I also spoke with Mitch Edelstein in regards to the project, and I can base my information on what I hear tonight. Thank you.
Mayor Evan Piper?
Yes, I spoke with Attorney Amster and I spoke with Mitch Edelstein, and I can base my decision on the information that I hear here tonight.
Mr. Mayor, because this item is quasi-judicial nature, it would be appropriate for all who are going to provide testimony this evening to stand to be sworn in by the city clerk.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. If you plan on providing testimony on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. And I ask before you make your statement, just to confirm that you were sworn in. So, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth? And your answer is?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so would the presenter please come forward and speak on this project?
Yes, good evening. Matt Amster with the law firm of Burke, Howard L. Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing May NMB LLC, which is the applicant. I'm going to introduce our team from the applicant. We have Eli Levy in the front on the right. We have our architect team from RSP Architects, Larry Bean, and in the back, Maylene Yanis Vega. I'm not sure if our landscape architect is here, George Varela, thank you. Tim Plummer from David Plummer and Associates, both traffic and civil engineering for the project. My partner at the firm, Jeff Burkow, sitting next to Eli, and our colleague at the firm, Gray Crow, in the back. So that's our team here, but we'll try to keep this moving forward. I do have a presentation, if that can be, is it up? There we go, perfect. First, this is the proposed project, and we have a similar board showing that, but let me tell you a little bit about the developer. May NMB is basically a partnership between two seasoned veteran developers, and it combined three principles. It's Accurate, which is a development company mainly based out of New Jersey, but they have done projects elsewhere, including Okeechobee, Florida. That's Jack Klugman. He's been at this for more than 15 years. Isaac Castle and Eli Levy are part of Castell Development. They're here based in South Florida. And in fact, Isaac Castle is, he lives nearby and knows the city very well since at least 2010. And very interested in doing not just this project, but others in the place that he calls home. Here's just a little example of some of their projects, both approved and to be built soon. The top one is actually in Okeechobee, Florida. The next one, though, you can see they do a mix of low and high-rise types of developments, residential and commercial and office, the full mix. These are, again, multifamily and mixed-use types projects, very similar to what we have here. This is our project site, outlined in red. Many of you know it well for it's the Lorenzo's Market and Farmers Market locations. It's very irregular shaped assemblage. The Lorenzo's have decided to end their chapter of use of these businesses, and that gives our developer the opportunity to realize the vision of the city. This is actually the core of the Fulford Town Center Mixed Use District, the place where back in 2015, the city established one of many mixed use districts to revitalize the entire city, capitalize on both location with 164th Street nearby, and basically provide a mix of uses both for the people who live there as well as nearby. And it basically, as an urban design project, this is where you get people to live, work, and play. And so this project is trying to meet those requirements. But again, the regular shape of the parcel is quite significant and also brings into play some other significant existing conditions that needed to be addressed by this project. The project itself is, the orange is West Dixie Highway, and the blue is the portion of 164th that is really pretty much a street end in this location. It does not carry forward and go through Biscayne. You have to go down to 163rd to do that. But as you can see with the blue curved arrow, here you're actually unable to do that. You can only go westbound on 163rd. So what that means is that really the orange, West Dixie Highway, is the true end of this intersection for the majority of traffic. And the blue is really more of a driveway for limited uses. It serves this project, the large U-Haul facility, and one other project that's at the far end, which currently has a warehouse, but the commission may remember we were here a couple of months ago and got another mixed-use building approved at that site. So it only has those three users on this block, and further, you can kind of see the offset, the orange leading into the blue. That intersection is offset by 30 feet today, which is a very unsafe condition that we're going to rectify and make much safer. And with that, hold on. Did we get that back? I might have hit the wrong button. There we go. Ooh. There we go. I'm going to turn it over to Larry to walk you through the design of the project.
Hi, thank you. This is a transformational project for this neighborhood. We think it's going to help revitalize it in this whole district. The view that you're looking at is if you're looking east down 164th Street, this is what we feel is the most important street vista. This is the best location to create a street vista at the end of 164th Street. The project, as Matt said, it's mixed use. There are apartments in 3 towers. There's 1,217 apartments in 3 towers above a landscape amenity deck. There's shops and restaurants all along the ground floor. And one of the things we wanted to do was to activate the ground level and create pedestrian movement, and something a little different than you see in most streets anywhere. If you look at the ground level view, what you'll see again is storefronts all along the sidewalks on both streets, on both 164th Street and 22nd Avenue. And by the way, the county has plans to expand and remodel and rebuild 22nd Avenue. So we have coordinated with their current plans, and that their layout affects a lot of the elements of this project, but we've coordinated all of those. But along the ground floor, there'll be shops and restaurants, as I was saying, and we've expanded the sidewalks along 22nd Avenue as much as 38 feet wide, which consists of 10 feet of landscape along 22nd Avenue, a 15-foot covered arcade, and 10 foot of open sidewalk. So what that would do would also allow some of the shops to have outdoor dining and seating outside to help bring the public in and help activate the streets. Also at the corner of 164th and 22nd, we have small pedestrian plazas, and I guess I'll show you later in some of the other drawings how we've set the building back to emphasize. What? Uh-oh. There we go. 164th Street continues under the building to the mixed-use project that was recently approved. And as such, what we've done is create an art piece on the front of it that wraps around and underneath and expands your eye down the street. Now, this is a very tall piece. This is about 30 feet tall at 22nd Avenue. And it's going to be very bright. We're going to put in a lot more lighting than required by code. And we're also putting the existing above-grade power lines underground and to enhance the beauty of this space. And there's also wide sidewalks along 164th Street with landscaping along each side of the road also. So, you know, it's great because when you have that landscape buffer between the street and the storefronts, it's more comfortable to walk. You don't feel like, you know, you're in a street or in the cars. Also, we're widening that area, as Matt was talking about, to help correct some of the traffic issues with that off-center intersection. We're adding a left turn lane going west. So if you're going west now on 164th Street, you'll be able to turn left and go south towards 163rd. We are looking at different art venues and art options, and as we work through the permitting on the project with the city, we will finalize that. And we're also studying ways to light the tower as well and to better develop the art. The finishes we're using primarily on the ground floor are very inviting, part of the urban realm. They're very soft and warm and human with different woods. We have wood ceilings in the arcades, rounded columns, lush landscape. On the buildings, primarily stucco. We are using green accents, glass railings, and other accent materials. If you look at the front around the art, we're using perforated metal to frame out the art and also provide ventilation for the parking that's behind it. I turn this over to Matt.
Yeah, I want to call up Tim Plummer to briefly talk about the traffic concerns and studies that were done. And
thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tim Plummer. I'm the president of David Plummer & Associates with offices at 1750 Ponce de Leon Boulevard. We have been working with the city and the city's consultant throughout this process. First, we presented a methodology that's been reviewed and approved by the city and their consultant that adheres to all of the acceptable traffic engineering standards. We analyzed 5 intersections and 2 roadway links in the area. We looked at both the morning and the afternoon peak hours for analysis. We looked at queuing in the parking garage to make sure there wasn't spillback. We got an extensive review from the city and their consultant. We do meet, this project does meet all of the city's level of service standards for the future with the project, and we have received approval from the city and their consultant. A couple of things I mentioned, 164th Street realignment. When we first started on the job, We told the development team this is very important to fix this offset intersection for safety and operations. So that's kind of how the project started, with that realignment before the buildings and everything else came. It's going to be a real enhancement. We're also looking at making other modes of transportation more accessible. There's an internal trolley stop to the project to promote trolley ridership, as well as bike racks to promote biking. And I will be here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. And to sort of continue with some of what was just said, so it's a little clearer in a graphic, at the very top, it shows you the misaligned existing intersection. The left is 164th to the west of our project in gray, and the blue and going into the red is actually the location, which is offset again by 30 feet. So the middle drawing, it shows you that with our project, and as Tim mentioned, right from the beginning, this was a major need for this area to improve and build the project around this realignment. The green is now showing you, and you can tell that it's actually much wider. It will have not just the two east-west travel lanes, but a center two-way lane that allows for improved traffic flow. We own where the left side of the green is, we own on both sides of the street, so we're able to, at the intersection, to certainly make it a line. And then we do have to, because we only own on the north side as you go further to the east, we only own on the north side. So there is a gentle curve, but again, that was all properly reviewed and approved for safety. But this brings up that this project, as many of you are aware, if we look at the bottom drawing, in order to realign this road, there is a portion at the very bottom, which is the purple, that needs to be vacated because we're pushing the roadway to the north. So that will be vacated to become part of the development. The yellow is existing right-of-way of 164th that will remain. And then the larger orange piece is actually over 10,000 square feet that will be looking to dedicate that to the city so that you can have what is in the middle drawing. All of the green is both the roadway, the landscape strip, and wide sidewalks for the pedestrian, which is right along our commercial aspect. So all of that combined will be handled in a separate application that comes before you, right, to vacate the purple and dedicate the larger orange piece to the city so that there can be a very functional right-of-way. The developer is going to pay all the costs to realign the roadway and underground the utilities that need to be done in this area, working, of course, with other agencies to get that done. Part of that realignment, we worked very well. Just so you know, we've been at this for 1.5 years with staff, and it's been a very productive discourse and process. A project of this size certainly needs a lot of input and technical review, and I think the project has been improved through that process. But certainly working with your community development director, in realigning, we also have to try to allow for, okay, what's going to happen in the future. And we have two conditions that we worked out. They're in the draft order. They basically reference that if the U-Haul property is ever redeveloped, the plan does call for another street on the right of our property. And we've been able to say that this realignment that we're doing will be work in conjunction with that future change should it happen. And we will work together with the city when that happens to make sure that all of these users on this little street area are not negatively impacted by such a change. Then the third part is, being such a transformative project and allowing for this to really be at the core of this mixed-use district, a great place for people at the city to come and enjoy these commercial uses at the ground level. And that art is drawing your attention. You'll see that from blocks away when you're on Hanford Boulevard coming to, the east. It'll basically tell you the street vista, right, where West Dixie Highway is, and also where you're going to be able to, come into the development and enjoy also those commercial uses. Building that project over the roadway is something that we, again, by vacating and then dedicating portions for the city to have a street, we will also include in that second request of the City Commission the air rights for placing the portion of the building, which is the podium, and the area behind that art installation, which is shown here in pink. You can see the top is just the outline of that area. This is very common use. It's Coral Gables, City of Miami, even unincorporated Dade County has numerous examples of buildings being built over active streets. And most of them, though, it's kind of poorly lit, cavernous, more back-of-house uses. We are lining it with commercial. It's a 30-foot tall. It'll have a very well lit, including this great art installation. It's going to be a passageway that's going to draw people and want to bring attention. And just as a caveat, there are over 100 public parking spaces inside of our garage, so the public does have plenty of places to go inside the project in order to visit this and the commercial uses that are here or guests of the residents. I'm going to turn it back over for more particulars on the project to Larry.
So I'm going to go through some details of the plans. This is the ground floor plan. We're starting here. We'll go up. So that we have 1,217 apartments. There's 1,622 parking spaces to serve these, 23,300 approximately square feet of commercial, which is the restaurants and shops along the streets. And they have 122 dedicated parking spaces. We'll also have 36 car chargers in the project. So I was saying, you can see very well on this plan the landscape buffers along the roadways. One of the things that we tried to do is to have storefronts all along all of the public roadways so that they're active. So the light's coming from the stores, and there's pedestrian interest and use along those. We are also including bicycle racks for the public, for people coming by bikes. And what we've also put all of the trash, the loading, the drop-off, and everything's inside the building. And each of the 3 apartment towers have their own entrances, their own parking entrance, their own trash, their own utilities, their own drop-off, their own elevator cores, etc. So they can operate independently and also get all that off the street. This is a circulation plan, gives you an idea of what I was just saying. You can see how the road has been realigned so it matches the west side of 164th Street, has a new left turn lane, and you can see there's plenty of loading spaces and drop-off and driveways inside of the building for each one of these towers. Actually, we're talking with the city about a trolley stop inside the north building. That would also be an amenity, not just for the residents, but for the community as well, and they could get to all the shops. This diagram shows how you access the parking from each one of the buildings. The yellow shows the ramp heading up into the first level of the parking. The red is the arrow to show you where you go. And as you can see, there's 3 different access points up into the podium. We try to make the parking as simple as possible. This first level, by the way, is mostly public parking, the 122 spaces that could serve the shops and restaurants on the ground level. And then as you come up to the next level of the mezzanine, the parking ramps up. One of the features on this plan is that there's liner residential units around 22nd Avenue and also along 164th Street. And those are accessed through the elevator core in the main tower. And so it's very convenient for the residents. They can park, they can get in their units. And again, they're not clogging up the streets with looking for parking spaces or walking around unnecessarily. And then the next level, this is the typical parking level. Again, there's the liner units all around. It's not obvious, but we also have numerous storage rooms for bicycles so that the residents also have access to bikes and other storage facilities. On the parking, as Matt said, there are a couple areas that are a few inches below the aisle width required by the city, but there's also, those are very limited, and there's also areas actually wider than the minimum. This is a view looking at the pool deck. The pool deck is interesting because we have thousands of square feet of amenities for the residents. There's quite a bit of green space on this. There's two large pools plus a spa and a running track. And a lot of other amenities for the residents. I went the wrong way. And you can see the apartment towers are the colored areas that wrapping around. You can start to see how they lay out. This is a view of the pool deck from above. And again, you begin to see all the green space and public space for these residents, and the view looking east towards the bay. And this is a plan of the towers, of the three towers. We've laid it out so they all have views. They all have a lot of windows, and natural ventilation is possible through all these buildings. And this also could be built in phases, which we intend to do, because they all have their own separate utilities and connections. This is a view looking down on the project, and what we've done on this diagram is overlay the 164th Street. You can see where it comes into the project. That pink triangle represents the street vista that we're creating, and you can see, but the dark color is the towers, and you can see how we framed out this vista, which is very tall, with the art installation right at the center of it as you're looking down the street, and you can see how the 164th Street continues beyond the project and connects to the existing roadways with the gentle curve that Matt talked about. Turn it over back to Matt.
Thank you. So here you're also starting to see, again, the outline of this project. Very irregular what the Lorenzo zone and that we are taking over to redevelop. And part of that is where we get into the variance requests, which I'll just use a few slides to summarize. The length and width of the property, just as we take it, is longer than the maximums that are provided in the code. The code has a purpose and intent that we think that we're actually still meeting, because these are the assembled properties already. And there's obviously, with great architectural design, both at the podium level as well as, again, those three separate towers, we are breaking up the massing of these buildings to account for that. The yellow portion is the portion that we are building over the roadway, subject to getting the second approval of the air rights. But that's a variance due to the way that the code is set up. However, you can still access that portion of the road through that wonderful passageway with the art. The little blue areas are the only areas that we're not able to have liner units. The majority of the project has residential units that are basically in front of all the parking areas. The one on the left side by the yellow, that's actually the area where the art installation is serving as a great screen for the parking levels. And then you have a little area that's internal to the project. Again, not facing any major roadway. The green stars show you that we have a few drive aisle areas that are just a little bit lower than the 23 feet required. I do note that other municipalities, 22 feet is an acceptable drive aisle for back out. And this is on the residential levels mainly, where those people who come here regularly will know and be familiar with that. And then ADA parking spaces, which is the orange star. Later on your agenda, there's a code amendment to basically make that variance not be necessary by having a uniform 18 feet length of your ADA spaces to match your regular parking stalls. It's just more efficient for your any parking garage. This is now looking again as you're heading east on 164th to get to West Dixie Highway. We're purposely creating this as an effective street vista. If there was a street vista and the street didn't go through the passageway, we wouldn't need to ask for this variance. But by announcing that this is where the majority of the people coming will need to either go north or south on West Dixie, we're putting, as Larry mentioned, those tower portions outlined in orange closer to the edge of the building, so that it's announcing that street vista presence. And then next, a few height variances inside the building. At the ground level, you won't really tell. Again, we have the commercial on the ground level and parking above. There is mainly mezzanine levels, but some areas of the mezzanine is open and over 20 feet tall to get up to the third floor. Because remember, we have that area to the right is the passageway that's 30 feet tall. So to get up incrementally to that, there are some areas on the first floor that are a little over the 20 feet. But I will tell you that the first floor and second floor combined can each be 20 feet for a total of 40 feet. And we are nowhere near that combined. You get to the 40-foot level when you're at the third floor already. And then the amenity level itself can be 20 feet. We actually only have it lower at 14 feet, but in order to provide those pools on the amenity level, we need more space on that upper level of the parking, and that's where we're asking for a variance. So in a way, it's almost kind of swapped the height there. We are not really getting any additional height by asking for these variances. Additionally, the streets, the code has street sections that require certain widths of landscape and sidewalks, as well as medians in the middle. Due to this area, including the realignment that's extremely important for safety, we are providing what we feel is the best streetscape possible, and we vetted this with your staff and the traffic engineers very thoroughly to make sure that this was not going to be an issue also to the west, right across the intersection, as well as it would join up in the east. So for the most part, the travel lanes all meet the requirements, but instead of a median, we'll have that two-way turn lane that's improving traffic flow. And we are providing a more artistic landscape strip that varies from being a rectilinear shape that requires a variance. But other than that, the sidewalks are even more expansive than required, because this is where our commercial aspects are, and the pedestrian realm is taking that into account. West Dixie Highway also has a street section, but as been mentioned, this is actually the plan that the county is using to widen the property. They're actually taking part of our property to widen, and we've adjusted our property line for that new project. But they also do not have medians in the middle. They have likewise appropriate for traffic flow, center left turn lanes. So we are required to ask, because we are abutting that roadway, to get a variance to basically accommodate what is the county's project for addressing West Dixie Highway. That's our summary of variances. This is our phasing plan. Larry did mention that we are proposing to phase this. It is a big overall project that we're proposing to build essentially in three parts. The top left is phase one. That'll happen first. It's basically the entire ground floor in the north with all the parking levels and the tower that's on the east side, the right of that drawing. Then this phase two is on the right, which you can see adding in purple is the north tower facing West Dixie. So those two projects together are a majority of the units. That's the larger area of land that we have to develop. Phase three, which is really the bottom left, will happen during phases one and two. This is the realignment of the roadway. There's a lot of moving parts with this. The county is providing a whole new sewer line force main, 36 inches, and we got to coordinate with the timing of their project to line it up with the timing of our project. We need to underground and work with FPL. We have water lines that we work with Public Works. There's gas lines. There's all those utilities have to be worked out, and we, because of the different timeframes, especially with water and sewer, need to work to address that. So while we're calling it Phase 3, the realignment of the roadway, that will be done and complete by the end of Phase 2. So when all of the units are built out at the north, that roadway will be properly realigned for everyone to use. And very importantly, we will make sure that there's always traffic flow and no impedance so that the other users on our block, even during construction, will always be able to get access through this. And in fact, it helps that we're realigning the road to the north. We can keep that existing roadway open for as long as possible so that the U-Haul and the other project that got approved can have that access. And then the last phase, which is bringing on the green at the bottom right, is building over the roadway after it's been realigned, and then the south tower. And with that, essentially, the whole program is meant to, be built out in these phases because of, in large part, making that roadway work, working with those other agencies to get that to work. It takes a long time to get through the building permit process, but we're planning on trying to break ground for Phase 1 sometime in 2025, and then roughly speaking, every 2 years after that, go to Phase 2, which is the purple on the upper right for the north tower, and 2 years after that, roughly speaking, we would get to the south tower and building over the roadway and finishing the project with that passageway. This project has also numerous economic benefits, both in the short term, right? Getting approval, there's going to be quite a number of jobs created, both full-time and part-time, about 2,800 during the construction phase. And that, obviously, as I just mentioned, through phasing will last a number of years. And people will be, again, spending money indirectly and directly by coming into the city to work. On the upper right, you can see that there's numerous impact fees and building permits. Almost $3 million in building permits fees will go to the city. There's additional impact fees for police and recreation open space that goes to the city as well of $1.5 million. There's road and school impact fees also in the many millions that go to the county, but then that gets returned. To point out the county's widening of the Dixie Highway is essentially the road impact fees at work going to the county and coming back to the city to be used for that project. And then, there'll be quite a lot of tax revenue. This is 34 times more tax revenue for this project based on what they pay today. So you can tell they underutilized based on what the Fulford Center provides. So there'll be about 1.46 million annually taxes going right to the city, most of it going to the general fund. For, again, the city to now take advantage and use it to reinvigorate. And we hope that this is a project that revitalizes the entire center and brings more of this type of development. As far as conditions of approval, there are a number, again, working very well with all of your staff. We have a condition that, again, this is step one. Let's get the site plan approved so that we know what it is that we are moving forward with on the ground level vacation and dedication to make the realignment of the road, and then the air rights to be able to build that podium over above. So that's a condition that subject to this approval is now subject to coming back before you to getting those aspects approved. And then the next two were basically about working with staff to make sure that when the U-Haul, if the U-Haul ever is developed, that we have already made what we think is the best type of roadway connection, and that we will work with the city and those other developers as needed to make sure that the whole system will continue to work when that project is developed. And then as far as community benefits, this I actually passed out through the clerk, thank you, is a condition that we shared with the manager and the community development director, that in addition to realigning the road and providing this art and these public, commercial spaces, we're voluntarily donating $100,000, which can be used at the city's discretion for youth sports programs, the public library, economic development programs, and with that, we're all here to, answer any questions you may have. We feel that this is a great project that will revitalize the area, make better use of it in the spirit of and meeting the purpose that this mixed-use district was created, and a signature transformative project that we hope that will, again, be a signature piece for the city and the residents to enjoy.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, let's open for public hearing. Oh, we still have more? I'm sorry.
Mayor, staff had a brief overview. We'll keep it brief considering the applicant had gone through a great deal of the detail. Staff, for the record presentation. For the record, Edward Ning, Interim Community Development Director, City of North Miami Beach, did this case file number 22-33, folio 072216003010, 072216000060, 072216032010, and 072216032020, concerning May NMB. As we already know already, the old Lorendo site, those are the folio numbers that it covers, and that's the current existing condition. It's vacant. I think we all have, we understand that there's a development in the background as well. They were provided with public notice, to see if there are any concerns about shadow in the source, but we have not received any feedback from residents within that building at this time, or at the planning and zoning board meeting. As the applicant provided, the proposed gateway aspect with the public art, 3 towers, as you've already been seen, so I'm going to go through this really quickly. Staff noted that one of our main concerns during the process to ensure that the applicant had adequate lighting to make sure it's not cavernous. We also note that as far as the width, we did discuss it very extensively with their engineers. It is part of the structural aspect that we have that specific width there. So it affects any questions that you may have about potential widening of that right of way, which was what staff had to really look through a lot when we looked at the traffic circulation during the review process. The overall ground plan, staff notes that particularly that we will have to continue, if approved, we will have to continue to work with the applicant on the location of the trolley shuttle within their site and how that will interoperate within the city's own system. Past that, we also know particularly that there is a request from the county regarding how the transfer of right-of-way to potentially widen what is known as Harriet Tubman Way be provided. They're asking specifically that this applicant provide that transfer to the city, and the city will convey the right-of-way to the county at the appropriate time to effect that widening of the roadway. And our understanding is the applicant had agreed to take that step needed to ensure that we keep traffic flowing along 22nd. As he already noted the parking garage, I'm going to skip over that, and the amenity deck. Typical floor plans, all the footprint meet our minimum size requirements in review. The alignment here is important because we're not allowed to have more than 6 degrees varying, and the applicant has ensured that from a technical standpoint that it's approvable, and had coordinated that with the county already, which is an important aspect. A lot of times the quasi-judicial hearings, and they're still in the process, but it's further along, but that's when we actually had to go through extensive background, which is why it took a lot longer. the realignment, the area right proposal. We have begun negotiations with the applicant, but until we know the magnitude of what the commission is willing to approve, we can't really finish that process because it's going to be tied in on how much you're able to approve. Of course, we have 13 variant requests here, and we reviewed them as per our review standard in the code. Non-use variances, we staff know from a technical standpoint that a lot of these are really related to the Vista Point and what they do with the public art and those the parking facade. That's why there is a request for a longer building length than what is prescribed for the code, because it's one continuous facade. What staff had recommended as part of the process then with the public art is that it be utilized and constructed in a way that it would break up the facade, which would be the intent of our code. Part of the variance review in our technical review before we present to you is to see, okay, what was the potential technical intent of that, and part of that building length is to break up that visual appearance so that you don't have one kind of continuous block. And the applicant has attempted to do so subject to your review and consideration. This item did go to the Planning and Zoning Board on August 14th with a recommendation of 6-0 to approve, including with all variances. As was in the past, I know our commission had questions on what the comments from the Planning and Zoning Board were. In summation, they involved first questions about affordable housing, second questions about the economic programming with the building, considering that Lorenzo's was a market. And that there, with this many residents, there was a potential need for folks to shop at a market or something similar in the future. That was voiced by 2 of the Planning and Zoning Board members. We had brought up the aspect of how we dealt with the traffic or circulation before the Planning and Zoning Board as well. Part of the conditions that you see were to alleviate potential future traffic concerns, and I can certainly elaborate more if the commission so wishes. With that, our option for Commissioner Moulton to move to continue with direction, move for approval, or move for denial. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, so we're done. Now we're due with all presenters? All right. All right, so I want to call on Madam Clerk for a public hearing.
Anyone wishes to speak on this item? Mr. Zapin, Mr. Kazan? Respectfully, please speak only on the item that is presented before the commission. You have 3 minutes.
As duly sworn in, thank you.
Thank you.
David Zapin, founder of 30K for Back Pay. And yes, I will miss Lorenzo's for historical and family reasons. And things change, and that's fine. I'm just curious how all this will help actual locals, whether it's the 3-foot-tall custodian trying to push a 5-foot-tall dust mop, the pizza maker trying to work with a hunchback. The 7-finger cashier who has to walk with a cane. Who are we inviting in that can afford this? Is this the workforce housing of the future, or is this where people will be living cheaply while they visit their yachts in the marina and shop in Aventura? I just want to know who is subsidizing whom. How many hours of minimum wage work, $15 an hour in the near future, will it take to afford even a minimal apartment here? Never mind 40, I'd sell for 80. Will it be 120? Again, and this will be competing with all the big projects in and around Aventura. I mean, how many empty apartments do we have right now? that need to be rehabbed. I believe the other term is infilled. So, I mean, it looks great. And I realize they are trying to deal with the traffic. How much of that traffic will be from deliveries? And that's presuming even half the people are working from home or otherwise near the shops. That's great. How will this affect the Gini index? That's the distortion between rich and poor. Is this just, more gentrification, or will this benefit, North Miami Beach? They talk about funding the schools. That's great if we still had the public school system of, say, 20 years ago, but it's more dispersed now, isn't it? There's fewer county schools and more charter schools, religious schools, and that's great. I just want to make sure they're describing now, the upcoming year of 2024, and not of 20 years ago. We're here because I dropped out of the election,
15 seconds.
and I'm glad we're here in full strength. Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kazan?
I need to take the oath. I'm a Bar Kazan, hereby swear to tell the truth, and that is the truth I will be talking. Thank you. So help me God. Okay. What I'm looking at is 1,217 units, 162 parking spots. That works out about 1.3 parking spot per unit. The developer representative did not say how many bedrooms per unit. Is it 1 or 3 bedrooms or 2 bedrooms? I did not hear that. So it's lacking parking immediately. And you all say, whatever is said tonight, you can make a decision. Well, I'm hoping that the lender who's going to lend them the money to build these things is listening as well. Because why invest in something that will not work in the long run? 2 of you up there are realtors. Try selling one of these apartments or renting an apartment and you don't have adequate parking. See who would come. Nobody. Well, some people would come and they would try their luck. And the neighboring buildings, you have approved a lot of neighboring buildings, very high, lack of adequate parking, and what you're doing is you're creating a concrete jungle in that community. We have a private vendor controlling the parking, and the private vendor seems to be in no hurry to bring back the study before you people. And for whatever reason it is, we're crowding our city up more and more. Variances, I say $1 million for Washington Park project. Don't sell our city cheap for $100,000. You can do it right now legally, taking the money above the table, not below the table. $1 million. When they come here, $1 million. Shouldn't be too hard. I did not say 2 million, I said 1 million. And it's legal to do it. And we hear about traffic study. Okay, we hear about traffic study, but I've never heard about the water and the water pressure study. And do you intend to widen the Hanford Boulevard with all of these high rises that you're building on a one-lane road? Have you ever thought about a fire breaking out and then you have the fire vehicles trying to come down those roads or people trying to escape down those roads? You're going to be creating a havoc. I mean, I look at these buildings and I'm like, nothing like, wow. It's always looked like some biscuit can come into North Miami Beach. And we have another beautiful building around the city. So that is something to think of. You want something that you would gasp, would take your breath away. Let them bring back something that could take your breath away. Thank you very much for having me. And as I said, Mr. Mayor, a December to remember.
Jean-Max Benjamin, and then former Commissioner Barbara Kramer.
Good evening, everyone. Jean-Max Benjamin, and congratulations, Mr. Mayor, on your winning. The concern is more like a comment or question, if you want. I hear it every day, affordable housing. What's the percentage on those new buildings, especially the one in West Dixie Highway and 22nd Avenue? It's right in the heart, or where the demand really are for affordable housing. What's the percentage on those new constructions gonna be allocated to that demand of affordable housing? That's the main concern that I hear every day on the radio. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Barbara Kramer. Mr. Kazan made a really great point. Take our breath away. This is not taking anyone's breath away, in my opinion, but we all know that I'm always looking for something that's not cookie cutter, that's at least architecturally significant. And there's a few things I want to say that, you know, it was a very long and lengthy, as it should have been, presentation, so I might have missed a few things. So I'm going to mention a couple of things that hopefully you're either thinking about or you'll remember maybe to ask. First of all, 3 of you haven't even met and saw this presentation, which is your prerogative. But I find it very difficult to base an opinion, even with what you've seen here tonight, and just listen to this presentation this one time and make this kind of decision. I think a lot more needs to go into something this massive, because quite frankly, it's a tremendous development. And especially for this very small area, and that is like the end cap, the bookmark to 164th Street. Again, the architecture to me is extremely insignificant. It's, who are we? We have no brand. So we just keep getting these buildings put in front of us, and for all we know, this is just a approval we're going to give, and then it's never going to happen, and then of course they're going to sell the plan, and on, and we know that story. But I have to wonder a couple of things. One is, what are these units? How many bedrooms are these units? What are the square footage of these units, just out of curiosity? What are these stores? Who's going to go to these stores, being where they're going to be? I don't understand the whole shopping experience in this little area, except for the people maybe that live there. And so if other people are going to go over there, where are they going to park? So we have to talk more about parking. I assume these are all rentals. And again, I'd like to know how many parking spots there are. And there was a mention of air rights, and I'm not sure if this project, if I understood it correctly, is contingent upon having these air rights. So if that's needed, if I understood correctly, but if I didn't, I apologize, where do they get these air rights from? Who gives that to them? Which building, which area? And I'm sure they have to pay quite a price for these air rights. I just, you know, I think it's a massive project, and I just really hope that you'll think this over and make a right decision for our city. I think the traffic is going to be extreme in that little section of town. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yona Lunger.
Hello all, Yona Lunger. As you know, that I am in real estate for 24 years, and I've done some projects similar to this before. I was actually in contract on this project before. I don't want to make any enemies or go against anybody's opinions and anything. I'm going to look at it straight as a businessman. As a businessman, traffic means money for the city. Parking, of course, you have to have ample parking. Try to go to Aventura Mall now in the season. Could you imagine 163rd Street Mall would be full right now? It would be awesome. But it's empty. Now, today's days, we have different types of transportation. But a solution for parking, the way I have solved some of my problems, is by making it, I don't want to say mandated, but some kind of a valet system. In a valet, they park instead of two, they park three, one in front of each other. So therefore, there's enough ample parking. It makes the property more nicer. Mentioning the word affordable housing. I don't know if many of you are seeing what's going on in the Surfside and all the other places. North Miami Beach is the next Surfside, is actually the Bell Harbor. There's nothing to be built there. So we are struggling and trying to figure out how we can get our revenue in here. So we should look into it, and I'm for it. I am very into that the aesthetics needs to be really nice. The stores, as former Commissioner Kramer mentioned, Barbara, yes, the stores can, and it has to be a specific type of stores, no Dollar Tree type of a things, but it has to be where somebody wants to drive to come to that particular thing. I would ask the city to look into it, that maybe we put down some kind of a city bus stop or type of thing to step up for that. A lot of people that are looking to rent right now in the area, and I'm doing this type of due diligence on my own for my own projects that I have surrounding different places, that people are looking because of the train station. People are looking to live here, and they're able to utilize the downtown train station because it's very close. So there is a good plus with that. The only concern that I have is a little bit about the entrance. I know we have a light going in and we have the U-Haul going around. How does U-Haul going to come back around with a U-turn, which is something they'll figure out and do that, but I think that the city needs to look into that because that will create a little bit of traffic by the Dixie as it is that little corner. Other than that, I am in favor of this project. I'm in favor of doing more city projects that we get more revenue. We need to grow. We need to have a bigger police force. I would suggest that maybe they sponsor 2 police cars and 2 police officers so we don't have to take it so much of our pocket because more residents will need more officers. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Leslie Sardinia and then Diane Doolittle. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
I just had a quick thing. What we're going to experience in the Intercoastal Mall is going to be devastation for a long time, 30 years. This is a 6-year project for them to finish it. And if you drive down West Dixie Highway right now, I can never get through there. So the new bird for North Miami Beach should be the crane, because that's all I see. And it's just enough already. We're becoming cement. We have the urban community, the beautification. What are we going to beautify? A bunch of tall 40-story buildings. I mean, we got to put the brakes on this somewhere where we just can't just keep building and building and building. It's just going to become a metropolis, and we won't have it won't be us anymore. So, just my opinion. Thank you.
Speaker?
Thank you.
Hello? For the record, your name is Leslie Sardinia, right? Sardinia. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, my name's Diane Doolittle, and I can't imagine the traffic nightmare is going to be, despite the traffic that they said would be there. I don't know if anyone's been driving down 164th Street. It's a 1-lane road either way, and you get a few cars on there, and you're backed up. There's other traffic they say is acceptable. Go on I-95 in the morning, try to get downtown. We're not that big, but it's the same thing. They say that's acceptable. Do you want to sit in traffic for 15 minutes waiting to turn onto West Dixie Highway, or 22nd Avenue, I guess it is? And there sounds like a lot of parking spaces, but as other people have said, if there's 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, how many families have 2 cars with 2 adults working? So that could be in a one-bedroom apartment, never mind a two-bedroom apartment. And the other thought that came to my head was they're going to be building this in phases. What if they don't get the profit they're expecting from the first building? Are they obligated to start the second? And then if they start the second while it's not finished, what is going to happen with all the traffic and congestion with construction materials coming in and out? And I'm not really sure what they said about the access and egress into 163rd Street. But again, like someone mentioned, if you're going down West Dixie Highway, try to turn on going east on 163rd Street. You're not be as bad as you are at Miami Gardens Drive. And I don't know if anyone's ever been stuck there. So that's my feelings for it.
Thank you.
Gilda Gevis.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Again, congratulations. This project.
Please state your name.
Gilda Gevis.
Thanks.
This project, there's a lot of unanswered questions. It was very sketchy. One of the main issues that I see, because I use 164th Street from West Dixie Highway to 15th Avenue as a shortcut to not have to go on 163rd Street. The streetscape, I think, is the word that was used, and the discussion of the widening of 164th Street between West Dixie Highway and 15th Avenue, there were no specifics made, because to me, that is one of the most narrow streets with a big median and pretty landscaping. However, one lane going east and one lane going west is not sufficient. That if only 3 cars want to make a left turn from 164th Street going north on West Dixie Highway, it holds up the rest of the traffic on 164th Street. So there has to be more specifics, because I can't imagine anything less with a project like this than 4 lanes of 164th Street. And I don't think there's the room for that. The other thing is, as far as the parking spaces, as Barbara and the other gentleman mentioned, is totally absurd. But being a retailer my whole career, to have 122 spaces designated for, I think it was 23,500 square feet of retail space. I believe that's what they said. First of all, 122 spaces, not even half of it would accommodate employees in those stores. That is totally unrealistic. And it's the whole thing is just not planned properly. Besides the traffic and the new buildings going up on West Dixie Highway between 164th Street and Miami Gardens Drive, also the traffic is a problem. I don't know what the gentleman meant that this county is planning on widening West Dixie Highway. However, I think a lot more research needs to be gone into before this project is approved. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, that was the last signed speaker.
Mr. Mayor, if I,
That was the last signed speaker.
Okay, so then the public hearing is now closed. And
Mr. Mayor, if I just may have a brief rebuttal of some of the comments that I think will help for everyone's. So regarding the unit counts, because that was something mentioned, there's 171 studios, 648 one-bedroom, 398 two-bedroom, and 398, which is 2 bedrooms, including 3 bedrooms. There's only 73 3-bedrooms.
Say it again, please. You went.
171 studios, 648 one-bedroom, 325 two-bedroom, and 73 3-bedroom. Now, under the developers are not coming in without their seasoned experience and looking at the market and trying to figure out how to make this project successful. They've already looked at what the market can bear for rental rates. Studios would be somewhere around 2,300, one bedroom at 2,500, two bedroom at 2,900, and three bedrooms roughly at 3,200. Based on the recent new data from the average median income, the studios and likely all the one bedrooms are right at or inside the workforce housing range, and those account for 67% of this project, and that's what the market will bear. And so there is the affordable component that people are asking about. Regarding parking, yes, there's 162 units. We live in an environment that there is public transportation. We're going to locate a trolley stop here. There's plenty of drop-off and pickup for people who may be using rideshare. There's extensive, over 100 bicycle racks. We're trying to encourage multiple modes of transportation. And so taking that people will still drive. If you put one parking space per one bedroom and the studios, and two parking spaces for the multi-bedroom units, our parking ratio is 1.7, which is extremely adequate, and we're giving opportunities for other types of transportation to get to and from as well. I want to also mention that besides the $100,000, which is our voluntary contribution, which is how we want to additionally give back to help the city through youth sports and economic development programs, as well as the public library. The building permit fees coming for this project are $4.5 million that goes to the city. More in fact, more than that goes to also the county, which is the road and schools. And then again, a portion of those do come back to you all. Regarding the property taxes, that once this is built, you get almost $1.5 million every year. These are the funds that the city can use if there is a need for, example, more police. These are the funds that would become available to improve and maintain your other streets nearby, to possibly widen. And I know someone was mentioning about 164th to the east, to the west of this. We don't control anything west of West Dixie Highway. So the portion of Hanford Boulevard that approaches our project is outside of our control. What we are doing is widening the portion that we do control and providing that extra turn lane, which has been thoroughly vetted by both our engineer and the city's engineer and peer reviewer, to make sure that that is an improvement in the traffic flow and will help and accommodates this project in specific. It also takes into account the other project that you approved, because you have to include future approved projects. There's even other projects in the nearby area that also had to be added in and included through that study. The county is widening West Dixie Highway for similar reasons that we're going to widen 164th, to improve the traffic flow, and also they're adding in a bike lane, again, for safety, as well as that additional mode of transportation. And that project goes many, many blocks north of here. So it's done in a similar vein, but I think done, again, comprehensively to help the city reach its vision of what this mixed-use district provides. This is the type of thing that your comprehensive plan has numerous things about different and mixed-use types of buildings that are built in areas where transit can be provided, where multiple uses, right, commercial and residential in this case, can coexist. And that's how this project further implements that. I feel that our architectural design is actually top-notch, especially with this artistic installation and the creation of the street vista. You will have a project that you'll be proud of, that will be there for neighbors nearby and not be negatively impacting them, because all of these other issues, realigning the road for safety, the trolley stop, and the additional funds that will come through the project are a great benefit to the city. Our entire team is here to answer any questions that you may have.
What was the total number of parking spots that we have?
1622.
1,600.
1,622. And 122 of them, just to add on to that, is more than the requirement for the commercial component. And your code, where basically the commercial requirement for parking is basically for employees and for the visitors.
So 122 of them are designated for the retail.
Correct.
So raise the hand button. No.
I don't know, I'm telling him.
Okay.
I'm going to talk. I don't know how to do this.
Oh, it's okay. All right, we're gonna hang on one second. So, all right, thank you on that. And all right, so let's start with the commissioners. Let's start. We'll start with Commissioner Joseph. He has anything you have on this project right now, or you're good? Okay.
Speak into the mic, please, so that I can pick it up here.
No, not at this moment.
Perfect.
I know that.
Yeah, I'm gonna start with you. I'm coming this way, and then next time I'll come back that way. Okay, Commissioner Trump.
Good evening. What do you have as the total number of units?
It's 1,217 units.
Why do I come up with 2,085? I have 1,217 in one building, 105 and 763.
That's what I got.
I came up with 1,220.
Yeah, I got 1222.
All right, well, I'm sure it's 1217. Maybe I misspoke by 3.
1,200.
Okay,
It's,
all right.
but it's 1,217. That's in the plans.
All right. And the building that we already approved was how many?
400. You're talking about the warehouse that's at the very northeast corner of the block.
So that gives us 1,617 total of the two projects combined, right?
Correct.
Okay. My concern is, first of all, beautiful job. It looks beautiful. It looks great as a ending point of 164th Street to finally have something there. The art is one thing that I'm concerned with. What is the material of the art piece?
I need Larry to come up and explain. The material for the art.
Again, we're still working on this. And we're working with an artist. It's going to be metal, and there'll be lights in it, and
Okay,
it'll
so
be
it's going to
painted.
be a permanent structure.
It's a
not gonna
permanent
change.
structure. It's aluminum. Yeah, it won't rust, and it'll be hurricane resistant, etc. But it'll be metal.
Thank you. Your developer has to have, I guess, advisors telling him that many units can be absorbed by the unit right now, by the, city or area. Otherwise, they wouldn't be building it.
Correct.
My concern as a Realtor is that we're putting a lot of units into the city. And that's not your developer's problem, that's our problem, is that when can we stop? If let's say we approve this today, then that's 1,217 units that we're putting in, that you guys are responsible for. We have the 400 there. We have the ones that are going to be on 20th Avenue that want to build a big building. We have the ones on 19th and 164th that want to build another one. Now, this is what has been envisioned by this body at some point in time and open the coffers up to do it, but we're the ones that are in charge of it now and got to deal with it. And I would love to see this be built. And the question is, in 6 years' time, the market is going to shift. So what happens if the market becomes less viable and rentals aren't as popular, then the third building or the second building doesn't get built? You can't answer that. That's not a question you can
No,
answer.
but I think any seasoned developer would be able to roll with those changes, and should it need to be a for sale project, I know that is something that they would be able to take on because they have 15 plus years of experience. They would be able to accommodate that, and there isn't that much different that would be needed. There's plenty of amenity levels that this could be
So
a
can
for
I
sale
get from
project.
you a commitment from your owner that he will be here to build his project?
Well, here's the other side of where we're at. This has been, they've been in this agreement to make this project happen for close to 2 years. They've put in over $2 million in soft costs to get to you tonight with a variety of, a project that needed to be designed and very thoroughly vetted through your excellent TRAD committee and planning and zoning. They had to work with the county because of the widening project, which takes a portion of their property. So we're going to lose out on that, but accommodate it and build it into the project. They're realigning the road and relocating significant amounts of utilities, which is a benefit that all that will be new infrastructure, much better than the woes that are happening with maintaining very old systems elsewhere. So new is better. That's a great benefit that this provides. They've also continually need, their overhead costs monthly. They're paying a significant amount, and it's over $200 million. $2 million has now been added into to the Lorenzos, essentially, to get to the finish line here. And all of that is on top of their seasoned development, this well thought out, and not just for the realignment of the roadway, but the phasing of the project has been thoroughly vetted. Tim was here talking about traffic, but the civil engineers have gone well above what most projects do in order to make it very clear how this developer would move forward with this project. So they are intending to build. They are intending to follow that phasing plan and to make this a reality. And I want to say that as far as density is concerned, there are controls that the city did approve and that we are working under. You may recall there's a basket of rights for each of the mixed-use district, and you cannot exceed that, and we are not, including with all these other projects. There's a tally of that, and this has been accommodated through that. And each project needs to be vetted for the traffic and other utility, et cetera, considerations, and that we've done and passed through that technical review.
Thank you. The last point is, I'm concerned with the timing of aligning the street. The project, besides its size, is going to put a lot of stress on the street with the cement trucks, with the, any kind of vehicles that are there to build the project. So the sooner that it can be aligned, I would like a commitment with the city and you all, that you can all work together, that as soon as the county can do everything and make it happen, that's when it will happen.
It's in the project's interest to get it done as soon as possible. As I mentioned, there are quite a number of different agencies that need to be worked with and the timing, but we are certainly committed to working with not just the community development director, but public works to make sure that all of the different utilities are aligned as possible, including, again, the county is widening the project, the street nearby, as well as working on their sewer line expansion. So we're like I said, basically the end date of that is the end of phase 2, but if it can happen sooner, we will work to make that happen.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Smuckler.
Thank you. You know how many years ago the county said that they would widen West Dixie Highway? You were on the planning and zoning board and you haven't been on for over 5 years.
Right.
So over 5 years ago. I have a question here. There's a concurrency review application form here that, by the way, should be dated, and there's no place to put a date. And it says that the potable water consumption the proposed use is going to be 180,000 gallons per day. Are we ready to handle that as a city?
Yeah, Commissioner. So every time we have something that comes to us for review, during the review process, we do run it through NMB Water, Kareem Rossi, for infrastructure. We'll provide any comments. As the person who wrote your water supply plan, I'm also confident in the amount of capacity that we currently have. We do track it as part of the process.
Mm-hmm. And then it also says here that, and I'm not exactly sure, it says the current use in traffic right now is 241 trips. Is that per day, per hour, per minute, per what? Doesn't specify.
I'm not familiar with that off the top of my head. Per hour? The morning peak hour. Thanks, Tim.
So it's only going to go up 103 trips with this?
But is that
304
is that
it's gonna go from
existing or proposed?
241
And that's
If
is
the-
that the net
hold on,
increase?
Hold on, everyone. If the traffic engineer is going to comment, he needs to come to the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Well, then go with what you know from the report.
Yeah. I haven't seen the form that you're looking at, so I can't tell you exactly. But in the morning, the net increase in traffic is about 200 or plus trips in the peak hour, the morning peak hour. So maybe that's where that's coming from.
Well, it says current use 241 trips, proposed use 344 trips.
Okay, so that's the existing Lorenzo site, what it had generated versus the proposed.
So it's going to go 100 and
Yeah.
only up 100. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's more than that in the morning, so I don't know where that came from. Again, I'm not looking at that form. In the morning, it goes up 200
Well,
plus.
when Lorenzo's was in operation, it was a pretty high volume complex there. So it could have been based on that. So
Wasn't that high.
It just by it is based upon that. Every piece of property that previously has been developed and approved by this city, or has a background traffic data assigned to it, and the job of the developer's traffic engineer and the city's traffic engineer is to verify that those numbers are accurate as best as possible, and to from that extrapolate and then determine what is the additional demand that's going to be placed upon the streets, and account for that in the way of concurrency. And that then translates into what the city is able to, under its concurrency management system, to charge the developer in the way of impact fees to offset those additional impacts. So that background data is already there. So someone has determined through analysis and looking at previous data, including the traffic manual that everyone relies upon, the ITT manual, that is the background traffic count for the Lorenzo site.
Question, do they also take into the consideration the surrounding areas as it relates to the developments that have been passed in the recent years?
If it's been approved, yes. All that gets thrown into the computer model that generates the data. But at the end of the day, it's ultimately what is the increase, the incremental increase from this site versus what was previously assigned to it. But in the background data, yes, all the development and all the existing traffic on the roads is accounted for.
All right.
You still going?
Yeah, still
Okay,
going.
go ahead.
Sorry. And just for the future, if these concurrency forms can be dated, it would be appreciated, because we don't know when it was done. But 100 trips more a day, wow. Okay, the art, is this going to be hurricane resistant, or is it going to be 180 miles per hour rated wind load?
As the architect mentioned, yes, it'll be appropriately hurricane rated.
180 miles per hour wind load rated, not hurricane resistant.
Yes.
All right, that's it for now.
Okay.
And 101.7 cars per unit nobody has like 1 and a seventh of a car. They either have 1 or 2, but nobody has so
ratio.
Yeah, but
I
they need to
realize
cut
that that's
out.
what
They
the
need to cut
ratio
that
is.
out. Yeah, I know. They need to cut that out.
They will be able to operationally be able to let people know how many parking spaces they are assigned.
It's really more like two or 3 cars per unit, because people are driving. People are not driving here.
Okay, you good?
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. First, let me apologize to this group that you had to come back. I'm sorry that you couldn't have presented last month. Second, I'd like to find out quite a few answers, so if you can be brief with my answers just so I can learn. How did you determine how many commercial spaces? Because I'm thinking at the malls that I go, the strip stores even, how there's very limited parking. Here you're going to have a place where people are going to visit and maybe go shopping too and take those parking places, because how many parking places do you have for visitors? So how did you determine that 122 spaces for the help and the visitors and the users is adequate?
Well, it really comes out the other way. Due to the way that the properties are located and trying to front all of the West Dixie Highway and the area underneath the passageway with commercial units, identified how much square feet of commercial space that you have. Then the code then tells you a parking ratio for such commercial uses, and that's what equates the amount of parking spaces they need to provide. And they were able to make that work with the unit mix and the parking count for those by providing, this parking podium that actually has additional convenience besides just providing the parking spaces for both the commercial and the residents. It's allowing for use and extra utility of access from multiple places. You can go in on the south and you can return out the north. You can, drive your car in multiple areas of the building and access that connected parking level, whether you're part of the public going to the commercial uses or a resident that lives there. And that will help to, again, address parking and then traffic, impacts, because people will be able to utilize those multiple ingress, egress.
If I heard you correctly, you're basing the number on what the locale is near the property, how much those commercial people use parking places and how much they use, if that's what you just said.
No, we're basically laying out the ground floor of this property, identified the areas that are available for commercial uses, as well as, the back of house, which is the, ingress, egress, the loading areas. And they were able to put in what they feel are viable commercial spaces. And you add up all that square feet of commercial in our project, and there is a parking requirement for that commercial that we then need to provide the parking in our building for that. That's how this was identified. And again, the developer, just like the unit mix and the unit rates, is also looking at the viability of the commercial spaces to feel that they can get multiple tenants to come in and, continue to rent and maximize the use of those spaces.
Okay, Mr. Ning, does this parking requirement, number of spaces per unit, meet our current requirements?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Smith, in response to your question, the current requirement for parking is 1,263 spaces. The applicant is providing 1,622 spaces. Of that, the applicant is required to provide 46 spaces for commercial parking based on our current regulation. They are providing 122 spaces in response to that. We note that the square footage as proposed is 23,279 square feet, and that's how the number is derived.
Okay, so I'm not allowed to give you direction. I can only give my manager direction. We have been talking about this parking not being adequate. Well, for at least the year that I was elected, we have got to change that next meeting, because it may be under the requirements and you can't even have the option to say we're not accepting it because they're under our requirements. We have got to change it that at least we get the option to give them a variance, but not that we have to live with people parking on the street and nobody can walk their dog on the sidewalk. So I would like that to be brought forth 2 months ago, but I'll accept January or February at the latest. I have to ask you, quite frankly, and I appreciate that, I have to ask you, quite frankly, that this traffic issue, I hear everybody. I hear my commissioners, I hear my public, I hear people that mean a lot to me speaking. But what I understand is a great deal of our traffic problem is everybody going to every other city and coming through us. They're taking different routes down Dixie Highway because they do not want to be stuck on Biscayne Boulevard. So we either have to make a decision as a municipality. Are we going to forego the income that's necessary to make this city what we want it to be, vibrant, much more updated for the people that live here? Or are we going to be part of that traffic problem and get the revenue to change our city? We have to make that decision. I have to say that as an older person, I don't have as much of the need to rush. If it takes me an extra hour to get home, it takes me an extra hour. But there are people with children at home, and there are people that have a lot of other responsibilities. Stuck in traffic is the last thing they want to be. The problem is, no matter what we do here, we're going to have the traffic. So we have to make the decision. If we're going to have the traffic, could we get the benefit? That in mind, I sound very harsh. I'm sorry. My ears are ringing, and I just want to make sure that these points are brought out because it's important to the public. You hear them speaking. The traffic going south, that you're opening up a south turn to go to 163rd Street, sounds amazing, except for one thing. Now you can't get from the post office to 163rd Street. So add another 1,217 units and the commercial, and tell me what you're going to do when your traffic is backed up the whole way down your block and the people can't get out of their parking garage. So this is a very big concern. And I mean, I'm sure there'll be some kind of remedy. I mean, I have called and I have adjusted the time on some red lights, but they give you seconds of adjustment. They don't give you minutes. And that's going on to 35th Avenue. I've called twice to adjust the time. The trolley stop sounds wonderful if people will use it. We have trolleys where I see one or two people or nobody that it's just such a waste of money. We have trolleys that people use them over and over. If the trolley's going to stop at your development, is that development going to participate in paying for that trolley, $60,000 a month? Is it development because we're catering to your businesses and we're catering, because as I pass Walmart, which is in the county, and as I pass other municipalities that are in the county, and we're paying for it, which, yes, it might be a service for our residents to go to Walmart, but it's also a service for Walmart to get the more business. So if the trolley stops, is your developer going to pay for some of the trolley for $60,000 a month? The artwork, I know nothing about art, nothing. I leave that up to Commissioner Kramer, who studied that. But I have seen, maybe it's just because Art Basel was just here, that you can flip and change colors on artwork. So wouldn't that be a wonderful idea, that whatever you design, you can change it, seasonal, or change it? That would be a fabulous thing, because if you're using your facility as a must-go-see, then you know what? People can must-see it 3-4 times a year as it changes. That's just a suggestion. I don't even know if such a thing is possible. But if it isn't, maybe you could amend it and become a very wealthy man and remember me.
LED screens are an option.
Well, it is and it isn't. I want to be careful. it probably needs to be static because it is over an actual vehicular roadway. You don't want to cause a traffic
No, but it's
issue.
way up, you just said 30 feet in the air. I promise you, there's no, oh, wait, there
But
could be
there
cars
are-
flying up there.
There
We're
are
learning that now.
even digital billboards. Digital billboards are restricted on how often they change their image because they are near traffic flow, and so I am sure that there are requirements. But I mean,
But it could be the
I
bottom-
personally like the idea, but it has to be something that we can look into, and it's a great suggestion.
Because
I don't.
this is what, a focal point is a focal point. And when you think of what they did across the street with those two flamingos, when you think about how people stop to take their picture under, a focal point is a focal point. So something that's standard that doesn't change, once you've seen it, twice, oh my God. I mean, I think that we really have to put some insight in that because the front of the building, the way the picture shows, that comes out to West Dixie Highway. Yet with the images I've seen and spoke to Matt about, that does not come out to West Dixie Highway. You almost have to go, come down the street or go in what I'm going to call a tunnel to visualize it. So that was just a suggestion. I don't want to take too much time with that. I want to talk about the improvement, and thank you for fellow commissioner for bringing that up. This has to coordinate with the county, and you have to get answers from the county and commitments. Because are you going to tear up the traffic for the county and then tear up the traffic for your project? Are you going to have all that construction for the project and then have all that construction for the county? We owe the residents some kind of coordination. We owe the residents some kind of relief in months and not years of what's going to happen to that corridor.
If I may, Commissioner,
Okay, well, we're getting to the end, but you may.
real on that.
I don't
point,
want the mayor to be upset though, because he's
No,
promised
very
me the
quickly,
promise first.
we have already, we're already starting that coordination with the county, especially because their project was here first to widen it, and they're in the process of eminent domain, so the widening of the street should happen in the near future. I know it's been long-winded, but we got their plans, and then we've met with them to say this is our proposal to realign this intersection, which means we have to help them adjust their plan. Same thing with the water and sewer and FPL undergrounding, right? We have to work with those other agencies. Tim and his office has already started and had numerous meetings, so that coordination is undergoing and will definitely follow.
Okay. Mr. Did you want to say something real quick?
Yes, Commissioner, you should be aware that staff had already begun that coordination.
Start again.
Sorry, Commissioner Smith, you should be aware that staff had already reached out to the county because we knew this question may arise. The county had indicated a specific preference of concurrently working with this project if approved. And so we already have an understanding of the county's requirements from staff side as well.
Well, in the process could take 3 months, or in the process could take 17 years.
Well, the project will probably expedite the process. So.
Well, I just want it to be coordinated. I want to put that on the record, that whatever happens, if they start and do that, then you have to start. That's all. I want to put it on the record. And I also, I agree with Commissioner Chernoff, and that was one of my points. You're giving us all the beautification and all the things that we're going to have as a contribution to North Miami Beach, but it's not until phase 2. You have to give us something at phase 1 to make it viable for the heartache that the residents are going to go through. I don't know how you're going to handle it, to tell you the truth. I don't know how the developer is going to handle one-way street coming into that, because the traffic's so bad on 164th Street to go east over the railroad track. People use 164th Street because 163rd is so bad. They use 164th as their thoroughfare. So now, and that's what happens. We've got the new project up by 171st Street and West Dixie Highway. There will be other projects there. And you have a one-way coming into that project. I don't want to wait till phase 2 or even phase 3 to have this magnificent promise to beautify and give us something special. Could you come back and figure out something to give us in phase one when you start? That's something I think that we owe the public. And I also appreciate them asking about the air rights. I believe that was from the public comment. But the air rights, are you saying to me, so I can understand it, that you're allowed a certain number of heights? And I know if the air conditioner is on top of the building, you get to have almost another story. But are you saying with these air rights or whatever you're having up there, you're going to have additional space
No,
used?
the air rights have to do with the bridge going across 164th. You know where the art piece is? There's going to be a bridge crossing 164th Street. So they've got a tower on the north side of 164th.
Well, what was, okay, that I understood
The air
because,
right is the ability to be able to build that bridge, which is going to house parking.
so we
But-
sell that to you, is that correct, if
Yes,
I understand
That's
that?
going to be a separate negotiation at a later date.
And who determines the value to that?
Well, I think there's a process that involves, I mean, that's probably a staff question, but there's a process that involves.
Okay, so let's find
appraisals
out
and
from
what
staff going south on 163rd Street, even though you have an expert traffic man, if you just go there at 5 o'clock, you'll see that you can't go left. And I want to know exactly how you're going to handle one-way coming in and one-way coming out with 1,217, not 218, which I requested. And I also wanted to say that, in reference to the construction of it, that you make sure that in phase one, because if the only thing you're giving me artistically is an orange with triangle, an orange rectangle, I need to have something in phase one that shows the public what they're getting. As far as Commissioner Chernoff asking for a commitment that the man will build 6 years from now, who knows what happens to the man 6 years from now? I mean, with that, we can't even contemplate. What we need to contemplate is what's before us now, and what we need to contemplate is how does it affect our residents. I wish somebody would give me, as one of your legislation that votes on this, an alternative to hearing about this traffic. I understand the traffic. I get it. But we're suffering the traffic so other people can have the benefits. We have to make a decision. Don't we want some of the benefits too?
Commissioner Smith, we need to.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
But I do get 10 minutes in case you want to.
You pretty much got your, you got your money's worth. Okay.
The public got their money worth.
That's right, and then some.
The public got their
All
money.
right, Commissioner Florimond.
All right, thank you. I know when we spoke earlier, I said I'm good. It didn't mean I was a yes vote. I just want you to know that. So, I have some questions. When an architect takes their time and puts something together and it's what they do for a living, you kind of never want to say, I'm not satisfied, right? But that's our role here, is to say that, what we feel and what we think the community wants. And in all honesty, besides the art piece that's in that thoroughfare, I think the building is not really speaking to what, even without a brand, that North Miami Beach is. Especially with the historical value of that site. I thought that I would hear more about the history of the site and how it's been implemented into the project. I didn't really hear much about that. I'm seeing a lot of just, squares and straight lines. And, for me, that's not satisfactory, right? Especially when you have such density, I think that you need to put, and I'm talking to you as an attorney, you're giving me a straight face because that's not your domain, right? But I think that, when you have such density, I think you need to really pay more attention to what people are going to be looking at when this monstrosity of a building is in front of them, if that's what we approve tonight, right? So that's where I stand with the architecture and some of the design aspects of the building. And we've seen, projects nearby that, have really taken some time to kind of scale or to take into consideration height levels and things of that sort. A color schemes and, those types of things. But for me, this kind of falls short of that. And so hopefully we can do something about it. And I think this is where the conversation takes place. This is where the conversation takes place. We either let it go or we have our ass, not soft ass that we really can't, measure and see whether or not we're being responded to. But like Commissioner Smith says, things that we can actually, check off our list and say that we received or we got for our city before we approved such a project. Everyone already spoke about traffic, so I'm not really going to go into that. But one of the statements that you made about pricing being what the market will bear, for me, I think that is, people can use that term in different ways, but when I hear that, when the question has been asked about affordability, we had a gentleman come up here and say he hears about affordability all the time. What's happening for affordability? And then we hear what the market will bear. What the market will bear is what you're forcing it to bear because people don't want to be homeless. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. And so that doesn't speak to the reality of what's going on in people's pockets. I think the term should be what people can afford and are willing to pay, right? Not what they're willing to bear in order not to be put out on the street, because that's what's happening. So to me, I think that statement falls short, and that's with all due respect. I hope that that we will be more cognizant of that. And developers come in here all the time. You've been getting a lot of their business because we see you here like maybe, every meeting and sometimes 2 to 3 projects back to back. And for me, it's becoming so much of an entitlement to a certain degree, where developers put together plans, they come before us, and this is what we're entitled to, so this is what we're going to do. Can you push it through? I don't know. The buck has to stop somewhere. To me, this is an entitlement project. That's what this is looking like to me. We can go this high, so that's what we're going to do. We 13 variances to make it happen. Let's make it happen, guys. And the sad part, we don't even know what the future holds with this. There's no way that we know that this project is going to get built. So you can go through the litany and list of items and things that we're going to get as a city, as far as the positive, the revenue streams and things of that sort, but we have no clue. If this thing is going to get flipped 2 or 3 times, everybody makes their money, they walk away, and then you come with the next project. Who knows? So for us, our role here is to really grind it out and figure out, like Commissioner Smith said, and I don't know who else spoke to this, what can we get for our municipality and our residents right now? As far as some of the issues with the architecture, what can we do right now that can affect that? And I'm never opposed to development, but I'm all about smart development, and I'm about considerate development. And so what can we do right now that will speak to some of the questions that we have up here before we vote yay or table or vote no on it? I mean, we just have to, I know we only have a few minutes each on this, but I think sometimes we're asking things that people say yes to, and it's really in the abstract, right? It's not real. So we need to hold you to things that are real. So if it's about the traffic, if it's about the parking spaces, do we wait until the parking spaces and that requirement changes before we approve something like this so that they can be held to that? Because if we don't, if we approve it tonight, then we have to go based on whatever that number is tonight. I know you're ready to speak because that's not what you want to hear. But, what are the asks that we can, come to a conclusion on tonight, that you're willing to work on tonight before we move this item forward, so that we know that this whole 2-hour discussion is really not, for giggles, but it's really, putting your foot to the flame. So yeah, traffic, aesthetics, I don't know what you're going to do about the rates, but what the market can bear is not really what we want to hear. And that's where I stand on this. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner John?
I think everything that was said already was needed to be said, and there's not much I want to add. But when I look at the site, I think about the nostalgia of the Lorenzo site, and sometimes you want to preserve the history of North Miami Beach as much as you can. But I wanted to ask a question also about the air rights, because that was a question that we had a back and forth with the attorney. Is it the chicken before the egg? I didn't get those answers really per se. And hearing now that the rights will have to be negotiated as it relates to cost, but you bring forth a design that includes those, those things are important to me, and I didn't necessarily get those answers. Also, I wanted to speak to the flooding near the Spanish monastery. I don't think anybody spoke about that, but is that work that the city itself is working on to mitigate that influx of cars? So that was a question that I also had. You spoke about the density in the basket of rights. When we drive, if you live in that area or you drive through that area to go to the post office, like Commissioner Smith mentioned, traffic is tight. Even if you're going to, Biscayne to do something or taking the back road to get to City Hall, it's almost impossible. So, when we talk about the theoretical traffic studies and the science behind it, the actuality is actually people who are driving through those streets who live here. So I think, as the gatekeepers of what happens here, we have to have a bigger picture that's more than the theory, but that actually factors in the everyday, today life of the people who actually live here. As it relates to West Dixie Highway and the expansion, I don't know if we can ask the county to give us some kind of timeline or presentation on how that would affect us. But, my concern also is that with the Mackin site, the U-Haul site, it's just too much happening in that area, and I really don't think we're ready for this. So from my seat, I can't support this. I'm going to be candid. And I've shared that with the staff because of all of these back and forths that I'm not clear on. So thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson, anything yet or not yet? You still good?
No, I can go before you.
Huh? I want to give you I'll give you the first round here, so everybody. Then I want to say something. So
I'll go.
Okay.
Thank you. I have some of the similar issues. I know that West Dixie corridor is utilized for people cutting across going through Aventura because Biscayne gets congested, and I know the Mackin site is going to create because it's being developed as we speak. I don't know how I know the city attorney brought up the fact that you guys incorporated development that's already in progress into your traffic study. So the Mackin site that's currently being developed with all the units being put and what have you, that's incorporated into this into their current traffic study, and how it would affect like that. There's a small bridge there next to that nursing home or what have you that they're going to be using that road to cut across too. I don't know what the current status of it of that road may be. So I want to know like how I want to know if it does actually incorporate.
Right. So at the beginning, when we discussed with the applicant, we set a methodology first. In that methodology, we look at the actual site, and then we look at our traffic engineers will look at a certain radius around the site, as well as the size of the development to provide for a justification of amount of impact, right? Smaller site, not necessarily as big of an impact. And when we draw that radius out, we look at what staff does, and we can pull all the approved site plan, their traffic studies out, and we provide them to the applicant to ask them to incorporate those committed trips. Now, what we don't do is if there have been projects in the pipeline that are still in the pipeline you haven't approved, we don't necessarily incorporate them until you approve them. And with reference to the Mackin site, as an example, Aura, as it's called, that has been incorporated in the study.
Okay, so I mean, for me, it really is about the traffic. There's some unanswered questions that I know the county needs to have more definite answer on, and I don't know if if it being this item being tabled so you guys can get those answers as opposed for it to be, denied and you guys going through the whole process over again. But I think that's some of the questions I would like to get answered, at least that coordination between the county and for me to actually support this item moving forward. So those are my initial thoughts, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could get 30 seconds, I didn't mention this. The affordable housing piece. So I know you mentioned some of the brackets of pricing. Is that bracket of pricing for 6 years from now? So what I'm
You said affordable housing, though.
well, workforce or affordable?
Well, I think that's two different things.
No, per the explanation, it was considered potentially affordable. I mean, workforce. Workforce.
Yes, based on numbers the county provides yearly, the most recent data, the studios and one bedrooms are in that workforce housing range.
Would that be a projection for 6 years from now or currently?
It's not a projection, and I don't know if that can be done. We do have an economist, but again, that's asking for the crystal ball, right? Nobody now. Typically, I mean, from last year and the year before, all of the numbers are going up. The AMI goes up, so therefore the attributable amount of rental rates also goes up. So I'm not here to say that in 6 years it will continue that trend, but that's what has happened. But we're going by, and this is all that the data that you can have that is available so that everybody can make these decisions, right? The developer themselves needed to look into this to know where we are at. Florida is the biggest growing market in real estate, and that's part of where you're getting projects that would like to take into account, and you can get the benefit of what you're talking about, because it's not that the market rates fluctuate all the time. So the market seems to be, including with the recent issues with high inflation and wars happening in other parts of the country that make lending and interest rates very high. You know that I think, because we've all been around, is not the way that the system will continue to operate. And so there's a flow of how these work. So we use those more attributable numbers provided every year, which is taking all those extra factors into account. And that's what we have to go by. But I do think that that's, what any developer is looking at to make sure that this is going to work for them, as well as, be a viable project for the people coming to live here, to be able to build the additional phases.
Okay. All right. So if we're all done with round one here, let me just make a couple comments, and then we'll go move to the next thing. So just to clarify on the parking issue, the way it stands is that the parking that you're providing in the project is within the requirements of the code, correct?
Correct.
There's no variance.
We're not asking for a variance.
There's no variance for parking.
To add, or maybe
it is above the minimum required under our code.
So it's above the requirement of the code.
Yeah, it's approximately halfway between the minimum and the maximum. Our code prescribed a minimum amount of space and a maximum amount of space to this district.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify that piece of it. As far as just to get a little clear on this road widening thing, do you know what that road, are they adding more lanes to West Dixie Highway?
Yes, sir. That lane expansion is expected from 163rd, and to go up and across the bridge, it will also include expansion of the bridge width. They will come back to the city at a later time to negotiate what they will have to pay us for a segment of the Snyder Tennis Center, which will give you an indication that they continue all the way up as much as possible.
So there will be traffic relief because we are going to have a wider road. So right now, I believe we've got 2 lanes going each way. And even some not so much, because when you go to make that
1.5
it curves off, it gets to 1 lane and the lane goes the other way.
Right.
So is the expectation that the widening is going to give us 3 lanes each side, or 2.5 and
It will vary depending on the segment. The current plan as drawn up while they go through the PD&E process indicate extra lane in each direction. Now, as it comes into fruition, it really depends on where they're able to acquire that right of way. There are some issues that staff is working on with county in that regard.
Right, okay. All right, so and I guess part of the traffic study takes into consideration the widened road, not the road as it is today, correct?
Yes, and the realigned intersection as well.
Right.
That's where I know that this is all to be improved from both the county's project and our project, and that is what the traffic, both our side and the city side, have been able to review, and that's where that can only be done on paper, but it is, vetted by the professionals, and those extra lanes on West Dixie and the extra lane here on 164th will definitely have improvements.
Okay, all right. So the thing is, as a commission, the things that we need to kind of take into consideration, and I know that you all probably know these things, but just to keep in mind, is that when a developer comes to build a project, it's got to be financially viable for the developer. So, I guess our job is to make sure that it's done responsibly, done in a nice way. But we also know that if we ask them to put up, a few 4-story buildings for us, they're never going to be able to afford to do that. So there is kind of that balancing act that we need to keep in mind as far as, if we demand certain things at a certain level, then they're not going to be able to build it at all, and it's going to stay undeveloped. Of course, on the other side, we don't want to do anything that's overdeveloped. Now, going back to, things I've been experienced, because obviously with many, many years of planning and zoning and all that kind of thing, there's also the whole thing of, and I know it sounds maybe like an oxymoron, but that density is good. And I know that when we were looking at the Hanford Boulevard project, the Hanford Boulevard redevelopment, I'm probably going back a better part of 20 years now, the whole idea of that was to have density so that the businesses down below and the whole idea is fed by the density of people living there, people being there. If you look at, like the whole model of Brickell, Las Olas, and I go on and on and on, is, like go down Las Olas, how many lanes are there each way? And what do the buildings look like continually from end to end, right? So same with Brickell, and yes, there are times when the traffic is atrocious. There's times when the traffic is okay. But that's part of what makes that work, is the fact that it has density, it has people. You need people for a lot of different things. So I just kind of want to throw that out there for everybody to consider in the long range plan of all this, that if we have continued low density projects, then we might not really accomplish what we really need to accomplish, especially if we want to try to keep that Hanford Boulevard type of concept going on, or if we want to make this into a mini Las Olas or a mini Brickell or that type of thing. So I just wanted to share that. Any rebuttal from the presenter at this point? Anything you want to add based on all the comments?
Sure. I think we've touched on.
If you have nothing, it's okay.
Quite a lot. No, I think traffic, again, I know there's an issue here, but we, within our confines of our project and working with the county on their project, of which we're going to align and coordinate with them, that will have a significant impact. Regarding the order of where we are with the air rights, the site plan is the scope of what we are doing, right? Think of it this way, friends of yours are getting married and they're going to have a destination wedding and it's a great place and you'd love to go. You wouldn't buy the airline tickets and book the hotel before you got the invitation. You need to have the invitation before you take the next step. And so that's where the site plan comes into play, to give us the scope of what then, and we've already started the process because it's a process that, is not normally done with your city attorney and the manager, but we all need the guidance of an approved site plan to be able to get that invitation to go to the next step. and that we need to be back before you all, and you will be a part of that, as that is a decision that is step 2 for you.
Okay, yeah, so we're gonna do round 2. If you're ready, we're gonna start on your side now.
So do you hope to use CRA funds? I know you came before us today with an earlier project of $20 million and $20 million ask. Do you foresee there potentially being a collaboration with the CRA or ask from the CRA?
It's not something that they've committed to, so it's an option. I don't know if they'll try to exercise that. So at this point, it's not something that we can tell you that we'll be coming forward with an application or not.
So, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned, cities like Brickell and Las Olas. I mean, I lived here since I was in elementary school. I don't want to see North Miami Beach become Brickell or Las Olas, not because those cities are not attractive, but because I think each city has its own character. And when you look at cities like Coral Gables, Coconut Grove, there's a level of preserving that they have that keeps the identity of the city. So 20 years ago, when they foresaw the district, obviously they don't know that so many people have moved to South Florida and that now we have an issue with traffic and so on and so forth. So 20 years from now, let's say this project does get approved, we'll have a different set of problems, if you will, or opportunities. But I would never want to see North Miami Beach become a little Brickell or a little Las Olas, because we're central, meaning we borderline Aventura, Miami Beach, Miami Gardens, North Miami. All these different cities have their own identity. And so our location allows us to be a pass-through for some reasons, but the majority of residents who live here have lived here for decades and want to preserve that. So I think we're at the intersection of trying to be progressive in nature, but also preserving what we have here in North Miami Beach. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah. Okay. And just one thing before you say that, just bear in mind that they're not inventing the height thing.
Sure.
We had in the past, and planning and zoning, we were involved in as a city. We put certain areas of the city as areas where you can build tall.
Right.
Other areas where you can't do that. So the city, with working with planners and charrettes and all these different things that we've done over the years, that's how all of that came into the master plan effect. Sure. So understand that it's not that the whole city is going to become a concrete jungle. It could be an area that does have the higher density. Obviously, the single family homes never will.
So I agree with that point, but I also will say to that this is real time. I think that's the difference between the plan that was 20 years ago and right now. We're in real time assessing the issues of today. So I want to also put that on the record.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we want to initiate you in your first meeting, so I think this is going to be the first time that Commissioner Chernoff votes to go past midnight, just to initiate you. Anyways, I think, Commissioner's comment about being in real time is so important because, you think about Miami Beach and you think about the Clevelander, right? And what happened with that situation is there's something that's allowed, right? But it takes the commission to say, hey, guys, we need to kind of reel you back a little bit because you're really using all your entitlements. And if we approve this won't work for what Ocean Drive is. And so that's what I'm seeing here with West Dixie, Harriet Tubman Way or Boulevard, because I actually want that area to be a little bit more vibrant. We don't want to go back to last year and a lot of the heck that I took for having that vision, right? So I'm with you on wanting to see that area, be more vibrant. But one of the things I will say about Las Olas is, at least on the main road, the height there, for the most part, is very low, and you really have more shops and walkability and things of that sort. Maybe towards where the business district is, you have more height, but really where the pedestrians are, I think you're looking at more, lower story buildings. more storefronts and things of that sort. So they kind of have a really nice way of making it work so that, when people are out for ice cream and things like that, the traffic is not really affecting them because a lot of what's there that's really high are probably office buildings, and maybe the residential is a little bit further away. Anyways, the whole point that I want to make is tonight is the night if we want to get something out of Matt Amster. Yes. If we want to get something out of him, tonight is the night to do it. Okay? And so, what do we want? If we don't want anything, let's vote it through and call it a day. But if we want something, we need to articulate that very clearly, see if it's legal, and see if we can get it done, whether it's parking. As far as the affordability, I know that's a whole nother conversation, but whether it's parking, whether it's architecture, whatever it may be that we're legally allowed to ask, can we make those asks tonight? Is there a commissioner that's interested in doing that where I can support it? And how do we get there so that we can get to a yes?
Right, okay. Well, I think I'm going to let everybody else speak and then think about what your asks might be. Okay, all right. Anybody else?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, but try to do it.
Use this, and you ask me, is there anything?
We're not doing that tonight.
Okay.
Okay, so, but try to keep it to a few minutes if possible, please.
I'll do
for
my
me.
best.
And you're
I'll
not
do
feeling
my-
well.
But
Your
I
doctor doesn't want you to talk a lot
I
tonight.
speak from, I speak for me and the public, so it takes a little longer. So I want to thank my commissioner that just left the dais because I did have written down here affordable housing. And that's a very important point because now the new law that's been passed is if a certain amount of a building is given to that, then they can be a high rise. So, it's just mind boggling. I'm only in real estate 44 years, but it's mind boggling that you would call it affordable at almost $2,000 a month for
They said workforce, not affordable.
okay,
Two
workforce.
different things.
Well, people that work and sometimes work 2 and 3 jobs, that I don't know. I would like you to contribute to affordable housing besides the workforce, something really people could afford. That's number one. Number two is I understand what Commissioner is saying, but again, if the parking is already there and they're meeting the requirements, how do we, teach me, change it up here now? How do we do that? Teach me how, so that if that's something that means something to him, I can do what's done correctly.
I was speaking to what I heard on the dais. That's what I said. If the ask is legal, if it's something that can be done, that's why we have him here, the attorney and the manager. So if it's not, if we can't do it, then we move on to the next ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he already said it can't be done. Is that correct, Mr. Neng?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Attorney, but if the parking is on a scale between minimum and maximum, the applicant had met the minimum. However,
Can we force them to go to maximum?
there's no way to force them, but you can ask the applicant to reconsider its design. I'll just see what the applicant says. Our code doesn't give us much teeth as long as they meet the minimum. Mr. Attorney?
I just want to say 2 things, and these are important. It's very difficult to change the parking when they've spent 2 years on the architectural design. If they're going to give us more parking, they've got to take away some of the units. And now at this stage, it has to come from you at the beginning. Your department has to control that. There's just so much with a project of this size. When one of my colleagues said that we don't even know if the project's going to be built. You know how many things I voted on where we've changed it and the project never got built? But that's not before us. Before us is a projection that it is going to be built. So we have to base it on that, period. To address something that the mayor said, which I think is important, I've said it many times on the dais. You weren't here, and I hoped you were home listening. But the truth is that a developer pays this much for land, and then he pays this much for his labor and his material, and this much for permitting fees. And then at the end of the project, he's allowed to make a living. That's what he does. The problem that we have is if a developer overpaid for the property, if he paid $26 million and the property was worth $12 million, how do we as a commission compensate for what he paid? Or even if that's the value of the property today, in order to fit an income into that value, in order for him to do it, he's got to build this, because this is what the market bared for the purchase of the property, and so he's got to build this. Again, we as commissioners have to decide, are we going to look the other way and not encourage this kind of development where it is, as my colleague said, responsible development? There's very few places in North Miami Beach that you can place something like this. Biscayne Boulevard, 163rd Street, very few places. So one of the requirements I'm going to have, though, prior to a vote is that we see something that gives back to the public in phase one. And one of the requirements I'm going to have when it comes to traffic is what kind of commitment are you going to have to support more traffic flow being diminished from your building by perhaps a trolley or a bus or whatever. What is the developer? Because your project is so massive that it requires that. And so those are the two commitments I would like for tonight. And I also want to say that I think all this affordable and workhouse projects, this is a thing of today, and rightfully so. And it's our responsibility to make sure these developers that are coming in, that they do right by those two facts of life. I agree that we don't want to be this kind of city or that kind of city. We do not. We want to be our own city, but we can't do it without money.
Right. Well, and when it comes to the affordable housing thing, again, I don't think, we kind of, back in the CRA meeting, we had a little discussion too. If we're going to demand a sort of affordable housing component, which probably won't be in their actual project, it would probably be another project, that demand we sort of need to make up front. Not, like, you can't fairly do that demand on them on this project now, because they needed to know that going in.
Well, that's what I'm saying. All this comes to us at the end, and to change an architectural design 2 years after they've been working on it doesn't even make sense. Right. We have to figure out a way, Mr. Manager, when we have massive projects like this, to have a workshop in the beginning and let the commission, whoever's up here, also put input and hear it from the beginning so that they can give suggestions to that department.
Before I move on, also, one more thing is that
this isn't part of my time.
No, it's not.
No, I'm done. But I just want to make it.
Okay. Again, with these higher density projects, you made a point. The area that they're in makes a huge difference. Now, first of all, back again to the density thing. If you want to see those new restaurants and shops and Las Olas-y looking shops and things like that popping up in our city, the only way people are going to open those businesses is if there's people that are going to come into their shops. That's right. And the way you're going to get people into those shops are the people living in those buildings. That's why Las Olas, you mentioned, there's the east end of Las Olas that is, the older, lower, but who's going there? The people that are living in all the high-rise buildings that are a little bit more to the west on Las Olas, like in you want to call it the financial or whatever, the office building district, but there's plenty of tall buildings over there. I'd say there's as many tall residential buildings as there are commercial buildings. But anyway, that's just one thing to keep in mind, that one thing leads to the other. another thing, this goes back a long time ago. One of the first high-rise projects that we brought into the city was Marina Palms, which had a different name back then, okay? And there was a whole uproar about the whole thing. We were scared. We were scared. We never really had this before. And so, my feeling at that time, being on the Planning and Zoning Board, was, look, it's in a spot where it's kind of out of the way. If things don't go right, it's not going to affect us that bad. Everybody's thinking, oh, Biscayne Boulevard is going to be impassable. You're never going to get out of there. Well, the truth of the matter is that Marina Palms, the impact, at least from me living here for all these years when it's been going on, is really minimal. So at least from what I see. Now, a lot of it has to do with where is it located, but I'm telling you, I see very minimal impact from a project like Marina Palms. So bear in mind that, like if the project is a good project in the right place, the height or size or density of the project is not something that should just be immediately, excluded. But I just want to throw that out there too.
I just want to add to your comment is Marina Palms turned out to be a mistake because they were afraid and so they didn't want to go higher. So they didn't put the parking under the building and give us more green space. They put the parking on Biscayne Boulevard. If we weren't afraid, because it was number one, the parking would have been underneath and we would have had beautiful green space. And I will also tell you the success of Sunny Isles, the success of Aventura is going to bring business to if we put businesses in there, because they're outpricing themselves for restaurants and for little boutiques. I think it will just add to the success in our neighborhood. I hope.
Okay.
Mr.
All right.
Mayor.
Who else on the commission wants to have their second round?
I
Ted?
want to.
You want to? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, first of all, what's so good about Brickell? They fled, they have no parking, and the rent is too high. So why would we want to be just like that?
I'm not saying we want to be like that. I'm just giving an example.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, here we go. First day.
I'm also taking you on a field trip tomorrow during rush hour on 163rd Street, because obviously you've never been there. How many more spots would the maximum be?
Off the top of my head, just a couple hundred. They are, off the top of my head, just a couple hundred.
A couple hundred more.
Right, because the bulk of of what we're looking at is really the residential. The minimum is one, they've gone above that already. With, as Mr. Amster said, 1.7, looking at 2. So 0.3 times the amount of units that we have. So 0.3 times 1,200, it's approximately 360. Right off the top of my head, that would come to mind.
Okay, I mean, we're giving all these variances, they can definitely give us more parking. And Marina Grande was supposed to have restaurants on the bottom. Where are they?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, then you're probably right.
I am. And Lazul can only keep like one business open on the ground floor.
Right, maybe they need more density.
No, nobody shops there.
Well, because there's not enough people going there.
Yes, they have the whole building is full, is occupied. Nobody even shops there. Okay. Anyhow, I almost want to probably get shot for saying this, but maybe we should table it because I think we have too many.
I agree. That's in fact to give them an opportunity to come back. I don't want them to redo. I'm sorry. I don't want to take too much of your time, but because I know we're running behind.
So I make a motion to table.
I'll second it because I want to give you guys the opportunity to come back. There's a lot of questions. I would like some of the questions from the county to be answered, some definite answers, and to see what type of concessions you guys can make in regards to some of the concerns that my other commissioners have.
Project.
But I don't want to vote it down. I just want to give you guys the opportunity to.
I hear you, and Mr. Mayor, just before you vote, if I can, I don't want to interrupt, but I just want to be able to speak before the vote.
Okay, go ahead.
I get all the comments. I know all the issues. This is not cookie cutter. We don't come here and just expect. We put all in the due diligence and work with your staff and do the market research as well to try to figure out a best way to make this work. From the big picture, this is exactly what your comprehensive plan and it wasn't that many years ago that these mixed-use districts were created. And this is what the type of project that has basically been identified and carved out in the comprehensive plan and followed through with zoning regulations that we are following, that we are doing our best, and it's what has been identified as the need, the area in the city to make this happen. As well as at that time, there was extensive research on all the city, but it has nothing to do with developers, to make sure that the basket of rights was properly vetted for all of the concurrency, the traffic, the utilities. Everything was already vetted to make sure, and we are within the basket of rights, we're within the location of the core of this mixed-use district, we're within the height, we're within the parking requirements, we're within the setbacks. Yes, we have a few different asks. Part of that is the irregularity of the property. Part of it too is our creative way of addressing this by realigning the road, which does actually provide multiple ingress, egress, not just from the road. The widening of it is a benefit to everyone, as we mentioned, that will come when we work with the county on their project. I don't know if we can get all the answers of all these other municipalities on everything because we don't have a project. It's a little difficult, but we've been trying to get as many of the answers as possible. Like I said, the county for the widening is in eminent domain. They're going to take our property very soon, so they're going to go forward with that project. They wouldn't have accepted our plan and tried to start coordinating without an approval, how we're going to realign that intersection, but yet they have taken it to heart. Same thing with like the water and sewer issues that are both the city and the county. We are working as best as we can. I don't know how many more answers we're going to be able to get, but we have positive feedback from all those agencies, and I'm not here just to say that. You have your staff that can also vouch for that. But we are doing what is the framework that the city provided, approved in 2015, not that long ago, and there's been a need for this. This is the need that we're trying to help the city accomplish that vision, and to getting down to the more basics. This is a very long, involved process that costs money every day. If there's a way that we can move forward with some approval today, even if we need to come back and vet some future items, that would be really a benefit, that we could work together on some of these future items. But if the building can be approved for, because it's within the basket of rights and all those other concurrency issues for the footprint, the unit count, I think that would be a good way to piecemeal, as it were, but to make us see that there is this I think, positive, in general, for such a development to be located here at this location, and we just got to work on a few things. And so if there is a way that we could work out an approval today with a need to come back to address a few items that are of concern that we probably would be able to address, then I would try to see if there's a way to achieve that.
Okay, so we have a motion out there. Is anybody willing to withdraw, or do you want to move forward?
I want to move forward.
All right.
I want to give him that month. I second it. I want to keep it.
Yeah, no, we've got, you made the motion.
No.
You made the motion, you second it. Okay. You're good? Okay, all right. So,
Mr. Mayor, can we just have the asks then? What are we actually needing to come back, if that's what we're tabled, so that we have direction?
Well,
you want to? Well, I mean, to your point, right?
and I think that's a good point. No, I'm sorry. I mean, I think that's a good point. I'll let you finish what you're saying. But I think that workshop thing, it may end up coming down to something like that, so that we can really think it through, let them know what it is that we need to make this viable, taking everything that we spoke about tonight into consideration, because we can't really have a workshop tonight for 3 more hours.
No, we're having one right now.
Well, we had a mini workshop already.
Well, I guess we can schedule something in the new year, or like relatively quickly in the new year, but just they have our information. We've had a discussion.
Right. The point is that I think that, what the presenter's asking is there anything we're willing to give them today?
I wanted to say something
You know,
real quick.
but I don't know that that's really,
To Commissioner Smith's point, the benefits cannot happen in phase two. They need to happen, some of them need to happen in phase one. And I think one of the residents mentioned that you guys can do more given some of the projects that we currently have on the table, community related.
Yeah, so that, I mean.
well, and that's,
so
what we
I-
got- and that's,
so-
and that's kind of where we have to figure things out because, you know, I'm hearing here that you may be okay with the project, you just need to make sure that the benefits work out better. I'm hearing here that we don't like the project.
My motion to table it includes to workshop it as well.
Yeah, I have no issue. I think that's proper.
So, if I may, we have a motion on the
We have
table.
a motion on the
Okay,
table.
And it needs to
I'm
be
being
voted
very-
on
I'm
before
being-
we go anywhere else.
As amended,
I'm being a little
uh,
ultra gracious, as you can tell.
I understand,
But I think
you
it's
know,
time to vote.
second as
the
amended.
rules are that when a motion's on the
Clerk, could
table,
I
it needs
hear
to be
the
voted
motion?
before anything else is taken up.
Right, it's a motion to table this item.
As amended.
As amended with a workshop.
As amended.
So, all right, so we have the motion, we have the second. All right, now, is this going to be roll call or is this going to be voice?
You could do a voice vote.
Voice vote, okay.
Respectfully, if you're, I've never had a project go to a workshop before, and timing is very difficult.
So within 30 days.
So does that mean there's a workshop and then we come back to the January commission meeting as well?
Yeah.
I just want to, I thank you. I was not clear on what the process would be.
I think that, as I understand the discussion, is that you all, as a commission, would like to hear, not trying to put words in staff's mouth, but you want to hear a little bit more about the underlying regulations, the do's and don'ts, what's the purpose of this district, and does this proposed design, this proposed project meet all of those provisions in your regulations as it relates to this particular mixed-use district?
No, that's not what they have specific asks. They have
And
very
ask,
specific.
and
It's not
ask,
that it
but,
meets
you
the
know,
requirement. It's not
for-
that it's not that it meets the requirement that's currently on the table. That's not the issue. The issue is the ask as a result of the changing culture, right, from 2015 on to now, and the lessons that were learned from 2015 on to now.
I think what I'm hearing is that we all need to, as a commission, we need to be able to kind of freely discuss this and bounce around what the concerns are and try to come up with.
One of the criteria for this mixed-use zoning district is the architectural component. And I've heard from here tonight from several of you that you didn't think that the architectural design was enough to warrant potentially approval of the project. Certainly, that's something that we can discuss with you all. And
Okay, so-
then with
so
the.
I'm sorry, can we just
Yes,
discuss
so
this
just-
some other time?
Yes.
I'm calling
Okay.
the
All right,
question.
we're gonna call the vote.
I wanted to
Voice
add
vote.
something.
Yeah.
I just want, I want to make it clear. We're going to vote this down, we're going to vote to delay this after they missed a whole month, rather than vote to approve it subject to. So they can walk out of this room after a month. We're going to, I just want to be clear on that.
Right. That is exactly what you are.
Yeah,
doing.
yeah.
And so I would recommend, with all due respect to Mr. Amster, I would recommend against the idea of, well, we're going to approve part of this and then come back. That's not how it works. It's not how.
Well, I never had this before, so I wanted,
So,
I want
mean,
clarity.
I wasn't asked that question, but I'm saying it now because of your concern. There's no halfway here. It's
Call the
either you
question,
approve it, you
please.
deny it, or you approve it with.
Let's just call the question.
And remember, you're going to hear it all over again for another 3 hours.
Mayor,
All right,
can
can we
we
just
just
have
have
one
1 second?
Voice vote?
Your last 30 seconds.
So we can make a commitment to putting public art, likely sculptures, along the portion of the first phase, right? That's West Dixie Highway. The whole commercial frontage is part of the first phase. We could do additional public art there to be a benefit for the community. And we can do at least 30 parking lifts in the 8th level. Remember, our 8th level was a variance for the depth of the pool. It has the height to add in more parking spaces, so we can do more lifts in there, and that it would be, addressing significant concerns of some of the commissioners.
Got it. Okay. All right. With that being said, if we're still on the table, nobody wants to withdraw, we're going. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Okay. I'm opposed too. Okay. All right. So we have, you have the count?
5-2.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So just for procedure, there'll be a workshop in early January, and then we come back to the commission in January.
Right before it's the week, it's a standing that we have.
Yeah. Well. Okay. So I guess we're gonna have to kind of work that out.
We'll work it
with the
out,
clerk and
work it out.
everything. But we'll try to work it out as soon as possible, so we have time to make sure that we bring this back next month.
All right, no problem.
All right. And then and the good thing is that if we have a workshop, when you come back, it should be a quick thing because hopefully.
Thank you.
Hopefully.
See.
Was there a deadline for your 30 days? Why were you saying 30 days?
No, I wasn't saying 30 days. I think one of the commissioners mentioned
You did say
30 days. I was saying, are we coming back in January, the next
Yeah,
available
that you
meeting?
said afterwards, but you
The
did
next,
say 30.
I don't know the actual date, so, but I just wanted to make sure that this wasn't becoming anything that's a further delay, that we want to make sure we're moving forward.
No, we understand. We respect where you're coming from on that for sure.
Thank you all very much.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Ready for the next item?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 10.2, resolution number R 2023-120. And, well, first, we need a motion and a second to introduce this item. So that's.
So moved.
Okay. Mr. Flourman, we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Smuckler. Okay, here we go. All right. You good with that, clerk?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and attorney, would you read the title?
Yes, the next item is resolution number R 2023-120, entitled "The Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the special limited conditional use application, site plan, and 7 non-use variances for the construction of 116,200 square foot skilled nursing facility with 147 beds and 59 parking spaces on a 3.22 acre parcel located 1800 Northeast 168th Street, granting a variance to provide a 17-foot 9-inch greenway with a 9-foot 9-inch minimum landscape strip, granting a variance to provide a building frontage of 10% along a secondary street, Northeast 167th Street, granting a variance to provide a building frontage of 25% along a secondary street, Northeast 168th Street, granting to provide a secondary street setback along 167th Street of approximately 54 feet, granting a variance to provide 4.1% fenestration for the ground floor street-facing elevation along Northeast 167th Street, and 3.4 fenestration for the ground floor street-facing elevation along Northeast 168th Street, granting a variance to provide a building frontage of 86% along a primary street, Northeast 19th Avenue, granting a variance to provide only one loading zone, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration, limitation, or approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for effective date.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can we get to Jennings?
Yes, Jennings disclosure forms were received from Commissioner Daniela Jean. So, per Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex-parte communication, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. And let's start with Commissioner Florimon.
On this project, I spoke to the attorney, Javi.
Javi Vasquez.
Vasquez, I'm sorry. I don't know why the last name didn't come to me. Javi Vasquez. And I haven't spoken to anyone else about this. And I can make my decision based on the information I hear tonight.
Perfect. Commissioner Joseph.
Yes, I did receive a call from Mr. Vasquez. I got the voicemail. Sorry, I was unable to return your call because it got really late, but I can make a decision based on the information presented to me this evening. Thank you.
So you spoke to no one, right?
Right.
Left a voicemail. I didn't respond because but I did get communication that he wanted me to support the item.
Right.
Okay, that's fine.
But I can make a decision based on the information presented to me this evening. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Smith?
I spoke to Mr. Vasquez, and I spoke to the city manager, and I can make my decision tonight based on what I hear.
Commissioner Smuggler?
I spoke to Javi Vasquez and to the manager, and I can make a decision based on the facts I hear tonight.
Vice Mayor Chernoff?
Yes, I too spoke to Javier Vasquez, and I can make a decision based on the information provided tonight.
Mayor Piper?
Yeah, I spoke to Attorney Vasquez as well as to the project architect whose name I forgot right now. And I can make a decision based on what I hear tonight.
Perfect. May I continue?
Okay, yep, so now we're going to swear in the speakers.
Okay. If you plan on providing testimony to this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Is everyone standing? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And your answer is?
Yes. I do.
Okay. Just please do me a favor when you're about to give your testimony, because I can't see everyone. Just confirm that you were sworn in. I appreciate it. I did see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so would the presenter come forward and speak?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Javi Vasquez. My law offices are 1450 Brickell Avenue, and I am here tonight on behalf of Citadel Care Centers, together with Mr. Ken Tobin, our architect, and also joining us is Rodrigo Bermudez, who is with the civil engineering team. Mayor, before anything else, I join the community in congratulating you as our new mayor for North Miami Beach. The subject property, I believe you all know it. It's just down the road on 19th Avenue with the combined addresses of 1800 Northeast 168th Street and 1875 Northeast 167th Street for a total of 3.2 acres. The request before you tonight is for a special limited conditional use to allow for site plan approval for a proposed community care facility that will go from 82 existing skilled nursing beds to 147 skilled nursing beds. This is all happening pursuant to section 24-172 and 24-179 of your zoning and land development code. There are a series of waivers and variances that will allow for this much needed redevelopment, and there's also concurrent platting process which will consolidate the site which was previously divided by the Miami Avenue roadway vacated as per a 2015 resolution. It's been a long night for you. I'm going to introduce Mr. Ken Tobin to give you the summary of our presentation and walk you through it, and we will respectfully close after that. This application comes to you with a recommendation of approval from your Planning and Zoning Board. So without further ado, Mr. Ken Tobin.
Thank you, Javi. My name's Ken Tobin. I'm an architect with Architectural Concepts out of Largo. So it's been a long day myself as well. I'm going to be very brief. You guys have had a long evening, so I'm going to be very, very brief, top level. But that won't preclude me from answering any and all of your questions. So we're looking at a project, as Javi said. Our client is looking at relocating 82 beds in their existing facility and creating a new facility, moving 40 beds from another facility, and then having the state, ACA, allows them a 25% increase. So we are coming to you with a 147-bed, 4-story, 116,000 square foot facility located on in the middle block, or the whole block, between 19th Avenue, 18th Avenue, 167th Street, and 168th Street. The whole project is in terms of consolidating all the parcels. There's 3 parcels. Miami Drive bifurcates this into 2 triangles. And the whole purpose is to revitalize this whole corner, actually the whole block. So yeah, it's an entire city block. So we are revitalizing our side of all 4 streets. And I'm glad we had the tree program and the discussion on the street trees and the street lighting, because that's all part of this. Is we're not just doing our building and our site, we're taking care of all 4 streets and bringing them into compliance with your land development code. That includes parking, that includes streetscape landscaping, that includes lighting, that includes the minimum sidewalk, that includes green space and pedestrian benches. So we are doing all of that within this development, not just our building, but the entire block is revitalizing that. What you see up here is the site plan. I'm only going to spend a minute on it. The orange is the new 4-story building. It is fronting, it's got multiple fronts. It fronts 19th, 167th, and 168th, but the entrance is in the center of the parcel right now. So the existing building, just to help with some questions, the existing building, the 82 units in the building, in that 82 patient beds that are in the building are going to be relocated to the new facility once it's complete. The plan is, and we've worked out with the city, or with the city and with the city staff, is to vacate that existing structure. We're going to vacate, move the residents, and we've got it in writing, and I was waiting for Mr. Florimond to be here, but we have it in writing, and we've committed to making a decision on what to do with that existing building within 18 months of certificate occupancy of the new building. That gives us time to get the new existing residents out of that building, get all the staff, get everything moved over, and we'll leave the existing building vacant and have 18 months to decide whether to repurpose it, tear down parts of it, or to demolish all of it and do something completely different. So we've committed to that. So the building, the parking that's on site, which meets the minimum of 59 spaces, is for the new facility. And there is a phasing plan that supports the existing while it's under construction. We're also providing 34 public spaces on 167th, 168th, and 18th that don't exist now. So those are new public spaces for the city. So we're not counting those in our count. So like I said, going through real quick, first floor is all services. What you see here in blue are all administrative and operations. We have located all of the key activity centers along 19th to help generate that. We've got a beauty salon there, a doctor's office. We've got some conference rooms. And then what you see in pink are back of house. That is the laundry facilities and the kitchen facilities and mechanical rooms. The other 3 floors are all basically the same. We have the 2 wings on the east and the west, which are residential rooms, and then the core serves as dining rooms, therapy rooms, other sorts of activity rooms. So we've centralized those in the nursing station as well, so that we minimize the travel distances of the patients to those services. So I won't bother you, but all 3 are the same. And then the roof itself is a hipped roof with all of the mechanical system in mechanical wells. We design all of our buildings with mechanical wells, and is required by ACA. We have to have the parapet or the top of that roof higher than all of our mechanical equipment, so you can't see the mechanical equipment, as well as it's protected for hurricane reasons. So I'm going to get to the meat of this. This is the current view from 187th or 167th and 18th And what you see Miami Drive as it's currently at, and you see the two triangular pieces. This is the before, and this is what we're proposing. So you can see the street trees, you can see the new parking, you can see the road alignment being fixed on 167th. You can see, not in this one, but the road alignment fixed on one. This is 19th and 168th, looking back at the existing building. And this is what we will have when we are complete with the project. And just to leave you with the last note, this is the view on 19th Avenue. So this is what we will see hopefully by the end of 25. So I'll leave it there. Oh, I did mention the commitment. And it's been coming up before, sorry. We have prepared, we're not in the planning stage. I've signed and sealed these drawings ready for permit, and you can ask the staff that we've tried to, or our contractors tried to submit this project for permitting twice, and we have to wait till this meeting. So we're ready to go. We're ready to get, the shovel in the ground, ready to move. We have a T-plat already approved through the council as well as through Miami-Dade. It hasn't been recorded yet, but it has already been taken care of. That vacates all the property and consolidates this property. And we are now in the process of finalizing the plat as we speak. So we're moving and we're committed, and our client's very committed to this project.
Thank you, Ken. And two more points, and I'll close. One is it relates to our waivers and the variances. They're due to the configuration of the site, the existing building, the conditions of the existing right-of-ways, and actually limitations presented in this area of the city, specifically 19th Avenue. And these existing conditions create situations where compliance is practically unachievable, and therefore requires relief while following the intent of your land development code. And then last but not least, the applicant has agreed to proffer a good faith payment to show goodwill to the city of North Miami Beach in the amount of $25,000 to assist in equal parts with the Art in Public Places program and programming for the library system. So with that, we will respectfully request your approval of this application as per your Planning and Zoning Board's recommendation, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Oh, you need this?
That would be very helpful. All right. Mayor, council members, for the record, Edward Quasi, Edward Ning, Interim Community Development Director, regarding case file number 23-02, Citadel Care Center, folio number 07220900062920 and 07220900062900. What you have before you here today is actually something a little bit different that we don't normally get before the commission. It's what we call a special limited conditional use that's under section 24-177 of our code. And it is provided in cases where we actually don't have the use enumerated within that particular district. Why it's dealt with a little bit differently. That's why when they try to expand that existing use, they had to come back to you before commission. So you're not only looking at just the site plan, but you also have to motion to approve the special limited conditional use as an expansion of the current use on the site as well. That is a technicality, but it is, but it would keep us in legal ground if you so choose to, upon hearing the evidence, to approve this use. This area and location, note that the right-of-way had already been vacated through prior platting effort, so that it is a contiguous site, and that the applicant showed you that is proposed, what was proposed. Now, do note that in review from staff, there were a number of deficiencies with the existing site that is still in existence, but the applicant had agreed to rectify them. Specifically, we had a handicap space pulling into a driveway. So there was a conflict there from an engineering standpoint that, from a civil standpoint, we didn't want that conflict. We worked it out with the applicant, so they agreed to reconfigure part of the site. Again, we reviewed the various items for versus variance review standards. That the applicant noted there is a need based on the configuring the site, the need to develop something new before you demolish the old, given the continuity of service for those folks who are currently in occupying the skilled nursing facility. Now, the conditional use, you are going to be looking at whether to approve a skilled nursing facility. From a parking summary standpoint, then, we are required under that typology to use 1 space per 3 beds and then 1 half space per staff. There are 20 staff and there are 147 beds. That means that it's a total of 49 spaces for the beds and 10 spaces for the staff, for a total of 59 spaces. The applicant is providing 59 spaces on site, and as you see around the perimeter of the site, let me just go back real briefly. There will be parking, as you see around there. There are 34 spaces. Within the new skilled nursing facility, that has to be developed a very certain way because of how state law regulates assisted living facilities and skilled nursing facilities. That's one of the primary checks that staff had to encounter and check in early on in the process to make sure that we were consistent with state statutes. The applicant mentioned it, but there are no beds on the first floor of the new building. The building bed, the spread is from the second floor to the fourth floor, with private beds at 19 units with 19 beds, and the semi-private ones with 15 units per floor at 30 beds total. So 2 beds per semi-private room, 1 bed for the private room each. That's how they derived their 147 beds at 101 units. With that information, the optional motion for the commission are to move to continue direction, move approval, move for approval, or move for denial. Yes, ma'am.
We're going to vote on that. Could you please go down A through F and tell us what it's in reference to?
Very well. The special limited conditional use, specifically what that says is that due to special unique circumstances, if a use is not enumerated in a specific zone within the code, the commission does have the option of allow that on a special limited basis. You can attach conditions as required to that special conditional use, just like any other conditional use. The rest of the items noticed involve B is noticing before the newspaper within 500 feet, which was conducted. Any variants applied for are subject to the same rules as the regular applications as C. A D, it provides that if you provide for any conditions of approval as part of the conditional use approval, the applicant has to agree to all conditions, restrictions, or limitations imposed by the City Commission. E is that they still must meet all the landscaping, signage, site development, and other appropriate standards of zoning district that it's located in. And the last condition there is if the granting of a special limited conditional use shall not be considered or utilized as a rezoning of the subject property. You're welcome.
Okay. All right. Yeah, next, we need to call on the clerk to open the public hearing.
Anyone, Mr. Zapin?
Thank you. David Zapin, founder of 30K for Back Pay. I'm hoping that this facility will either help directly or free up facilities elsewhere with the mentally ill, both with our aging population here, not to mention those that the COVID crisis did no favors to through burnout or long COVID symptoms. I'm hoping it will provide local work, not just adding to traffic as workers have to be brought in. And I'm glad there's no patients on the first floor, which means less risk of them being harmed by flooding. These are all wonderful things. My larger question, will this help the students, the interns, maybe not from our local high schools, but at least from the local colleges and universities, FIU, Miami-Dade College, their private counterparts? I just want to see the larger social benefit, not just one more building, no matter how well built. Again, I'm sure the architecture is fine. I'm glad it's hurricane-proof or resistant. I just want to make sure that that it's a real social value. After all, early age dementia can kick in at 45, and I hope there will be a economy of scale so that Medicaid, Medicare, veterans benefits will help. Also, our transient population has, there's certainly a correlation with mental illness. So again, this may not help them directly, but I hope it will create an opportunity elsewhere, maybe by the Homeless Trust, to help these unfortunates, especially as we hit extreme, if dry, weather as we approach the new year. Thank you. Happy New Year. Blessed be.
Thank you.
Mubarak Kazan.
I'm already sleepy, and it's not even 12 as yet. Mubarak Kazan. I do not know who print these agendas. I know, but the name Harriet Tubman is missing from, I see you mentioning West Dixie, that's all well and good, but that street was renamed Harriet Tubman as well. So you need to mention it. I do not know if you're afraid or what. Call the street by its right name. And I would be remiss if I don't mention this. Today is my proclamation day for rock art keeping. And I do believe, if I could get the attention of everyone, I do believe that these two sites, this one here now and the one before, came before you. Not all of you, but most of you. When Lorenzo's had owned it, he brought it forward. Nothing was done. So when Mr. Amster is saying, oh, this 30 days and all of these things, we were waiting 6 years for a project to come there. Nothing was done. The other thing that we're talking about today, as well, this one here, it came before. Nothing was done. Just an old rag put around the fence, and that was it. Now, I remembered the last time the former mayor, Mr. De Filippo, sat there. It was April of this year. And we all gung-ho that we were going to do the parking. And suddenly, we heard 4 buildings got grandfathered in. And the 4 buildings grew to 12 buildings, grew to 18 buildings. And when you, Mr. Mayor, asked the question tonight, if they're fitting the requirements of the parking, they were not forthcoming in the truth that a lot of these buildings should have been following the pattern of what they were proposing, but they claim that, oh, it's grandfathered in. And 6-8 months after, we can't get any parking done. No parking workshop, nothing. So it's kind of disingenuous of them pretending that these buildings fit into the footprint of what we intended to do, but it's not. And those parking spots were when single-family homes were prevalent in this community. And that is how come they're getting away with murder,
15.
as I would say. So, you know, the project looks okay to me. Thank you very much, but I would have been remiss if I did not mention that to you. Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, thank you.
Any other speakers? Mr. Mayor? No other speakers.
Okay, thank you. So the public hearing is now closed. All right, so you want to start? Go ahead.
The time.
It's
What's your timeline for ACA approving the site plan?
We've already gone through stage 3 approval, so we're fully approved by ACA.
Okay. And the timeline for approval, I mean, the timeline for actual shovel on the ground, there's a reason why I'm asking for you guys, like, what's your proposal or where your thought process is?
If I can get through tonight, we plan to submit for permit tomorrow, and I've scheduled in the timeline in my report to ACA for their CON extension starting May 24.
Okay.
Shovels in the ground, committed.
The reason why I ask is that for a while back, this speaks to a colleague of mine's project from way back. We used to have a farmer's market, right, a while back. And the reason, and I was asking how long you guys have time, like before you hit shovel on the ground, because it's an empty lot, and I know that there's a farmer's market off of 183rd sometimes, and just in the meantime, depending on, like, would you guys be open to allowing that site to be utilized for like city events or any type of like special projects for prior to you guys having shovels in the ground?
Well, we're only a few months away now.
Oh, I was just wondering. That's all. Okay, that's all.
Yeah.
That's all I want to know.
You can have a one-day event.
Yeah.
No. But the reason why
Now to Christmas.
No.
Please feel free.
Look, the faster the better, because it's been there for a long time. It's been blighted. I like the fact that it's you know, a nursing home is a pretty stable asset, you know, and I think it's gonna really be impactful to our community as a whole, and it will fit in the synergy of the community. I know one thing that's gonna, you know, if you have, what I've noticed that when you have these type of facilities, it'll be nice to have like certain hotels nearby when you go come visit mom or dad at these. We haven't gotten there yet, because I guess the closest hotel we have is either in Sunny Isles or over on by the Golden Glades or whatever. That's not a hotel. Well, I'm just whatever it is, it's a funny place. I don't go there, but it's a funny place. But I think it's a good project. I just wish we would have had a discussion, at least from a city standpoint, because it's been an empty lot, and I wish we could have used it for staging a long time ago. Yeah, you know, but because it's flat and everything else. But I was wondering, like, if you guys have, if just to put it out there. I mean, I think you guys for the community benefits portion of it, giving to our libraries, I want to have it, even though the impact really is just going to be like the you know, a senior living in that sense, and it really it's not going to be like for families in that sense. I get that, but I just, like I said, I just wish that we could have I wish we could have used it, that's all.
We would have been happy to, but at the same time that there's this counter-prevailing feeling to get this thing going.
Oh, no, I say the quicker the better. I know you have the lot behind it that it's going to get vacant. I don't know what your plans are for it. You say you're going to have like at least...
And neither do we. That's why the 18-month provision. That's the condition that we will hope that is incorporated, because it's a condition that requires the existing building for us to either have an alternative plan in place or demolish it.
And would you guys be interested in partnering up with the city and utilizing that space for a particular time being? Because since you guys don't know what you're going to use it for?
I could certainly bring that up with the client.
I think they have a little window to decide.
No, they do, but they're going to keep it there.
We're happy to talk to you about it.
Because what it is this: when for them to get the bonus, right? When you transfer over the beds over
40 beds.
the 40 beds, and you get
No, the 82.
82. The reason that they're given that the facility has to. That's why the 18 months are important. It's a.
I think you know this business.
Yeah, something like that.
It's 18 months after CO before
Yes.
they have to make a
So
decision.
in regards to that time is going to be there.
Right.
So between that point, is would you guys, as you pointed out, if you guys are interested in for us to utilize that space, or come have some type of partnership agreement, because I know there's a lot of things that we could, depending on what projects we have later on or what have you, so we have an option, just a right to say if we need the space, we can utilize it for a time. They're open to doing it.
I think that the thing would be that if you see the opportunity, if you come up with an opportunity and you take it to the manager,
Right.
then he can kind of do a feasibility.
If they're open to it, I just want to
Absolutely. We'll
have that discussion. I think
I'd be happy to bring it up with the owner and operator and the client.
And if,
Yeah.
like you said, like you guys don't know if you're going to demolish, you don't know if you're going to do anything besides it. But if a partnership can be garnered from the city and you guys for a long-term type of benefit, I mean, why not discuss it? Because the benefit, you guys are moving the benefit over anyways, and the property,
And it's going to be vacant.
it's going to be vacant.
Yeah, for at least 18, no more than 18 months. But the other thing is we would have to work with the city because we've got since there's no plan to use it right now, there's no parking for it.
Right.
For any use. So that's.
At least they're open to the opportunity.
But we're open to the idea,
So
yes.
I think that's a good start.
So I'm glad that you guys are open to it and that you guys would have further discussions depending on what the city may need moving forward. Like I said, if just for staging later on or whatever, it's going to be an empty building. Why not use it?
There's a couple of events that I can think of.
Okay.
Great. All right, Mr. Trump.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate your coming forward. I love what you've done with the property. You're going to do the whole block. I think that's a great idea. Looking forward to you building it. You seem like you're ready, willing to go. I think it's wonderful. Move forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, I would like to direct you to speak with our zoning director and let him know that I would like the zoning department to come up with recommendations, not to give me, you can vote yes or you can vote no, No, let me
not helpful.
Okay. The reason for that is our zoning director knows what our master plan is, knows what all the things are, and we need to know from him if we're meeting all those and he recommends it or she recommends it.
Commissioner, we'll be glad to be able to do that, but I guess I would ask for clarity because the commission previously had asked not to mention whether projects are good, bad, or any kind of opinion on a project, and just say whether it can be voted up or down. So we'll be glad to go back to the recommendation, but again, we're following the direction not to say whether projects were good or bad. I believe any item that comes before you, if it does not meet zoning code, it would require a variance, and that's already outlined. All of the projects that come before you during this application first go through planning and zoning, which also approve. Everything before you does meet our code, unless it needs a variance, and that is listed out within that application as well. We are not, to my knowledge, the city has never brought forward an application that does not meet whatever requirements would be within the code to move the project forward.
Yeah, I've seen, on all those years of planning and zoning, once or twice maybe over there, I did see a couple projects, one or two projects that came with an unfavorable recommendation from the city, and they wanted to go for it anyway. So, but typically it doesn't happen that way.
Mayor, if I could, and to the
But
Vice
that's not
Mayor.
really part of this deal anyway, so.
Real quickly, as a person that appears before all the cities in Miami-Dade County, I think there's a healthy component, not only to see a project go through the TRAD process review, but then by the time it comes up to you, for it to have not only a recommendation from your planning and zoning board, but from your professional staff. And like that, you have a whole mix of things to look at. And I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, no, that's what we historically did. It recently changed. I personally like the idea too, because theoretically, we as commissioners are not the professionals in that field. You know, we have our own professions. But anyway, let's not kind of get lost in the weeds here. Let's just keep moving. All right, you're up, Mr. Smuckler.
Thank you. So, good news for you. The City of North Miami Beach recently, through the ARP funds, gave money for some students to go to nursing school, and those students just graduated. So now you have some staff members to choose, and they're all North Miami Beach residents.
Exactly. The CNA program we're aware of. I've already spoken with the administrator, Rachel Schuster. She has been in contact, or I've seen some email contact back and forth of when that graduation was. So her and her hiring staff, her HR staff, are very interested in getting involved with that program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Smith, I'm sure you're brief.
I am. I make sure I cover most of what I have thoughts about. Thank you. First, I want to, Mr. Vasquez, if you apologize to your client that you had to wait a month. I find it very offensive to me, so I'm sure it's offensive to them. I have only two issues, is the zoning usage for the area that is going to be 18 months of a decision. What is the zoning for that now, currently? If we make a special usage tonight, does that include that area?
Commissioner, I'm not sure if I understand your question correctly, so I'm going to try to answer, and then if you could direct me with additional follow-up.
You understand me perfectly.
Right, so the district in question is MUTC, which is the mixed-use town center. It's at the very edge of it, actually. Once you go past that, it's actually a different district. So it's right on the border. So that means that from the standpoint of density and height, we would call that part the edge sub-district. As you may be aware, within the mixed-use district, we have different sub-districts within the district that limit how high a building can go, and it subjects certain uses to different conditions. What might be permitted in the core isn't necessarily permitted in the edge. Sometimes, as you recall from other items that you've reviewed, you may see, it's permitted in the core part of the district, but in the edge part of the district, it's conditional or not permitted. I hope that tried to answer your question.
So it does, but once we vote to make this a special thing, does that include that property too?
The special,
or they would have to go.
It's already approved for that use. I just want to make sure you're clear about
No,
that. That was
what he
the
just
portion
said,
that's there.
But I don't want it to go something beyond that because we changed it to special use.
No.
That's my question.
My understanding, ma'am, if I may, sorry, is the current nursing home has already been designated as a special use for the nursing home. When we add that other triangle piece, that's what we're talking about doing, is consolidating that whole property. So therefore, that triangle piece, which is not a conditional use, is now you're bringing that into the whole property.
And we're not going to change what that nursing home is.
No.
Okay, so, it's funny how it comes full circle. I'm old enough and been on here long enough when the nursing home was livid that road was divided and was losing their entry into the nursing home. They got half of it for free, I might add, and now they have the whole project, which is very exciting, this whole thing. But in retrospect, I wish my planning and zoning, when a developer's kind enough to have a project of these massive sizes, and they want to donate $100,000 when they're building 1,217 units, it just seems minuscule what they can give back to the community. It does. So in reference to this project that has the right to own all this gratis from what this council has already given, I just find that kind of community give back is minuscule.
I'm not saying what you should do. I'm just saying in my seat, it just seems, not that I'm not grateful for every single thing, but it just seems in this particular case, this whole project is coming about from the gift that was given. So that's a comment I'd like to make. And as you're going through the process, if you see in your background that there's anything else that you feel will be comfortable, especially art. They're on 19th Avenue. So I definitely want to see something. The facade is lovely, but it's, you know, a beautiful new building. I'd like to see something that we have had plans in the city where we've had architects contests from colleges, universities, to design something special for that bridge before you get to the project. If we're going to try to do that on 19th Avenue and we have a new building in front of us, it's a place to start. A place to start with giving back something of beautification or something more to the community. That's what I'd like to add. Of course, I'm very much in favor of the project.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Flourmont.
Thank you. Are you guys doing any improvements to that 19th Avenue, on the west side of 19th Avenue?
Yes, actually, we are, and
Well,
that's,
let me be clear. I'm sorry. Not only the sidewalks, because I see palms, I see foliage, and all of that. I'm talking about the actual road. Is there anything that you guys are doing there?
not 19th, except for the median. We're extending the median to the intersection so that it is, right now it stops short and you've got that turnabout onto Miami Drive that's been abandoned. So we're consolidating all of that. We are extending the median to the intersection. But
Only
then,
improvements are on their site. It's only on your site that you're.
correct. Well, on 19th Avenue, the existing curb and gut, we'll clean up the existing curb and gutter because there's a lot of curb cuts in there.
Right.
We're cleaning all of that up, so it's one clean curb cut. Then we're following with, and one of the exceptions is the green space, is because of the limitations of the right-of-way and the limitations or the extensiveness of the median, that we need the green space shortened up by about 9 feet. So instead of the 18 feet requirement, it's between 9 and 10 feet that we're allowing. But we're putting in park benches, landscaping, walkways, 6-foot walkways, everything in accordance with the street section.
Didn't it show parking on 19th right in front?
Okay. But okay, you just said you're expanding the median.
I don't have a pointer, to the north.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Right
Okay,
now,
yes, okay.
It stops short.
Yes, okay, gotcha. That's true, okay. Alrighty. Well, I mean, look, I'm just looking forward to some of the landscaping in that area. I know Commissioner Smith remembers way further than I do as far as the history of this project, but I remember when there was supposed to be a hotel there, right? I think at some point there was some discussion about there being a hotel. Last time I was on the commission, this was a topic
No,
of
the
conversation.
hotel was on 163rd.
The 163rd?
No, this was supposed to be a bit.
No, at one point, many years ago, there was a discussion of a hotel on that property, but.
No,
that
it
kinda
was
went
a
away.
5-story French glass building that was beautiful on all kinds of angles.
Right.
Beautiful.
Yeah, no, there was a hotel at one point, but anyway, that's irrelevant at the moment. So let's stay on topic, and it's getting late, and we got a lot of things to do.
Okay.
So.
Okay, well, I'm used to going so late in these meetings, now this new 12 o'clock thing, I kind of roam around after that, not knowing what to do, right? It's a joke. Anyways, yeah, aside from that, I'm looking forward to the greenery and the improved, aesthetics. This is pretty, cut and dry to me. I understand the contribution of the 25,000 because I didn't know that historical value. I was actually thinking that the 25,000 compared to other projects was substantial. Now that I hear some historical value, if you guys, have it within your, will to do something more, that would be greatly appreciated. But I'm ready to support this project. Thank you.
Great, Commissioner John.
Thank you. The capacity of the building, when you merge the two, is there going to be room for new residents to come in?
I'm not quite sure I
So you said you had
understand.
an 80-bed and a 40-bed coming together, right?
The new facility is a 147-bed facility, so we're taking 82 that are in the existing.
Right.
They've got 40 in another facility that they're moving to this facility. And then because of the improvements that they're making, ACA is giving them a 25% increase in the number of beds that they're allowed to have. That gets us to the magical 147 number.
Okay, so you'll basically have about like 22 additional beds open for new people to.
Yes.
Okay, that was my question.
Yes.
And as it relates to, is it more of a nursing home or assisted living?
It's a nursing home. We no longer call them nursing homes, they're skilled nursing facilities.
Skilled nursing facility.
Correct.
The perimeter is surrounded by a gate, and oftentimes that gate is a little, falls apart. So can there be more upkeep to that gate that's surrounding the perimeter of the project, especially during the construction period?
Well, right now I'm looking at,
Not the gate, but the fabric that you guys have around it.
oh, there'll be a whole new construction fencing when when a contractor goes in there, there'll be a whole new, that's not even high enough for what they need to do. So they will be protecting with a new screen and a new.
It'll be going away very soon.
Right, because the screen, sometimes it falls, it doesn't look so great, so I don't know if they can put more attention to that. The other ask that I had was in reference to piggybacking off of what Commissioner Smith mentioned. Is there any way that you can incorporate some kind of structure or art piece or something of that nature to the front of the project, especially on 19th Avenue? I think right across is like the cannon that we have that's on in that medium, something more to just add to the appeal.
Right now, 19th Avenue, 19th Avenue is very tight because of we have a 0 to 20-foot setback, so we brought the building as far as we could. We're between 0 and 6 feet. There's very limited space. However, the green space, if we could work with the city, there is green space there in the right-of-way that we might be able to do something more than just we've got benches there right now. We might be able to do something a little more substantial there. Absolutely. We could work with the city on that.
So we want to add that to the condition of the approval, but also my ask is, I think we had a conversation a little bit about that.
Yeah.
Attorney, and thank you for considering the nursing program as well. I know we had a conversation about that. I'm a big advocate for youth sports within the city. So I would also ask if you're willing to do anything as it relates to our youth. I'll just leave that there.
We will, I'll bring it up with the client. Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
We could do something very artistic with benches. We could. Just saying.
Possible. All right, well, at least they're open to that discussion, so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we add that to the approval? I don't know, Mr. Attorney, how we word the.
I think that we can certainly work with staff to incorporate the condition regarding the additional landscaping into the resolution.
Right. As long as they're voluntarily proffered by the applicant.
Yes. So I've heard the applicant say that they're willing to provide additional landscaping on where the benches are.
No, we were talking about artwork.
Okay.
Artwork.
So,
Or some sort of.
yeah.
Yeah, we haven't talked about additional landscaping. We were talking about possibly
Okay. Then
incorporating
I'm-
some type of artwork along 19th
Right.
Avenue.
He was trying to put it in words.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No,
Jones,
it's a
because
merger
I'd
of
heard
both.
I
It's the
thought I'd heard the
benches,
landscaping.
but he also mentioned the landscaping. So if there's a merge of those two things.
So could we say it's with the incorporation of an art component on the 19th?
Along the
Avenue?
landscaping of 19th Avenue.
I was talking about the landscaping area, the green space between the sidewalk and the curb on 19th.
Right.
So, yes.
Okay. So then we'll make that.
Hard to
condition.
define the
we'll,
exact.
we'll take that as a proffer by the applicant to work with us to provide a component in that location.
Do we need a round two on this, or are we good? Someone ready to make a motion?
Go ahead. I'll make a motion to approve
Second.
R 2023-120 as amended with the
With the additional
with the
condition.
additional conditions.
Right.
With the proffer.
I'm sorry, including the art component and the, oh, I'm sorry, the empty space, for a potential use. That, I think that, I would suggest that that you just give that direction to the manager to work with the applicant
We've
as
gone on
opposed
record
to
saying that we were.
putting in this in the resolution.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so we got the motion for Commissioner Chernoff, second for Commissioner Smith, and we need a roll call on this one.
Correct. Commissioner Florimon.
Dale, yes.
Wow.
Dale. Commissioner Jean.
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler.
Claro que sí.
Wow.
I just had to after you. Yeah.
That a yes?
We'll take that as a yes.
Dali. Vice Mayor Chernoff.
Yes.
Mayor Evan Piper.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Congratulations, guys. Thank you. Okay. All right. All right. So I guess we'll jump now into 10.3, resolution number R 2023-121. We're going to need a motion and a
Motion to introduce.
Commissioner Chernoff on the introduce. You need a second. Second on the introduce.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Florimond. All right, so let's get a intro from the attorney.
This item is 10.3, resolution number R 2023-121, entitled "The Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, granting conditional use approval in accordance with Section 24-175 of the North Miami Beach Zoning and Land Development Code for the operation of a 1,100 square foot package liquor store located at 73 Northwest 167th Street, North Miami Beach, Florida, within the MUIB Mixed Use International Boulevard Zoning District, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitations of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, so we need to, Madam Clerk, we need to do Jennings.
Okay. Jennings' disclosure form was received from Commissioner Daniela Jean. Commissioner Florimond. One second, let me read it. Per Resolution R 95-24, the subject matter of any ex-party communication, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the City of North Miami Beach prior to final action. Commissioner Florimond.
I have not spoken to anyone in reference to this item, and I can make my decision based on the information that I hear this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Joseph.
I have not spoken to anyone about this item, and I can make a decision based on the evidence presented to me this evening.
Commissioner Smith.
I believe I only spoke to the manager, and yes, I can make my decision based on what I hear tonight.
Commissioner Smuckler.
I spoke to the manager and to the attorney, and I can make my decision based on the facts that I hear today, and I think your microphone's not working well, Idris.
I received the call. It is on. Maybe IT can chime in.
Yeah.
Maybe you should. They're working on it.
Okay.
Okay. But it is on.
I know it is.
Okay. Vice Mayor Chernoff.
I have not spoken with anybody.
And are you able to make your decision?
I don't have to say that if I didn't.
That's correct.
Oh, thank you. I stand corrected. Mayor Evan Piper, and thank
I
you.
did not speak to anybody on this project.
I apologize.
Just. Oh, did you disclose it? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
So
I
if
didn't-
if you didn't speak to anyone, you don't have to.
there's nothing to disclose.
No, but
And you
Yeah,
and,
but
you're,
he
and,
said-
and you only are going to be basing
you
your
can only
decision
make
on
the
what you hear,
decision based
hear
on what
tonight.
because you don't know anything else.
Point made.
Yeah.
It's-
Anyway, I spoke
it's
to nobody.
Superfluous.
Okay, so we're good.
Okay.
I'm
No,
sorry.
you have to say that. You have to disclose that.
You just
Yes.
don't have to say
Answer the
that.
You don't have to
question.
say the other part of it, that I'll make a decision based on what I hear tonight.
Because that's all
You have
you're
no
hearing.
choice but to.
Because you didn't speak to anyone, so your only choice is
Let's
to-
keep moving, guys.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. All right, let's swear in the speakers.
Please stand if you plan on making testimony. Okay. Bless you. Okay, you're stealing my thunder. If you plan on giving testimony on this item, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And your answer is? Thank you.
All right, so will the presenter come forward and speak on the item?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Willis Andrews. I'm a developer and the representative for B-Side Liquors and Beverages. I want to thank the City of North Miami Beach, the mayor, the vice mayor, the commission, and all of the city staff for this great opportunity. And before I get into my presentation, I just sort of wanted just to make a couple of facts about the liquor store. One of the first facts is that, the liquor store is not necessarily a permitted use. So therefore, we have to go through this process under the conditional use according to North Miami Beach ordinances to get the proper approval from this body. My second fact is that the safety of the public is our number one concern. Therefore, we have put in place several measures to ensure that the safety, the health, and the well-being of the public is highly considered. My third fact is that the business intends to hire local residents to help with its operations. The next is the liquor store doesn't require at this particular moment any major modifications that will be a nuisance to the public. The business is actually, ready to go. We just pretty much moved in some furniture, and that'll be in the presentation. My fifth fact is that the store intends to strictly comply with all local, state, and federal regulations. The business has been leased since September of last year, so we've been waiting quite a while for this moment. So we hope that we can gather your attention and your approval tonight. Number 7 is that the business has obtained the necessary state licenses and permits to operate. And the only thing that's outstanding right now is a local business tax receipt and, of course, the county business tax receipt. And finally, the entity is governed by the Department of Alcohol, Beverages, and Tobacco and regulated by the Food and Drug Administration. What you're looking at here is okay, here we go. It's the inside of the store as it exists now. When my clients leased the space last September, really everything was sort of put together. So, it was just really moving in furniture. We was hoping to get the approval process kind of going a little quicker. There were some delays on our part with the submittal, but right now this is as it stands, ready to go. This is just a 3-dimensional, so you can kind of see how, the layout will be once the store opens. Of course, I just like you all to keep in mind, we're not competing against any of the previous people that was here. This is just a retail business that's just ready to open, and we're excited about bringing a really good product to this local community. This is the exterior of the building. It doesn't need any major changes. Actually, we have a few changes that we are going to be making for us to the electrical, the lighting. It was good that the mayor and the commissioner was talking about, outdoor lighting. When I build these retail shops and everything, one of the most important things that adds to safety is lighting. When you have women and other people or kids that's a little bit more vulnerable, the lighting really helps project and helps bring out
the place, not only that, it adds to the safety of the place. So we going to explain that here shortly. We conducted a radius survey to ensure that the liquor store would not interfere or be near or within 500 feet or any school or churches, which is required by your ordinances and state statute. This is a general outline or site plan of the place. If you can see that the liquor store is in the corner of this particular lot. I don't know if y'all know, but it's near the Dunkin' Donuts and not far from the hospital. So they in the corner. It's more commercial spaces around. I don't think I've seen any residential locations around there. For some reason, the photometric plan is not showing, but on the left is that, I'm really big on crime prevention, and so are the owners of the store. So we proposing to install 16 high resolution 8 megapixel cameras and work very closely with the local police department, concerning access to the camera system if they need it. We plan to cover the entire parking lot, the side alley, inside of the store. The camera system will have, to some degree, facial recognition. Also, we'll have a really good alarm alarm system that's audible. So just in case there is any attempted break-ins or anything like that, it'll be definitely sounding off. And next is, for some reason, the photometric plan didn't show up on this proposal, but it was just kind of outlining the lights locations where we're going to illuminate the parking lot like severely. We have gotten with the landlord, and they agreed to help with that particular situation. And then this just the alarm plan here on the left, and then the elevation on the right. Well, what I did is I put storefront glass protection. What we have here is a little additional measure to prevent break-in and entry to this location. It is not visible, but it has polycarbonate, about a 1/4-inch polycarbonate that is on the outside of the glass. And we did have an attempt break-in, even though the place is empty. Someone was just throwing something at the glass and tried to break the glass and tried to enter, but they was not able to get in. So that is a very good line of protection to really help and keep, the entry or the break-in into the place not possible. They already have a lease agreement, as I said, since September of last year. The Department of Revenue, they're ready to pay their taxes to the state. And then they have their food permit because they will be selling not only, alcoholic beverages, but non-alcoholic beverages and some snacks. Just not a lot, but just very few snacks. And here's the outline here. 60% of the location will be spirits. About 30% will be wine, 10% non-alcoholic beverages. The hours of operation meets your code of ordinances, and it's Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. Friday and Saturday, it will be open from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. And on Sunday, 1 p.m. to 12 a.m. Thank you for your consideration. We are here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, and the city.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner. Bear with me for a second while I pull up that brief presentation. Okay. All right. There we go. Boom. All right. Is that up there? Awesome. For the record, Edward Ning, Interim Community Development Director. Thank you. Folio number 072113007217. This is file number 23-12 regarding B-side liquor. This is solely a conditional use permit application in an existing structure. The conditional use application is required because it is a liquor store in the MUIB West zoning district. Which is it's in the transition area, so it's allowed under conditional use. Officially, for the record, you're basing your determination on the code. It is not schools and churches within the code for the liquor license conditional use. It is actually only on distance from other liquor stores with 500 feet. There are two other conditions that also must be met. They must meet our requirement at the city code in terms of the store hours of operation, which the applicant just presented, and staff concurs that it fits within what our code demonstrates. The other obscure portion of the code is that it cannot be within 200 feet of a adult store. So staff actually had to do that secondary review as well, and the closest one is actually in unincorporated county land about 0.27 miles away. So we did go and measure. In terms of the application where for liquor store, for the record, there are 25 liquor stores within the city of North Miami Beach. None of them are within the 500-foot radius. The existing conditions, as noted by the applicant, you drive along the north side, you'll see the Allowed Drug Mart at the pharmacy area. We already ran over the floor plan, which had been vetted by both staff with a cross review by the police department as was required. In a conditional use application like this, we also consider traffic and parking as well, along with the floor plan. This so the security plan has gone through with the police, and the applicant is required to commit to being part of the NMB trespass after warning program that we have at the city. Additional information, I recovered that. Again, all conditions of the state liquor license, which they have provided. We reviewed it according to the conditional use review standard that are within the city. And the commission's motions are to move to continuous direction or table, move for approval of the conditional use, or move for denial of the conditional use application. That concludes that presentation.
Good evening. Anyone who wishes to speak on this? Mr. Zabin.
David Zapin, founder of 30K for Back Pay. I don't have any moral outrage about a liquor store. I realize it's one of the few ways to get value-added profit because of the higher standards and dealing with the ATF, et cetera. I do have some experience with security. I hope that a decision will be made about providing some redundancy with, say, unarmed security instead of the expense and the obvious deterrence of armed guard. And I respect their precautions against being too close to a school. I've a dozen years of working with children at schools. I just hope that that this isn't our only way of having value-added locations, whether it's providing the marijuana dispensaries. I realize health food stores only have so much demand, so I get it. I hope this is part of a enduring recovery that the city is enjoying, and not just the peak of a bubble. So I hope that this will provide full-time jobs with benefits, and not just a rotation of part-time jobs that have to be subsidized elsewhere. Again, my it's my cliche, the question of who is subsidizing whom. So yes, if it's full-time jobs, then great. And I wish these entrepreneurs only the best. But I still want, it goes back to our identity crisis. Are we just assuaging one another's pains from having to work multiple jobs and working off the clock? And yes, I see 45 seconds to go. Thank you. Good night.
Any other speakers?
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming before us. I know there's a liquor store that's right across the street from 163rd Street Mall, I believe. And they have, I'm not sure if they have armed security, but they do have safety measures as it relates to, I guess, a bell or something, or some kind of buzzing equipment that allows them to filter who comes in. So to that point, and to Mr. Zapin's point about security, I wanted to kind of hear from you how you hope to mitigate any need for that. Also wanted to know, as it relates to radius, it's technically not North Miami Beach, but the adult store is not too far. What was the distance?
About 0.27 miles or so. Let's say a quarter mile away.
Quarter mile? Okay. And the old pharmacy, the pharmacy is no longer there, right?
Yes. There are pharmacies along the stretch.
No, that the Aloe Pharmacy is closing. Is that the location itself?
Yeah. That's correct, Commissioner.
Closed. Okay.
Sorry. My understanding, and the applicant could correct me if
This is totally different space.
It's a different
well,
space.
yeah, it's at the very end.
Oh,
Aloe
that's-
Aloe's on the
outside,
inside.
but did it right in the back and the inside.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll be transparent. My concerns with this particular project and the research that I asked for was how many stores of that type were in the city already, and also even the proximity as it relates to the hospital and the highway also concerned me. So I will put that on the record. Hearing your presentation, I'm a little bit more open to it, but I do want to hear how you're going to address some of the security concerns, the lighting concerns, since you've had, a potential almost break-in. That's something that I want to kind of get your assurance on how you hope to be a little bit more thorough as it relates to any preventative measures.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, thank you. Great question, Commissioner. So the reason I brought up the attempt break-in is to sort of prove that the measures that we have put in place actually works. And I believe that when the store is open, there, of course, when there's people there, we'll be able to implement the magnetic locking system. I didn't put that in the plan, but that is one of the things that we would like to implement. So that'll allow the clerk to pretty much monitor and control the access. So we definitely have that, the safety of the cashiers and the clerks, not on just the publishers, is a big thing of mine. And I, as a consultant, and I used to be a locksmith and a contractor, so I know how those things work. For us, I think one of the other concerns you had was the hospital. I'd like to know more about what particular events or concerns, events that you believe that would take place, so that I can better understand how to prevent exactly what it is that you probably can imagine. For us, the traffic, the thing I believe with the traffic is pretty good, because the traffic flows. Like whenever I'm ready to go home, I have to get on to 167th, and the only option is to go west, and then I'm able to merge to 95. There's no U-turns or anything like that. So I think the traffic is pretty steady. So far as, I'd like to know more of your concerns about that. And according to the traffic study, there's not a lot of traffic that will be coming in and out on an hourly basis. If you notice liquor stores, the capacity of the liquor stores is very minimum. It'd probably be between 10 people the most at one given time. So I'm open to any events that you foresee. Maybe I can help clear it up a little bit better if I'd known about if you had a
Sure.
situation with the hospital.
So, I mean, more so is proximity to proximity to a highway, proximity to a hospital, right?
Yes.
So it's not necessarily as it relates to just the proximity, just like you consider churches and schools, similarly. Also, you mentioned the owners. Can you tell us a little bit more about their history with such businesses?
Yes, sure. Les, and I have the manager Owens here. He probably can touch a little bit more on the history. They have had the license for at least 2 years now. And also the owners have worked in liquor stores before. So they have a group that they merged from. So for us, the years of
Is it
experience.
the same one that's in Wynwood, or is it different?
Which one is in Miramar?
The one in Johnson Street, off of
Fort Lauderdale?
Oh, sorry, it's the one on Johnson Street off of 441. Yeah, I think it's called Perfect Liquor.
Commissioner, I just want to address one thing about the hospital because I want to give everybody some breathing room here to kind of look at it. I think any business would want to be near a hospital, due to, one of the things that the staff will be trained on is binge drinking. And the FDA and have quite a bit of material that advises the management, its staff, and others that, hey, you have to watch out for people who may be at risk. And even your own ordinance says who not to sell to. And it makes it very clear, not just underage people. You got to be sure that if anybody's already intoxicated, not to sell to them. So I believe that if you notice that liquor stores really do not have a lot of negative events, I want to just stick on that word. Reason being is because of the high scrutiny and the regulations. So I just want to just hopefully give you that encouragement that it's so highly regulated. We have to take the proper steps to keep the public safe.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Foreman.
I think substantially speaking, I really don't have much to say. There's the regulations, and I don't know how those regulations are monitored. And so, there's no real expert here to tell us, here's how the regulations are monitored aside from our actual ordinance, right? So while your clerk may have the responsibility of making sure that you don't sell to someone who's intoxicated, how would I know that they're going to actually follow through with that? As far as liquor stores and not having major events, I think what we mostly see with liquor stores are people coming in and stealing the liquor. That's what we mostly see on the news and things of that sort. So, I mean, the way I look at this, in all honesty, is if Publix has one, and they're a big corp, do I punish the small business owner because of what I may think about liquor stores or what I may, it's kind of a, nuanced situation where in my seat, I can't put that responsibility on you. You have a right to run a business, and I just hope that you adhere to whatever those requirements are, and that if we as a city have an ordinance, that we make sure that we uphold and our police department is involved. I know that there's a homeless population issue that is next to the radio station and next to that building. I'm hoping that the lighting and some of the security measures that you're putting in will help with that homeless situation and making sure that if there's activity in that area, perhaps there'll be a lessened amount of people that are sleeping there and that are committing issues there for the radio station or for your building. So that would be what I would want you guys to focus on, is to make sure. Are you guys on that corridor right next to the radio station, right?
Yes, it's right.
So that's it. I think that's really where that issue is right there.
Yeah, it's a little alley there.
A little alleyway. So I would hope that you guys will focus on that to kind of help alleviate that issue that we have with the homeless population, and work with the radio station as well as good faith partners with the radio station to alleviate that issue. So that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. So how long, if this is approved tonight, before you'll actually open the doors to sell liquor?
You can give us 30 days. We are so ready. So I'll say between 30 and 45 days to be safe, depending on any type of stipulation that comes after this meeting. So just keep in mind, we also have to do a change of use application in conjunction with this conditional use. So the building department is going to scrutinize what we're doing and as well. So because it's changing from one thing to another. So we have to go through that process. But I'm estimating about 30 days. If this was approved today, I think after Christmas, we'll be submitting that application.
Well, again, I want to apologize that this wasn't heard last month. You missed the Christmas season, you missed the New Year's season, and I apologize. It hurts you deeply, and it hurts us as a commission. Let me ask you, your hours, the person that's in there running and selling the business at those late hours, are they in there by themselves?
No, there'll always be two.
Always be
individuals, and we plan to do the bulletproof barrier as well as a part of the permit process. So we plan on permitting that and permitting some additional electrical outlets for refrigerations and everything. So that's probably hold things up, but that is our future plan.
Okay, so the acting chief is here. I don't know, Mr. Ning, a business like this, do you go over the security and that they would, like the glass, that they're changing to stronger glass and bulletproof glass or what have you? Do you go over that with the chief to see if that's enough for these type of businesses?
We can make it a condition of the approval that they can resubmit their security plan to the police department. And
I would like to do that because we do have on many of our projects that it's subject to the approval of the police department. And I think this should be something that we should make sure that our chief is comfortable in case there are more calls or in case whatever. I would like to make that a condition. And I say to you the same thing that my fellow commissioner said. Whatever your product is, and whether I use it or not, doesn't mean that it gets a yes or no vote. We want to bring small businesses. As the liaison for economic development, I want small businesses in North Miami Beach. And again, I'm sorry for your delay, and I hope you'll have much success. And please, with my fellow commissioners, vote to add that as a requirement that the police chief overlooks the security of this type of business. Thank you.
All right.
If I may, Mayor, just so the Commissioner Smith as well as the rest of the commissioners are aware, there is a condition number 11. Applicant must join the NMB PD trespass after warning program, provide the NMB PD with access to the property at all times and a safety plan, participate in the NMB PD rapid response training program, link the alarm systems directly to the police department, and keep former employee information on file. So they are required as a condition of the resolution as currently drafted to submit a safety plan to the police department.
Yes, but, and
And they would have to approve it.
that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
It doesn't say anything about approval. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, nothing? Okay. And Commissioner Joseph, anything? Okay, anybody else? Are all good? Okay, so I guess at this point, we are ready to make a motion. Motion? Okay, motion to approve. Second, okay, motion by Commissioner Joseph, second by Commissioner Smith. All right, and then on this, we need a roll call.
Commissioner Jean?
Yeah.
With the clarification on the submission of the safety plan for approval.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Joseph? Commissioner Smith? Commissioner Smuggler? Yes. Commissioner Florimon? Yes. Vice Mayor Chernoff?
Yes.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
It passes 7-0.
Perfect, thank you.
Mayor.
Now,
Thank you.
huh? Yeah. Okay.
Mayor, if I may.
I have a, yes, go ahead.
Due to the late hour, there are some items on the agenda that are a bit time sensitive, and I was wondering if the board would entertain moving items 11.7, 11.8, and 11.9 up, and we try to get through those as best as we can. They're in relations to NMB water.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. The only thing I was gonna maybe ask, that we do, should only take a moment, I wanna just make sure we get it off the agenda, is maybe if we do the appointments real quick first. Is that something we could take out of order like that? Yes. Yeah, so let's just do that so we have that off the agenda, and then we'll go as far as we can on the other ones. Because I don't wanna get these other ones, if they take long, we might.
No.
Yes, but could I ask you about appointments for the city clerk? If somebody doesn't appoint somebody to their board, how many months could there be that vacancy before the other 6 of us make a motion to appoint somebody? Because planning and zoning did not have a quorum again. And these people came, they got dressed, and they have to vote on something for our North Miami Beach parks. We don't have a quorum attending because for months, somebody hasn't appointed somebody to that board. So can we make a motion next month to bring somebody to that board?
Yes, you can. I'll reach out again. But if I do not receive one, yes, you can move forward.
Yes, I would like to appoint maybe Mr. Cousins, who's an attorney,
Okay.
somebody
I'll
to be
try
on that
again,
board so
and
they can
if
have
not,
a
I'll let you
quorum.
know.
Okay, all right, so let's go to item 13, appointments. Let's start with 13.1 and City Clerk.
Okay. Item 13.1, appointing Commissioner Fortuna Smuggler as Vice Mayor effective January 2nd, 2024.
I make the motion.
Okay, we don't need a second,
All-
we just need a voice. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay,
6-0.
13.2.
Appointing Robert Barabite to the Public Utilities Commission.
Okay.
May I have a motion and a second?
Huh? We just need a motion.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Second with Commissioner Smith, and the motion with Commissioner Chernoff. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
And I seconded the last one also.
And you do know that Commissioner Joseph is out. I don't know if you need to note that, but,
6-0.
Whose appointee was he
okay.
for public utilities?
All right, so we're good.
Mine.
Okay.
All right, perfect. All right, so now let's jump back to legislation. And you said that, Mr. Manager, you said start with 11.7?
Yes, sir.
And before
For
the-
preference of staff, the 4 items that I think are important are 11.7, 11.8, 11.9, and then 11.5 in that order.
Okay, all right, great. So let's start with 11.7, resolution number R 2023-127. And first I need a motion, a second.
So moved.
The item. Okay, so you got Commissioner Chernoff and Vermont. Okay. So, would the attorney please read that?
Yes, resolution number R 2023-127, entitled Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Lowest North American of Alabama LLC for the purchase and delivery of quicklime in an estimated annual budgeted amount of $1,100,000, authorizing city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for effective date.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Wait. We have to do public comment first. So, City Clerk, please.
No, it's a resolution.
Okay?
No.
We did that already.
We did that, yeah.
Okay, so no one, let the record reflect, no one came forward for public comment, and public comment's closed, and any discussion from commissioners?
Well, I want to hear from this. I want to hear from the.
Let's go. You got it. Okay.
Good evening, Sharice George, Procurement Director. This item is for the purchase of quicklime that's used for water treatment at our plant. We purchase this an average of 2,500 to 3,000 tons per year. We are piggybacking a cooperative contract for all of the local water plants with our annual usage. And with that range of 25 to 3,000 tons a year, it has been priced at $448, per ton. And so with that average, it's about 1.2 million. We're asking for 1.1 million because we are in the new contract starts in December, and so we have some months from the previous contract, so we didn't need the full amount. So this is for an annual amount of 1.1 million.
Move to approve, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Second.
Wait. Any discussion from any commissioners on this? No discussion? Then we'll entertain the motion and second to approve. I got a motion from Commissioner Chernoff.
Second.
Second from John. Okay. And voice vote, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Move to introduce resolution number R 2023-128.
Yeah, 11.8. Well, first of all, we need the motion and second to introduce.
So moved.
Okay, we got Commissioner Florimon, second.
Second.
Who's this? You get second? Okay, Commissioner John?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, this is a resolution number R 2023-128, entitled A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Allied Universal Corp. For the purchase of sodium hydrochlorite in an estimated annual budget amount of $882,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk, public hearing. Okay.
No one's
All
coming
right.
forward.
No one came forward. Public hearing is closed. And then, is anything city want to speak on?
This item is another local water plant cooperative. This one is for the purchase of sodium hypochlorite for the water treatment, for the treatment of our water. We purchase approximately 600,000 gallons per year, and the cost has gone up to $1.47 per gallon. And this item does have an annual increase of 3%.
Okay. All right, anything from the commissioners?
I just want to ask one question. All this that we're voting on has already been budgeted, is that correct?
Yes.
I just wanted the public to be aware. Thank you.
Okay. Nothing else? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion from Chernoff and second from Florimon. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay. 11.9. Resolution number R 2023-129. We need a motion and second. Introduce. Motion, someone?
Second, motion.
A motion from Florimon,
Second.
from Chernoff.
This is resolution number R 2023-129, entitled A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the award of invitation to bid number ITB 23028 SG, Eastern Shores Water Main Replacement Phase 2, authorizing the city manager designee to execute an agreement with the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Southern Underground Industries, Inc., in an estimated amount not to exceed $12,700,471, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to budget appropriation and availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, City Clerk, public comment? Any public comment?
Anyone wishes to speak on this item?
Okay, no one came forward. Public comment is closed. Any presentation from the city?
There is a slide presentation.
Okay, hopefully a quick one.
Yeah, I can make it quick.
Okay. We're on 11:09.
So while we're getting,
That's not it.
We just talk
I can talk
straight.
through real quick.
Yeah, let him
Quick,
talk.
It's the, so we just finished the main.
Into the mic.
Sorry, good evening. My name is Akil. I am the program manager for NMB Water. Briefly, what we're going over and we're happening now on the second project is we recently completed 35th Avenue, which is that main thoroughfare down the middle. What we're doing now is the finger islands and tying into that main water line that we completed on 35th Ave. So that's a brief overview of the project. And I'd just like to say what we're doing as a city, we're working with the city manager's office, is communication is going to be key to this, the success of this project. So we're working with the staff and everyone that needs to get all the information out.
Mayor and commissioners, one of the things that I want to make sure that we do is once the contractor is on board and they start scheduling out their project and their the process in which they'll be conducting and what streets will be going through, we'll have a community meeting prior to be able to explain what is the method of construction and what is the schedule going to look like. And then prior to them starting any street, they'll have to do door hangers on each of the street, advising them of the upcoming work prior to the start of that work as well. The intent is not to have all the aisles under construction at once, but to be methodical and as quick, finish the construction as quickly as possible on each street before moving on.
Okay. All right, perfect. Anything from the commissioners on this? Yes, okay. Mr. Smith?
Okay, so thank you. And I have just a couple quick questions. How long will the water be off on the residents when you deal with that street? It won't be off for days, it'll be off for hours? Is that the way it works?
Typically,
Typically, yes, but when we get the contractor on board, we can have some more detailed information for you. But normally in those circumstances, it's not on for days. We cut it off and we let the residents know when we're going to do that, and it's all normally back on by the end of the day.
So based on prior experience in my career, the way that these projects work is the contractor's focusing on doing the main installation of the new water line. They'll then be able to connect that on a redundant connection to the main trunk line, which would be off of 35th. And then they end up working on connecting that new line to the meter. So the actual water shut off is very short time period, because if the water is shut off for a long period of time, then they have to flush the lines, especially on the meter side, which they don't want to do because that's going to be very tedious. So the actual shut off of water is very limited, only when they're doing the connection typically to the meter itself.
Okay, and you will not start the project until they finish 35th Avenue, the repaving? You're not going to do them simultaneously, are you?
No.
The only paving we have remaining is that last piece between 135th and.
But that's right where it comes. It comes into 164th, and my understanding is the first street you're going to do is 164th.
Well, we'll make sure that's done before this happens.
Yes, so that there won't be. And then the last thing was, I know they're looking into the fact that it was approved for speed bumps. It'll be 2 years. And now that they're going to repave whenever they change the pipes and do the road, at that time that they're going to take care of 164th Street with their speed bumps. Because it was approved when Jadine was here, and I happened to see her a couple weeks ago, and she said they still didn't do the speed bumps, but that was
already county approved, everybody approved.
I'll look into that, Commissioner.
Okay, well, that was done. I just want to make sure we don't have to do it twice when you're working on the road. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Smucker.
All right, thank you. So actually, Commissioner Smith, a few times when they when they were doing 35th Avenue, a few times, I believe you as well, we were without water for a few hours, and one time they forgot to flush it, and I got home and the water was like disgusting brown, and it was after hours, and they had to come and do it. But anyhow, okay, so when this project was done on 35th Avenue, I came to find out that the word cost savings were used. And because those words were used, there's so many things that were done to, instead of improve, they just, instead of having the stamped concrete that we had, now we have stamped asphalt. And I can go on, and I'm not going to. I want to put this out here on the dais because when this project starts or ends, I may not be on the dais anymore, so I just wanted to be out. And I know I spoke to the manager this morning, and he assured me, but again, I want it out in the open. When they do the side streets, it's going to be very complicated because it's a two-way, one lane each. So one lane is going to have to be completely closed, and the other one is going to have traffic and the work excavators and all that at the same time. We cannot have our road closed for more than a day. I mean, for example, I'm at on voting day, I met a woman who I believe lives on your street who's pregnant with a baby. And, she can't park half a mile away and walk with a baby, maybe she'll have two babies by then, with three babies.
They can tell you whatever they want to tell you right now, but I could just tell you it's going to be a pain in the neck for a few days.
Well, you're not going to be able to get home.
You know what? When they did the other project right in
Yeah.
front of my guard gate, I still managed to get home every day.
Right, but if they close your street both ways, you're not.
They can't. They can't close it
Commissioner,
both
so
days.
I don't
to your
mind for a
concern,
day, but it
to
cannot
your-
be for
They won't
a
close
week.
it off.
and-
They're only going to block off one lane. They can't.
They can't do two.
to your concern, these streets are, and the lanes tend to be smaller than what a standard lane width is. And there's restrictions on how big those are because of either the swales or how close the property lines are to the actual street. The deeper you have to dig to install a line, the bigger the machine. And depending on the width of that machine, might not be possible. The good news is that this is a water line, and it's not a main water line like on 35th. So typically, these per construction standards are about 36 inches below the surface. So about 3 to 4 feet is what you're looking at. So the machinery isn't that excessively large, and so there's no anticipation of having to close the street for several days or anything like that. But there could be a worst case scenario because in construction, anything can happen where we might have to limit the access to that street. But before anything were to happen, we would always communicate and have a plan of how to get everybody home.
Nowhere to park either, so.
All of that would have to be worked out prior to any of that
There's nowhere
happening.
to park as it is, so where are you going to park everybody when they have no way of getting home? This has to all be thought out because of the word cost savings being used last time. I'm not saying it's used this time. I'm just saying that, we don't know what's going to happen down the line. So, and the other thing is, are they going to paint the yellow stripe on the, that yellow stripe that divides the street?
The road, that's a public works. But yeah, for those streets, whatever, if it's existing, we would be replacing.
Well, it's like very faint, and I just want to make sure it should be there. There's no reason why it shouldn't be there. It's a two-way street. It's very faint, and I just want to make sure that it does get put on because it's a two-way street and there should be a yellow line dividing it.
So we'll double check the the line items, but if it's existing, it will be, the rules are we replace
Okay,
it.
can you check it, please?
Yes, we could
Because,
check that.
again, the word cost savings were used in the past, and we were, I'm trying to think of a nice word. We were deprived, okay?
Okay.
Thank
All right,
you.
it's getting late. Okay, you're good?
Yeah.
All right, you got her point.
Yes, I'll
Okay.
come back with that date.
All right, anybody else? We're all good on this item? Okay. So I'll entertain a motion and a second to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we got Commissioner Florimont, Commissioner Smith. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Mayor, the last item from staff priority list would be 11.5, which is the economic development plan with FIU.
Okay. All right, so 11.5, resolution number R 2020.
Move to introduce.
Second.
Thank you. We got, okay, so we got Chernoff and Smith. You got that, Madam Clerk?
No.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and then Attorney.
Resolution R 2023-113 entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a professional services agreement for an economic development plan in amount of $80,000, authorizing city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution and subject to budget appropriation and availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date."
Okay. City Clerk, public comment? No public comment on this? Nope.
No.
Okay, let the reflector shows no public comment, and public comment is now closed. Anything from the commissioners on this?
I just want to ask the manager, when was the last time an economic study was done?
We haven't been able to find the record. So if something was done during a strategic planning session or the comprehensive plan that was developed by the city at one point, that might be an area, but a standalone economic study that we've been looking for, we haven't found.
The answer is somewhere between a long time ago and never. Okay?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mark.
It's a 4-month process, so if this is approved tonight, they'd start in January, and about the end of April, beginning of May, the plan would be complete.
And that was also co-sponsored by the CRA, so everybody will come back to the fold and maybe really utilize this study to something to benefit everybody too.
Correct, and just for the public and for the commission, FIU has done this with a number of municipal governments, and I just want to read off a list because I start geeking out on these type of things, but I think it's pretty impressive. So I just want to be able to let you know that we'll have some very good company that will be in. City of Coral Gables, Boynton Beach, Fort Myers, Wellington, Delray Beach, Doral, Deerfield, Fort Lauderdale, West Kendall Baptist Hospital, Dana Beach, Miami-Dade County, Liberty City, Economic Opportunities, Miami Beach, West End Strategic Economic Plan, Miami Gardens, City of Miami, and Miami, Florida East Coast Railway.
Okay, anything from the commission, or we're good? Okay, perfect. All right, so a
Motion to approve.
We got the motion from Florimond and the second from Smith. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, perfect. All right, so next, what I'm thinking
I'd like to
is,
see the arrow line.
yeah, we could do that next.
That's going to be a conversation. I'd like to make a motion to have a second meeting the first couple of weeks in January.
Okay, it seems like a pretty simple thing, but no? Okay. All right,
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
yes.
We are getting toward that time of the evening where a decision needs to be made either to extend the meeting past 12 o'clock, whatever time you all agree.
All right.
Or alternatively, you have an existing resolution that specifies that the city commission can table the remaining items on the agenda and reconvene next Thursday. I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm sorry.
New Year's.
I'm sorry?
New Year's.
It's right between Christmas and New Year's. I don't think we have that this month.
Or
vote.
alternatively,
voting,
pick a date for a special
discussion.
call meeting to take up the remaining items. Otherwise, they will be rolled over to the January meeting.
Okay.
Also,
Here's what I would like to do possibly is maybe, assuming that we can get another legislation item or two done, if there's anything that you can guide me on that might be a quick item.
So wait, so,
And then maybe, huh?
yeah, we never tabled it. I said, let's go on it.
Okay, you want to go on it? All right, let's just go on it then. The E-roof line. All right, so can we listen, first motion is, I'd like to make a motion to go to 12:10, and that's it. Can we go, is everyone okay with going to 12:10?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, can someone make the motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, Mr. Florimond.
Let's make it 15. Let's make it 12:15.
12:15, all right.
Yes.
A motion, Mr. Florimond, second, Commissioner John?
Commissioner Vice
I
Mayor
was
Smucker.
Smuckler, okay. Soon to be Vice Mayor Smuckler, okay. All right, and, all right, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? All right, so motion passes, we're gonna go to 12:15, and then that's it. Okay, now, you want to do the E-roof line, right?
Like to table this till the next meeting because I'm waiting for information from the staff that they do not have in order to vote on this. And it's imperative that we know, in reference to this line, which properties are on private property and which ones are on public. I want to table this.
All right, so just,
No, it's not on there and they don't have it.
all right, quick question on the E-roof line. I don't know if we could do this and correct me, stop me if we're doing something wrong, but if we were just like doing a quick little straw poll to decide if we're gonna move forward on this?
No.
I believe I can respond. The city only has the authority to issue and approve a placement of an E-roof line and the issuance of a right-of-way permit for city-owned property. We have nothing to do with the placement of an E-roof line on private property because we have no jurisdiction over the private property line to allow that to happen. So that would be between the operators and maintainers and constructors of the E-roof line and the private property owners. The request, as I understand it, is for placement of the E-roof line, maintenance of the E-roof line on city-owned property in the city right-of-way.
Okay, but the maintenance of it, when the line is given, would go on if there's property on a private one.
If you want, we would specify in the resolution of approval that it would be, any funding would be only for the E-roof line as placed on city property. We don't have the authority to authorize the expenditure for private property.
I'll motion for that.
I second.
Okay, wait. So we got to introduce the item if we're going to do it.
All right.
All right, let's introduce the item.
I introduce the item.
All right, 11-6,
Second.
Resolution R 2023-122. We've got Commissioner Joseph, and second with Commissioner Smuckler. And then the attorney, please read it in.
Yes, resolution number R 2023-122, entitled Resolution, the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the issuance of a right-of-way permit and approving a grant in the amount of $35,000 to the North Miami Beach E-Roof Council, Inc. for the purpose of offsetting costs related to the maintenance and repairs of the portions of the E-Roof line located in the city's public rights-of-way in furtherance of the city's interest in ensuring the safety of structures installed on public rights-of-way within the city, and further authorizing the city clerk and city manager to execute the city standard grant agreement with respect to the foregoing, and authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts and subject to the budget appropriation availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
Move to approve.
Second.
Wait. City clerk, public comment, please.
Anyone wishes to speak on this item?
Okay, Director Flynn, no one came forward. Public comments now closed. Any discussion from commissioners?
Yes.
Please, quickly.
No. And that's why you're going to go past midnight.
Well,
and these are important
All right, so
issues.
you have 10 minutes max, just so you know.
I'm not
Okay.
going 10 minutes.
Okay.
City manager,
Someone timing?
city attorney, could you give me your opinion on this, please?
There is a fair amount of case law that says that the city can grant the right-of-way permit and authorize the construction and maintenance of an e-roof line within the right-of-way. There is very little, if no, guidance with respect to the issue of grant monies for the assist with the maintenance responsibilities. The general case law on the issue of expenditure of public funds for grants or charitable donations, however you want to characterize it, as they relate to religious institutions, is if the governing body, in this case the City Commission, makes a determination that it is not for a purely secular or religious purpose, that there's a public benefit to be achieved here, then yes, that's an expenditure. And in fact, all of you individually and collectively from time to time submit through staff and expenditures for other types of nonprofits, including some that are operated by religious organizations, food banks and things of that nature. So if it is the determination of this City Commission that the expenditure of funds furthers the overall purpose of protecting the general public by providing for oversight and issuance of this right-of-way permit for the construction and maintenance of the line within the right-of-way, then arguably there could be a justification. I will be very candid with the City Commission. We found no case law. We researched this issue extensively, and there's no case law directly on this issue. The only guidance we have is that the U.S. Supreme Court has said that issuance or grant funding or charitable contributions to religious organizations that provide a public benefit is proper.
Okay, and Mr. Manager, what is your take on this?
Commissioner, looking at what the city has done in the past, there has been an IRV line within the city for the past several decades, but we don't have any documentation. As a matter of fact, the map that we received was through a resident within NMB. I would follow the guidance of the city attorney of what is appropriate for expenditures.
So here's my thing. I've done a lot of study on this, a lot of study, more hours than I should have for sure. And I understand, but I don't understand how we came about 35,000. Why isn't it 90,000? Why isn't it 15,000? Because what I believe, first place, you cannot have this without the approval of the council. You must have the approval of council to have it. So that was a given when they put it in. But the thing that I'm looking at is it's for maintenance and for new installation on public property for public safety. That's a yes vote without a doubt. But the question I have, why are we paying for that in advance? If we're paying for maintenance and we're paying for installation, why aren't we doing that when they send us a bill? That's my question. And who determined why it was 35,000? So I ask you, even though I see that nobody cares to really pay attention to this, not to have this discussion now, because yes, we should definitely make sure the maintenance and the security on city property is for everybody, no matter what their sector is. But how did we come about 35,000? How did that come about? Who put this together, and why was that number picked? That's what I need to know.
Okay, got your point there. Anybody else have any other?
No, but I need an answer.
Well, I don't know if he has the answer for that.
The $35,000 figure was provided to us by the EROV Council. That's their estimated cost.
For what? For how long?
I'm sorry?
For how long? For the estimated cost for a year, 10 years?
That I don't know the answer to, but we can if the City Commission is inclined to approve this, we can have that follow-up conversation with the council, with the group, and ask them if it's possible to do it on a reimbursement basis.
Well, for right now, it's a one-time thing.
That's correct. It's only one time. We have
It's a
not
one-time
been.
thing. They're the experts
For
on
the
that. They know.
installation.
Huh?
It's for the installation.
And maintenance, and maintenance.
The maintenance and repair. It's in disrepair, and
Yeah, I mean, they do have to maintain and fix the existing line that, as the manager indicated, we looked at extensively through the city records, and while everyone says and everyone acknowledges, and it's even, I think, on Wikipedia, that this exists, no one can find, at least as it relates to the city of North Miami Beach, a previous right-of-way permit. So we're trying to formalize the relationship to have a record as we move forward, and it's a one-time request.
So then can we add an addendum that they provide the costs that we're, and if it's less than 35,000, they give us the rebate, just like them,
all right.
like he's saying?
Well, let's do this way. Commissioner Smith, your concern is definitely well documented. Does anybody want to make a motion to approve it the way it is?
No, I'm making a motion
We have a
for
motion?
addendum.
All right, motion.
What happened to my
Commissioner Joseph,
addendum?
Do we have a second? Who's the second?
Wait a minute.
Commissioner
Why aren't we
Sarnoff?
voting on my addendum first? Because before you vote on that, why?
The motion on the floor is to approve it as it is.
No, because you
can
just
vote
asked for
against
that
it.
motion.
Huh?
You just asked.
I asked for a motion and they made the motion.
I already,
But I was-
already made the motion.
And you made the
I thi-
motion
I think
beforehand.
Commissioner Smith was trying to see if I would amend my motion
Oh,
because I have a pending, I have a standing motion that was seconded.
okay.
So the procedure would be like to do this one.
It would.
If I don't accept
or
the-
as amended, you can accept the friendly amendment or say no and take a vote on the.
I say no and just call the vote on my
Okay.
motion.
All right. We'll call it then.
So just so I can be clear, 35,000 one-time contribution. What is it called again? Donation.
And this, they asked, and we've fashioned it in the form of that they would submit a grant request. We would approve the grant request and give them.
With all documentation showing they're
Documentation, what
nonprofit,
they're
that whole,
doing.
yes.
So that we have a form.
Okay,
that we use for these types of grants, and that's what we would follow. And we would issue a right-of-way permit as we have the form. They would submit the application, they would fill it out, we would grant it, and now we have a record going forward.
So this grant is not in terms of grants that we have that are available to other organizations. This is just using the term grant because we're granting the funds.
Correct. We're granting the funds, and we have we're doing it in that way for purposes of record keeping.
Are we asking for any backup as it relates to the actual maintenance?
That would be part of we can request that and make sure that they provide that as part of their application.
What is it?
The documentation as to what it is that they're going to use the money for, whether it's the construction of the new line or maintenance or both.
And the cost, like they would on any
Yeah.
grant. Well, that answers the question that I have. That's exactly the question. You could have said that 5 minutes ago, so I wouldn't feel so bad.
All right.
So it's going to be unanimous.
All right, let's, we're running out of daylight here.
So
All right, so.
Call the vote?
We have the motion, we have the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay. We have exactly 12 minutes left. It looks to me like the other items that we have on legislation are going to be longer items than that. Would you agree with that, Mr. Manager? Okay, great.
Yeah, can we do that?
Yeah.
Please.
Okay.
I can,
11-2, if we're good to go on that one.
second.
Oh,
Okay, so you've got Florimond and you're the second, Smuckler? Okay. All right, and then public comment?
Well, this is an ordinance, so we have to read the title and we have to provide for public comment. So,
Okay.
I'm sorry, what item is it?
11.2.
11.2. Okay. This is ordinance number 2023-09, second reading, entitled an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the retirement plan and trust for the general management employees of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, adoption agreement administered by the Florida League of Cities, restoring pension benefits for a certain general management employee who was a member of the plan on January 31st, 2013, and has remained continuously employed as a management employee, restoring the 3% multiplier, restoring the automatic cost of living adjustment, restoring the normal retirement date, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, great. All right, city clerk, public comment? Okay, no public comment. Let the record reflect no one came forward.
Staff, Staff quick presentation.
Present.
Yep. You waited patiently all night, but please do it quickly.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Babette Friedman, HR Director. The item before you is the amended change to the sunsetted management pension plan. It's going to restore the 3% multiplier cost of living adjustment to 2.25. The same change was made to the general and police pension plan in 2022. This plan was not made, that change was not made here. So this is the proposal. The estimated cost is $167,000. It's a projected liability over the lifetime. And the one-time cost is $29,329. What I was able to find out was since there is a access fund of $93,000, we're able to subsidize that $29,000 from the 93, if that makes sense, so that there will be no cost to the city for this year.
Okay.
Any questions?
Yeah, question, is that approved by the general employees?
And they told me that it didn't have to be approved by the pension board, if that's what you're asking.
The pension board?
Yeah, it does not have to.
But was it?
It was not.
It wasn't discussed?
It was, excuse me, Mr. or Commissioner Chernoff, it was discussed. And the draft ordinance was actually prepared initially by the pension board attorney at the request. So it was discussed, and they did ask for it to be moved forward to you all for consideration.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. First of all, there's no other discussion from commissioners, right? It's got to be fair.
I want to clarify something from the manager. In reference to that $167,000, only 29 would come from that fund. The rest would come from the city.
It's over a period of time. It's not like it has to be paid tomorrow. It's over the lifetime of the plan.
Right. But, okay.
All right, so the motion was made by
Commissioner Florimond.
Florimond, okay, and the second by?
Commissioner Joseph.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
No,
opposed?
Call vote.
Roll
Ordinance.
call.
Oh, sorry, roll call.
Commissioner Joseph.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Smith. Yes.
It kind of is like a rainy day fund.
Okay.
Commissioner Smuggler.
Yes.
Commissioner Florimond.
Yes.
Commissioner Jean.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chernoff.
Yes.
Mayor Evan Piper.
Yes.
Passes
Motion to
7-0.
adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Commissioners, Mayor, Commissions, it's not an item, but we do have, we're preparing a presentation that we need to update the commission with regard to the various liens that are on the books on the city. So I should have that for you all. I'd like to do a workshop in January, but we already have a workshop in January. So would you all be open to having and splitting the agenda so that we have more time for discussion items in one of the commission meetings?
In the commission meeting? You got me. In the commission meeting or in the workshop?
If we split, thank you, sir.
You mean have two commission meetings?
Yes. And then we can split that, and then that will give us enough time to have a discussion item.
Why don't, we're gonna have a workshop for that. Why don't we just take a look and see what the items look like and what the agenda would look like and see, when we have a little more time, I guess you can maybe
I mean,
discuss.
we're supposed to have two, we have a second
We have a second if we need
backup.
it. if
Yeah,
we need
so
it.
he's asking for it so that,
No, but,
but he's asking
And
for it
we
because
could
he has
also
a
have the workshop so that when we have a meeting, you don't say at the end, let's rush through this. That's not the purpose of these meetings, is to rush through anything. I don't want to discuss it.
I don't know, but actually,
Shouldn't have.
to the clerk to get us
Thank you.
the workshop so that,
thank you. Except the what?